The regular season of Project Harmony may be over here, Marvin, but we still have playoffs left to go. And the teams, they've had to play their heart out the last 7-8 weeks. And now finally they get to see the conclusion, or nearing the conclusion, I should say, of those work, the ethics, and all of the effort they put through to get to this point. My name's Infernosha, joined, of course, by my good friend here, Santos, aka Marvin. I'll be calling that also, my best friend. Okay, Marvin, I'm just going to say it. You're my best friend. We got ourselves playoffs starting off here for the day for Project Harmony.
Absolutely, man. And what a game we're starting off with. If we, we're talking about, all the different teams, all the different people that have held, positions of power within Women's Siege. Today, it's been a bit more up in the air, if we're honest with you. Silly Slinkies versus Admin Abuse will be our game. And then Girls on Fire versus Thirst Trap later on tonight. And then after that, it's a triple header today. The loser of our matchup versus the loser of the second matchup. Scott, we're in for a good one today.
Yeah, and the next two games are going to have even better talent on the list than, you and me here into the booth. It'll be, I believe, Crow and... Is it Chaka for game 2? Or is it Garage for game 2?
It was
there you go. You know more than me. And then it is Crow back on game 3, and then it'll be Mason, aka Clemps, in for game 3. So that'll be a really good set of series ahead of us. And you can either drone through this first one, or you can pay attention, because this is the number 2 and number 3 team at the end of the regular season facing off against each other, and they have history. A very close game on, I believe, Bank, that came out in a 7-8 overtime victory. So obviously there's going to be hot blood between these two rosters, and that was, I believe, in play day 2. It's been quite a while since they've had to see each other. It's been quite a while since they've had to be concerned about it whatsoever. So making up for that loss would be a big thing. Making up for that overtime victory and losing a couple points here or there, which obviously would not have mattered to get up to Girls on Fire's 23-round differential, and only having lost a single game, and I believe played a 5. They're a really tough team to face, but you got to get through this game first here, Marvin.
Absolutely, sir. And just a little bit of a recap of, how the entirety of the season came out. Obviously, you're most concerned with positions 1 through 4, but we'd like to give, a little bit of flowers, a little bit of love to 5, 6, 7, and 8. Except Centenegro Girls are showing up twice. I believe that was due to some sort of ruling that came out earlier in the season, because being in 8th place with a 43, round differential would be a sight to behold.
It's still only 1 point. Yeah, it's still only 1 point as well.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be some crazy Siege play. I mean,
I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, theoretically, it wouldn't be. You'd have to play 43 games of only winning by 1 round of OT, and that still would get you 43 points, because it would be like 1 point for it. So it's hard to tell. Actually, it's 2 points for an OT victory. So you would have, 86 points. Quick math. Casters don't do math. It just, the math is not there. Either way, we will move on. Admin Abuse versus Silly Slinky. You can see this here. This is your playoff brackets. We showed the schedule today, and you now see exactly how that's going to play out. I believe since we are seeing the bottom of the screen, that means there will be a losers round. So if you drop out here, there will in fact be another chance, your second round chance. And of course, afterwards there, you'll take the loser of that semifinal matchup, and then you'll face off and you'll move on into the finals if you win against that one. No matter what, there's still plenty of Women's Siege ahead of us, and there's so much more action to come, especially for this one. I'm excited. We're in best of 3s now, Marvin. We've got 3 potential hours of sweet R6 action to continue to get through today.
Absolutely, sir. And, it gives these teams a little bit of margin for error. You can afford to, maybe drop a map or 2, obviously, because you have to win 2 maps to advance into the next round. But let's look at our head-to-head for Admin Abuse. We have Cavi, otherwise known as Nat, Kato, oh man, I'm going to mess that up a million times, Melly, Cassiopeia, Shipping Mills, and Victoria, if it comes to it. Meanwhile, for the right side, for Silly Slinky's Mine, Lauren Turler, Melly, Goddess, Marmy, and Mari.
And you can see just the difference. There's not too much between these two rosters. Obviously, there was the one game that came for a straight loss that came for the Admin Abuse side. And then, of course, they had the loss in OT. Opposite the opposing end, they didn't really have a loss. They had a win in OT and they had a loss in OT. So there was some things here and there for this team where the differences are made. But KDs are arguably similar, 217, 183 to 266, which is 50 more kills. That is a pretty impressive statistic. And then only a disparaging difference of 2 plants between these rosters. So don't expect anything too crazy between these two sides. They were very evenly matched a couple weeks prior, and I assume they're going to be the exact same thing here, where I actually am making the big guess here, Marvin, that it will take us all the way into 3 maps, considering just how close that first map was we saw in Playday 2 back over on Bank. But Melly is the player to highlight for Admin Abuse. 6 games played, 65 and 41, 24 technically positive kills for this player, a 1.09 KPR, and a cost of 69.2%. Very impressive.
Absolutely, sir. Getting involved in probably 7 out of 10 rounds, judging by that cost percentage there. Also, plus 24 in KDR. So, she's going to make an impact in terms of getting kills around the map. 1.09 KPR. So, basically, you put her on the map, she's probably going to do a little bit of admin abuse. I'm loving the way that Melly has played throughout this season. And Scott, I'm loving the firepower between these two teams, because if we talked about, previous Silly Slinkies iterations, we would talk about them as the number one team inside of Women's Siege, but right now that's not the case. They're sitting at that number 2 seed, but Marmy, definitely, a big reason as to why they're always vaulted up into that, upper echelon of Women's Siege.
Yeah, we honestly had this huge expectations for, I guess, both rosters here stepping into this season, and I don't think it disappointed, but I also don't think this is really where we thought this was going to go, right? This isn't the exact standings we anticipated heading into a playoff stage, a playoff berth, and how a lot of the games actually managed to pan out. But like you said, Marmy is unbelievably impressive. That's Marmalade. X-Pro, you have a lot of, you just say, hey, this player needs to stand out every single time, and they go above and beyond every single time. Yeah. This is kind of what you want to look at for an individual. 85% cost. I think our prod, when they were trying to decide who to throw up for this, was like, what is going on with these costs? They're pretty much always the same, and both sides have players that are always at this like upper echelon, and that's how you kind of have that breakaway point. But you talk about team player, you can also talk about who was the overall MVP of the previous week, the previous play day, I should say, stepping into playoffs. And I believe that was Kato. Yes, indeed it is, for the admin view side, who stepped in with a 75% cost, a 1.38 KPR for it. And while they did not get any plants, 11-4 is unbelievably impressive. A 2.2 something, a 2.1 something KD, very solid.
Listen, Kato's going to go around and gun. Like, we know that for sure.
Oh, we know.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She's not going to carry the bomb in any sort of way unless it's an absolute emergency, going to hold that to, maybe like a Victoria or a Nat on the team, right? Someone that's going to go in and get that bomb down. But Kato is definitely going to clear the space for you. 11-4, as you said, absolutely amazing. She's not very likely to die. She had like almost a 3 KD. Like, she had quite a game last week.
Even if you flawless 7-0 team, right? That's still 7 potential rounds where you could fall and have that mar your record. And Kato proceeded to probably, I assume, play more. I don't know the exact statistics of the map prior, their game prior, I should say, in the last play day. But you're assumingly playing more than 7 rounds. They're probably taking a round on you at least, and you still only died 4 times. Really, really impressive. We go ahead and see what the map bans actually came out to, and like we mentioned earlier, it is in fact a best of 3. Now, Border and Cafe knocked off first, thank goodness. These are 2 awful maps. Followed up by Labs. I'm colorblind, so this one's going to be pretty poor for me, Marvin. Hopefully you'll pick up the pace on that regard. Followed by Clubhouse, which is fairly status quo, but the one that breaks what Project Harmony is pretty much known for, Chalet, is actually banned, followed up by the Silly Slinky side. Then it's Skyscraper, Consulate, Bank they played on previously, taken out as the second to last, or technically the last ban that was here. And then Oregon to go through. So the status quo map of R6, the one typically everybody knows, and the one that even the best teams can lose rounds and even, lose out the entire map. It's where good teams go to die, if you want to quote Intero at the end of the day, which a lot of people tend to do in the casting food here, Marvin. It's Oregon, though.
Absolutely, sir. If we end up getting there, that is. But you were talking about how you're colorblind. Well, I'm just a straight up idiot and don't know how Nighthaven Labs is going to flow in any sort of way. So you said you were going to lean on me. I'm going to lean on you, and then we're just going to be one big old happy family. But Nighthaven Labs, there's a lot of flexibility as far as strategies go. You can there's a bunch of different ways that you can sort of innovate that map just because it's so new, and then Clubhouse is, Clubhouse and Oregon really are both of our, status quo maps.
Yeah, we may be 2 blind casters, essentially hitting a map we don't know, but the second and third maps, which are on the chopping block, I hope the third map is on the chopping block, if it's necessitated right, are going to be ridiculously good games, and we'll be able to bring up to the full potential of those games as well. And Labs, though it may be a very monotone color spectrum and everything looks about the same through my eyes, it still creates a really good level of play, especially when it comes to the operator selection, which is super important for a lot of these rounds when you start to transition to having to attack down to the basement side, or if you're trying to really deal with, clearing out garage and instantly on control. Some teams are just completely foregoing extension. Whether or not that's the right decision is a choice you'll have to make individually, but that makes roamers really powerful, and it makes roam clear exceptionally powerful as well, because these tight corners, these very small hallways, these meeting rooms that you're like, why is this here on this map in the first place? They're places that players can hide in. They're places that your operator can just sneak about in. And we've seen Cav here plenty of times here in Project Harmony, and Cav, well, may just fit right at home here on Labs.
Absolutely. And, you talked a little bit about the roam clear as well. The drone work is going to be absolutely crucial inside of this map, right? A lot of corners, a lot of just different wrap places that you can hide in. So for a team like Slinkys with a bunch of pro experience, I'm trying to figure out, how that drone game is going to go, because obviously we know Goddess used to play support way back in the day. Her drone work has to be on point because Slinkys has a bunch of gunners, but, it's all about the teamwork that really gets it done for them. That was kind of demonstrated throughout the cost, right? And then for admin abuse, how are you going to get everyone going? How are you going to get this roam clear going? The teamwork has to be on point on both sides, because clearing out space in Night Heaven Labs it's a little difficult. I'm not going to lie, if you're not on point in terms of getting your information.
It's a good thing you mentioned the drone work. That was a problem that plagued a lot of the lower standing teams here for Project Harmony. It was a really big problem. And if I'm just going to go and steal Intero's lines, I'm just going to take his flow at this point. The single most important piece of utility in the entire game of R6 tends to be the drones, and every attacker has two of them in their back pocket, right? And if you're not making use of those, if you're not following up with those, you're not playing them correctly, you're going to find that the end of the result is not going to be something that you were really anticipating. It's not going to be what you want at the end of the day. You make a bunch of small mistakes in a round, and then you can make up for them by relying on the other team to make those same sort of small mistakes to kind of even out the, I would say, weight of your errors, maybe. It's hard to say, the scale of fate, maybe in this case. But if you make really big mistakes, that's something that you can't really rely on the other team to do, especially when both of these rosters, like you mentioned, with pro experience and really good semi experience, you're looking at these teams, they're not going to make as many mistakes as you would expect. They're going to be very well versed together, having gone 8 weeks up to this point to get here. They're scrimming. We can see it all the time on the Discord, talking with each other. They're going to be very well regimented teams, and they're going to stick true to the game plan here stepping into this. The formula will have to be perfect, and this is the question of how many variations can you force on the competition. And a lot of that comes from that drone game for the early information and forcing out those positions from the defenders, either an extension or even on site, sitting behind utility.
I mean, we're talking a lot about the attacker information, right? But the defense has a lot of information available to them as well. And if we're talking about the admin abuse roster specifically, way back when Project Ares was a thing, somebody that made their money off of explosive plays on the defensive side because of information was Victoria. She was a nitro cell expert way back in the day, and that has carried on throughout the seasons of, Project Ares and then eventually Project Harmony. So I mean, the defensive side, you definitely have a lot of room to get things done as well. But, the attackers have a lot of information as well. So I'm loving this sort of dichotomy between the teams, right? Like, who's going to mess up first is, I believe, what this game is going to do.
It's funny you mentioned Eris. I was actually wearing my Eris jersey earlier, and unfortunately, I took it off because I didn't feel like it was really appropriate to wear for Project Harmony. But there's something you have from Eris that you can never remove there, Santos.
This thing right here.
Yeah, the sick Project Ares tattoo. You know what? Respect. It was a great league, and it set up stepping stones for more leagues and more opportunities for men in R6.
Absolutely.
So, it is what it is. But with Harmony now coming to a near end for its season, maybe it's about time you get another tattoo here, Santos, and have the league fall apart immediately afterwards. So maybe wait till season 2. All right, maybe wait till Elena actually.
We can't say this right now, Scott, because we have our admins playing in our game. They have every right to just fire me now. Like,
they wouldn't fire me. Apparently, I'm off the chopping block.
I mean, we're both.
They fire you, but not me.
Yeah, we're both dispensable, Scott.
That's true. We are dispensable pawns.
Pro
can handle everything.
Later,
it's going to be actually very important.
If I do get this tattoo and it does fall apart right after, like, what kind of curse am I carrying in my skin, dude? Like,
honestly, I would just find an esport you don't like and just start tattooing logos and things like that.
Do you have anything on your hit list?
I don't know. What's a really bad one recently?
All of them? COD?
Okay, anyone from COD, just throw that out there. Yeah, if you don't like a COD team, or a Halo team, since I think that's mostly the same kind of like team owners and teams and orgs for that one, just knock a couple off the list, right? Just throw them out the window.
The two most prominent controller esports, just get rid of them.
Yeah, there you go. Knock out Sentinels for Valorant, right? I mean, that's probably going to be a sore note. They're the most popular team in the world for a reason. But
I love Drew.
They won Madrid, right? Like, you don't have to worry about it anymore, right? This is now where they go completely silent for 3 years in a row, and then people start to say, hey, get rid of Tins. Maybe he isn't as good as he used to be. And then he comes out of nowhere and shows he's the single best player in the world. That's what Sentinels do best. So maybe you need to get the tattoo and then immediately start laser removal surgery, Marvin, so that by the time the 3 years come up and it's gone officially, they'll win another title.
That would hurt, dude. Like laser, like the
it
action of getting laser surgery, I'm pretty sure hurts so much more than getting it. And like, I don't know, like I feel like my pain tolerance was really good throughout my first 2 tattoos, but after that, like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it. Like, and where am I going to put this Project Harmony tattoo?
Wait, you have one here, right? For
I have that one there, and then
that's
I have
Eris. What about the other arm?
I'm not going to show that on. Well, I could get it right here. You're saying, like on my left?
Yeah,
arm?
on the other side. Yeah, just in the same spot on the other side.
I could do that. I have to get the okay from like Nat or somebody. I feel like
to tattoo a more likely not copyrighted logo onto your body, right? Like. This is under the assumption that they've actually copyrighted the logo as well, right? So
yeah, right.
You're gonna have a lot of questions about whether or not that's actually been set up for. We'll have to see. That is actually a cool logo. I actually really like the Project Harmony logo because it's very easy to find in my Discord server scroll list when I'm trying to figure out if I am in fact working this weekend or not. That is, yeah. It's super discernible. Then that means that it's cool because I'm gonna remember it, and that's.
I do like this one. I mean, we've been a part of a bunch of leagues that have a bunch of cool logos. We were part of the Solar Flare, for example. Like that was a good logo. And then a lot of people.
And they changed it, and they changed it again, and then there's like a third iteration, and then
now it's dead. I didn't get a tattoo of that one. I swear.
So I heard.
So I've heard. No one tells me anything.
That's all right. No one tells me anything either. It's okay. We're in this together, Marvin. All right. We're in it for the long haul. That's actually, they spent a lot of time here this past week in general, making sure that it was you and I on broadcast this week.
Yeah.
Just trying to ensure that we at least get one more together because unfortunately for finals, I cannot be here whatsoever. I will be at a lane event and cannot make it. So, but I can do next weekend and any part of this weekend either. But
I mean, if
we're almost ready for this game. I feel like yes, production. I can hear you. Oh, he wants us to take it to a break.
The voices in my head are speaking, and they're
the voices in my head tell me that it's time to send it off to our segue screen. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Got more Project Harmony, or actually just the start of the Project Harmony action coming up right after this. Well, apparently the Tooth Fairy came true for me today, and we don't actually have to see Nighthaven Labs. And unfortunately, though, that doesn't come at the team saying last second, hey, let's just agree not to do this. Silly Slinkies did not, unfortunately, make it into the lobby in time, and they'll be forfeiting in our playoff stage the first map of Nighthaven Labs, which now means we're heading straight over to Clubhouse instead here, Marvin, with Admin Abuse now leading, heading into their map pick.
I think they just had our backs today, Scott. They knew that you were colorblind, and they knew that I'm just a generic idiot. And they were like, "Okay, you know what? Just take it off the."
That's it. That's actually so helpful to us. Yeah,
we really appreciate it. God is not anyone that's willing to listen to us. If you're listening, thank you.
Whoever it was, who not going to call it any names because I don't know any names. I don't pay attention to that stuff because it's not a part of my importance for this thing. Dogby, that will be the first operator that's knocked off the board. I'll be very careful not to say agent today. I'm doing a whole lot of Valorant recently. But hearing Marvin's voice will make me immediately think of R6 and, of course, all the fun times we spent together alongside each other in Project Harmony and Project Terrace, which, again, more R6. It will be Ram actually knocked off. This is the first Ram ban I have ever seen.
Like throughout anything that you've casted for R6?
Yes. Yeah, of every game I've ever casted, I've never seen Ram get banned before. So a very interesting choice for Admin Abuse, but is their map pick? Maybe they have really something cooking up in the back where they can say, oh, we've been, ready for this one, waiting it out. We've been letting this hit in the sous vide for a while, and it's just been waiting for the right time to come on out and get cut up in front of you. And speaking of things that get sliced on out, Fenrir's taken off the board for Clubhouse, which that one, not too shocking, Marvin.
No, absolutely not. A lot of tight spaces here inside a Clubhouse. So eliminating the Fenrir, just giving yourself that sort of visibility if you're on the attacking side, definitely going to help you out quite a considerable amount. Azami being taken away as well. Obviously, the nerfs that have come out recently versus Azami, her barricades now are able to succumb to bullets, but still a very powerful operator when you're considering, the garage rafters, for example. So, loving that ban. Ram, obviously very useful, especially for a basement attack, being able to take out pretty much all of the kitchen floor without anyone being able to do anything about it. So, love that ban. And then Dokebi, that happens all the time, but at least she calls, unlike you, Scott.
Wow, that is.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
you.
attackers.
Like that's yeah. I don't even know how to progress through that one.
You should call. That's what
We talked about this during the break. I have trouble reaching out to people, but I'm willing to talk at any time. Jeez, I struggle expressing myself emotionally, Marvin. True. Either way, I had 5 sisters. You think there'd be anybody that could express themselves emotionally? It's gotta be me, all right? First round gets underway, and Silly Slinkies opt to head down into basement for the map of Clubhouse. Who would have thunk it? Well, who could have expected it? This is easily the best objective to hold on to for the map of Clubhouse. Your secondary troops will be master bedroom and gym, and then some teams have even opted to go for the first floor site, as CCTV is still quite the difficult for Ray to hold on to, and cash to construction side is almost just as difficult as having to deal with that outside eastern suburb, which we are directly next to here, just outside Kindles, as well as just the overall level of extension you can have off towards this western side of the map. As you can see, admin abuse start to prep up to clear out some of the potential competitors in front of them for Silly Slinkies, who are lying in wait for maybe a couple shot opportunities, as Russell is really hunting for something with the dock, but this maybe isn't the best type of operator to bring up in the face of admin abuse. At least you can heal up if you take damage.
Absolutely so, and speaking of taking damage, I think we're about to have our first engagement, unless this drone work is completely off base. There's no one, I believe, over towards the top section of this map, so you have to kind of figure everyone is sitting down here just chilling, waiting for all of admin abuse to come on by. They're kind of, biding their time down here. They're really not pressuring up towards the top too much. They had a little bit of an extended presence like you saw from that dock, but really nothing more than that. They're going to be able to deal with the kitchen hatch pretty efficiently there. Actually, no, never mind. I think one more Hibana pilot has to go off of that. But nonetheless, that's where their focus lies. And a minute off the round, but a lot of control gained for admin abuse, but they're going to have a little bit of a tough time with this kitchen floor just because they have to do it with a sledge instead of somebody like a ramp.
Yeah, there are obviously some difficulties that have been made with the band selection, but you also have, a buck you could bring for the skeleton key, which Mel's is in fact choosing to do so. You have Melly on the sledge, like you mentioned. There's different ways to handle what Silly Slinkies have opted to ban and what you've opted to ban, and you're going to bring both of them in accordance to those decisions. You do get the first 2 bloods, but as soon as you start to find some sort of saving grace, it quickly falls back the other way. 3 kills in favor for Silly Slinkies. Has to be returned fire by Mel's. Down goes Goddess, and it's an even 2-on-2. 65 seconds remaining, and we had no deaths coming into the first minute and a half of this round. That means the last 6 deaths up to this point have all come in the final 20 seconds past here. It's an exceptionally quick, I would say, execution in for admin abuse, and now they're finally being held back, and the damage is proving to be a little bit too much for them to contend with. This Mels will be DB'd, and Kato, who is unfortunately off elsewhere, now has her own problems to deal with, swinging back around the corner and cut off from Moto. It's Russell with the kill to close things out, as you can see Mari off the other end. They were watching off towards that what do you call that? Dirt side? That's what it is called. The Silly Slinkies will take that first round in pretty convincing fashion, bar the first 2 deaths they kind of gave up. They recovered very well.
They did, and I maybe that comes down to admin abuse trying to ride the high of that round. They pick up the first 2 kills, but then they get slammed 3 times in a row. It comes down, they're eventually able to equalize out to a 2v2, but when you own a 2-woman advantage, you had the time in the round to, really slow things down, determine the final positions of Silly Slinkies, and, work that out as a team, but maybe getting a little over aggressive. There was a lot of one-on-one engagements despite that slew of blue in the kill feed, so maybe for admin abuse, just slow things down. You need to figure it out. As far as, the pacing of the round, don't give Silly Slinkies these 1v1s because they're going to gun you down if you give them the opportunity.
A lot of that round, and you talked about kind of getting swept up in the spree of things there for admin abuse, a lot of that kind of felt like admin abuse got those early blunts, felt confident, and then instead of swinging elsewhere to create more phantom pressure, to open up more sightlines, to create more available options for the now 5 players they had still standing, they thought they could force the pace, force the transition in towards sight, and Silly Slinkies had wonderful line of sight to deny that. So many players off through dirt, and I was even going to comment on it. Silly Slinkies had 3 players at one point defending dirt all at the same time. They had 2 of them eventually rotate out, but that puts so much defensive presence off towards dirt, keeps it in the back of their mind, make sure they know that this is still theoretically my place to claim control over and deny space of. That admin abuse still forcing their way through that doesn't really help themselves out, and eventually led to the big problem that trickled out their way and gave Silly Slinkies that round win. But this objective, this should be a whole lot easier for Admin Abuse as long as they take advantage of actually clearing down that eastern suburb, the biggest head-on-head battle you'll have to deal with in the early stages of this round, the battle of utility back and forth. And then, of course, Highway, where we actually see Kato currently standing and waiting to catch maybe a player or two off guard in through that CCTV window.
Creating pressure all throughout the map as Basket Case has made her way inside of construction and gets a kill for it. The secondary swing will come through. Mari, a recent newcomer as far as, Women's Siege goes. Obviously, she played a little bit of previous Project Harmony, but she made a statement when she did so. As well as mine, catching a kill, taking down Cavi. So, dealing with that hard wall on the outside is going to become considerably more difficult, and the bolts coming in from that Capital as well, getting sucked up by that magnet. It is, it's a lot of just small mistakes that Admin Abuse are making, and now this is going to be a one-sided push here as they shift their focus over towards construction.
Slow and steady typically wins the race, but Admin Abuse are going to start to feel the pressure to put their foot down on the pedal. Accelerated to progress forward in towards the site. One player top of red stairs, and it looks like Mel's is typically aware of that. You will have your Romai choice of Ivy going sitting off over there. Will Lauren hold out strong in this position? Well, a lot of the utility that will eventually be dumped off towards them force them a little bit further back. Double flash for Mel's. The first one gets 8, but the next 2 they send 4 do in fact go off quite well off towards red staircase. Kato holding that CCTV window has double sight lines. One player through cash wall and the other one off towards rafters. But neither player gives them the time of day for too much longer, as Kato will now have to be quite wary. Possibility that they themselves won't even be able to step within the sights. So you can keep the line of sight so darn positive for Silly Slinkies. There's Lauren, top of red stairs, still not dealt with. As Cavi goes down, just Mel's and Kato remaining. Both have tertiary angles to each other, and though Mel's does take down Lauren eventually off towards top of red stairs, there still is a player holding within cash room that will deny that construction entry, waiting for the player here of Mel's to step in through the door.
Oh!
Can't get your big pickup. Spleech gets them down instead, as Kato now trapped within a 1v3, deals with the first, a second wide swings, but no, too much is Spleech off towards rafters, refragging the loss of life of their teammate in the final frag to close out that second round.
The inability to create pressure all around the map is what costed Admin Abuse at the end of the day there. They got locked into that construction battle and did really well to find a couple of kills there, but overall just a little bit too little too late. And because you were unable to clear out rafters, because you were unable to create pressure at least from the balcony side, all of Silly Slinkies were able to just turn their guns, funnel you through what is essentially 2 different doorways, right? You had actually only one doorway if we're really considering that, right? It was just the construction door that Silly Slinkies had to be concerned with. Obviously, we had the player on Highway that was sitting there for a little bit, but overall, a little bit of a self-explanatory round there for Silly Slinkies. All they had to do was be patient, and that's exactly what they did. Granted, they were Admin Abuse, with the clutch factor, able to work that down into an eventual 1v1, but when you let it come down to the last final 10 seconds, you're really putting yourself in a bit of a pickle there if you are an attacking player. So overall, just a couple small mistakes from Admin Abuse, but they're putting up a fight for sure. Silly Slinkies, I mean, that experience is coming on through, right? These are just textbook defenses, no overextension, things like that. It's just just sitting back and funneling people through, because that's what you got to do on the defensive side.
Yeah, and Admin Abuse are looking a little one-dimensional almost on these takes. They're doing the right thing, right? I mean, I talked about the importance of Highway window, that CCTV window. I talked about the importance of taking construction and removing top of red stairs player. That was Lauren at the time holding it. And we saw them kind of deal with that. But Silly Slinkies were able to sit back, not really have to worry too much about CCTV window. And even with Lauren going down, they had another player inside cash room waiting for Mel's to eventually step into that open space. You can take claim of an area, but you can't take it completely, and that's where we're seeing Admin Abuse kind of fall into this problem. The better way to do it would have been to clear out top of red stairs and take control of that corner in general by working down in a break room, work through prep, instead work from below and catch Lauren off guard from there. Admin Abuse stayed on that second floor. They didn't bring up any tertiary angle. They didn't bring up any top-down approach or bottom-up approach in this stance, and it kind of fell flat because of that. And they'll have to think about that now heading into the next round, where they do net themselves a pretty solid first blood. Spleech for the first time in this game will eventually fall. It's a very solid first frag for Admin Abuse to gain, as they seemingly get a little bit overzealous. It's Silly Slinkies giving up a big run out as Cavi just tried to get a bit too big for their britches. Goddess now joining them in the afterlife, and doing the exact same thing with Melly, taking them down. It's a 4 versus 2 now for Admin Abuse, who are sitting pretty. Bar, the 2 frags right back for Silly Slinkies. Lauren's going crazy with a no-scope in P7. Down goes Mel's, down goes Melly, and it's only the one lonesome player, Victoria, remaining, and she's got 2 more players in front of her that she has to cut through. And plenty of time to do so, Marvin, but the pressure is on, and the information is almost entirely unknown, and Lauren's on a bit of a rampage. What can you possibly do, as you seem like every window you'll swing towards, every peek you'll make, will be met by a Silly Slinky defender waiting for you to do the exact same thing?
Being incredibly patient are the Silly Slinkies, not giving Victoria any sort of opportunity to make an entrance inside. She's stuck out there on highway, and because of this mirror window inside of Secret, I mean, she really has no good course of action. She has to take this one-on-one against the Bandit and wins it. But now you have a tough gunfight here up against the mirror, and she wins it. Mari goes down. Victoria able to clutch things out for Silly Slinkies and put their first round on the board.
Victoria just changed up the entire pacing for Admin Abuse there. The realization that there's only one feasible location for this last defender to be within, behind the mirror window, inside a vault, and just locks down that angle in a slight miscalculation of how far the crosshair would shift on the crouch and swing in, or the crouch and peek in, out of vault mount from behind the mirror window, despite having perfect line of sight up to that point. It's something Silly Slinkies are going to be kicking themselves in the rear, and it's something your player behind it vault is going to be kicking themselves in the rear in. Now heading into round 4, where yes, you can step back down to the basement site where you had a very rough start with Admin Abuse getting 3 kills nearly immediately, but you clapped back very effectively and eventually did take yourself straight through to the ending to find the conclusion in your favor. And I don't think Admin Abuse are going to go so flat this time again with too many players stacked up towards dirt. If they like dirt, and there's nothing wrong with moving in from dirt, you'd expect a player down through sewer or through oil, technically with the right name. You'd like a player off into blue, off through secret to help down into blue, and maybe even a player off towards moto to create pressure through that soft wall inside of dining, inside church, to help as well with that push. Just something there to help your dirt player instead of being so out in the open and really just wildly swinging those corners to try to clear out any defenders that are up close.
I love that you talk about that, right? Because we talked about in the first round that we saw in Basement how just turtled up Silly Slinkies were. They were very patient with that defensive side. No, sort of pressure towards those top floors or even that middle floor, just trying to create that phantom pressure like you talked about. You had the dock extend out there for just a couple of seconds, but really nothing doing there. And they're already taking your advice to heart, Scott. They're going for a little bit more of a multifaceted attack, at least throughout these first 30 seconds of the round, just trying to get into the building with an absolute force. Unfortunately for them, it's not working out. Cavi goes down. That's your Habana going down as well. So dealing with these hatches is going to become infinitely more difficult. They have the can openers to replace it. Otherwise, I mean, you still don't want to lose a player that early. We're only a minute in, Scott.
Can't give up too much claim, can't give it too much space, but at the same time, you need to make sure that you're also willing to take some sacrifices along the way. Oh, I think the sacrifice you really want to make is not going to be the player that's dying, right? I don't think that's necessarily the willing sacrifice you're going to have. But who was it? Who was the operator that fell there, actually, that DC?
It was Habana.
Habana. Ooh, that's actually going to really stink.
Yeah.
That is awful. That is not good. Not looking good right now for Admin Abuse. They still have the sledge, they still have the buck, so the feasibility of, making sure they can get this pocket breach off inside of the kitchen hatch is there. They just have to make sure that neither Lauren nor Goddess could really deny that with an impact, and thankfully, with enough pressure from Melly and enough pressure from Mel's off inside Central Hall, you're doing just that, right? You don't have to be as concerned about it. You can get the pocket breach down, and you can open up that hatch and create more angles and more possibilities for your team. But with 65 seconds remaining, all of this dirty work, all this prep phase that's not a prep phase for Admin Abuse has to eventually culminate to something, and that's where Silly Slinkies have done so well as those final 20 to 30 seconds denying Admin Abuse space.
A little bit of a peek coming out here from Silly Slinkies, but it's actually Basket Case finding the first opener for Admin Abuse and putting things even here as we hit the 45-second mark. My question is now, how are you going to dig players out of these, extended positions? You have one player playing towards blue, and they have an idea because that Capital Firebolt is putting a little bit of pressure on her, but Russell will take one down, and so does Admin Abuse. They're all falling. Basket Case finds her second on the round, but eventually it's all down to Mel's, who picks up one on the buck. 20 seconds remaining. She has to push into this, sort of fatal funnel. She really has one option. She has to try and swing in through, but all the eyes are trained on her. She's given away her position. 10 seconds to go now. And if you're silly Slinkies, you just wait patiently for her to cross into your crosshairs. Mel's will go down, and another just fundamental abuse coming in here from the silly Slinkies.
I'm sorry to break it to you. If you're a defender and your sole role and responsibility is inside of dining or inside of church, you're a sacrificial lamb. Yeah. Your entire purpose there is to buy time and then die. Your expectation is to die. You're not supposed to die. You're going to die. That's just what it's going to be. They're going to take Moto. They're going to take that hall, that church wall hall. They're going to be able to take you down. Their player in blue is going to be more important. And when that position's given up, they'll either die, and then the responsibility and the role will fall back to the two players inside of Harmony, whether that be towards Kool-Aid Wall or that be back actually towards the Harmony vaults, the Harmony cages. Lockers, that's what it is. The Armory Lockers, that's the correct name for it.
Yeah.
Whether it be either of those two players, which was the final two players there for Silly Slinkies, their responsibility is to just sit further back and hold space, because there's no way for avenues to go through, because Moto Door creates a perfect line of sight in through to the back of Armory. It also creates great line of sight in through blue, which we saw a great fundamental 1v1 from Silly Slinkies at a nice space off there from Secret Entrance. And while I do love seeing Admin Abuse actually take advantage of those things that I highlighted being the biggest weakness for them, they fell away from the thing that kind of worked best for them, which was that dirt push, and put too much emphasis, I would say, due to the lack of a Hibana, to get that kitchen hatch open and then stick around for a bit too long where they necessarily didn't have to. And that's just kind of the problem. Hibana usually just places the X-Kairos pellets, kind of takes that battle between impacts and that, and then goes off elsewhere, off towards dirt. And if you don't have the hard breaches to break through dirt, that's going to happen. And it's just one of those unfortunate things where they may never get to see that round again, all things considered. If they even win a single round past this, may never even have to see Church again. And something that Silly Slinkies would say, okay, it's fine. We've won it now twice. There's not too big of a problem on our shoulders here.
Definitely not. Silly Slinkies can be pretty secure in their defenses, even with that one round that Admin Abuse won on the gym site. It really came down to a 1v2 clutch where you kind of misplayed it a little bit and opened up the possibility of taking those 1v1s. So you clean up those things, those little things a little bit, you can hold your head in high regard. As silly Slinkies have looked great on this defensive side. Very little cases of over aggression, and when they do it, they haven't really been punished for it. So Silly Slinkies looking like the stronger side here, at least on Clubhouse. Admin Abuse struggling on the attack a little bit. We've got to get a little bit more coordinated, right? I'm seeing a little bit of disjointedness coming in from their attacks. Like we have a little bit of an overextension, a little bit of a mistiming on one side of the attack, and that's leaving the other, team members from Admin Abuse out to dry. So getting a little coordinated, getting on the same page is what I'm going to be looking for them to make an adjustment on this latter half of the attacking side.
Admin Abuse will start to prep up the destruction of this eastern suburb wall, the big CCTV wall. Well, we'll create a sort of tertiary angle off towards CCTV window from the highway side to make sure there can be no bandit tricking or maybe Kai Electroclaw tricking, anything of the sort to deny that hard breach in its totality or in any capacity whatsoever, because you're not playing for the total denial, you're playing for the eventual slowdown, where Admin Abuse have now shown multiple times here, Marvin, that they struggle to do well in the final 20 to 30 seconds, especially when the player count's already dwindling. It doesn't feel like they have as much of a backup plan in the process. What a run out, though, from Lauren. You create the opening, Admin Abuse. You better be wary of the fact they'll use it against you. Down goes Caddy. Cavi joins them as Goddess gets them with the TCSG, and it's now a 5 versus 3, the player advantage in favor of the defenders, who are already leading this half, which is to be expected on Clubhouse. But it's Silly Slinkies, a team that's already playing with their life on the line thanks to the map 1 forfeit. They have to win this map to see the third, and I know everyone here for Project Harmony wants to see that come forward, unless you just happen to be a really big Admin Abuse fan.
Or you hate me and Scott, something like that. Because
True.
If Admin Abuse end up taking this map, then we only got one map together during this entirety of the playoffs. And I know we're probably not going to be able to see each other later on. Speaking of seeing people, though, it's Victoria taking down Goddess. The Cade or the walls have already been dealt with, so that's a little bit of a Pyrrhic victory. You're just taking a gun off the board. You haven't sniffed this player out of the rafters either, and you're losing more bodies from admin abuse. So again, the struggles on the attack continue. Basket Case continues to frag, and she finds a Claymore kill as well. We're down to a 2v2. Wow. She takes down a third. It's down to the smoke of Mari with 30 seconds left.
Do you have the time? My goodness, Melly. An unbelievable just recovery for admin abuse here after the very rocky start. Now just silly Slinkies in a 1v2. Mari has to get the job done, and though she may get the first, Melly gets DB and Ode off the back of a Frostman and has to pick herself up and now decide how they have to transition forward. You're now limping your way in towards the objective through the rafter side. You don't have the time to sprint. If you step up over here, Mari's just going to wait to fire from below. You don't even have diffuser. You can't even get there in time. Your ankles are destroyed. The bones aren't working. You're going to hear the of Zofia the entire way through. In a beautiful play from Silly Slinkies to realize what's going on and fall back down. Cut your 1v1, cut your losses. What a round 5 was for Silly Slinkies.
An incredibly intelligent play coming out from Mari there. She repositions knowing that she can open up a 1v1 opportunity outside towards highway and wins it beautifully there. And by that time, she just has to waste time knowing the fact that, hey, she hit that frost mat. She has no time to come and get me. I'm just going to make myself as absent as possible because the diffuser was lost on highway as well. Just some intelligent plays coming in from Silly Slinkies, and again, just struggle with execution for admin abuse. And Basket Case is, she's putting the team on her back, but I'm looking for production from Cavi, who has struggled throughout this matchup so far. Because admin abuse are in these rounds, right? These rounds have come down to, 2vx or 2v2, 2v3 situations. Those are winnable for admin abuse. They're going to have to do something here in order to set themselves up for a productive defense.
Talking about productive defenses, Silly Slinkies have been proving that pretty darn effectively. You can't see a goddess is hunting for a drone. Notice there. That's what Solus is good for, as well as the PD-90. Just have a little bit of extra oomph behind it with an SMG, though it may shoot BB pellets. All it takes is a single headshot in R6 these days. Well, actually, in all of R6, not just these days. So they're pretty well equipped for what's coming ahead of them. As we are up inside of the second floor for the master bedroom and gym, and honestly, admin abuse win this round previously purely off of the huge 2v1 that came out. I don't expect that to be possible here again if Silly Slinkies just play a whole lot more collected about the engagements early. Yes, the round became so dominantly Silly Slinkies' flavor because Lauren went crazy. Lauren got 3 kills in quick succession, completely tore apart admin abuse on highway, took apart their entry in towards Jacuzzi, took apart their entrance in towards gym window. And if you're able to do that again, good for you. But I doubt that admin abuse let it, and you've got to play so stealthily. And where is the aim, Lauren? I see you every day broadcasting. I know you play. Where is the collected aim? It's an unfortunate loss of life. And Melly, who goes crazy previously, almost entirely breathes life for admin abuse in the prior round, gets a huge frag to take down the flank. But unfortunately, the damage had been wrought out, and they'll fall just the same. Now Cavi joining them.
And again, it's skipping steps. Basket Case was lucky to catch Lauren there, just kind of slipping. But then again, admin abuse is doing so well to bring it back because that's what they've done throughout every single one of these rounds. But you would like a little bit more continuity coming in from them. As Kato goes down as well, suddenly we found ourselves in this situation once again, Scott. It's a 2v3 and you're stuck out here towards the jacuzzi wall. How are you going to dig yourself out considering the fact that mine is sitting pretty here on the central stairs waiting for you to swing on it?
Watching the angle, Mine has a perfect spot. Don't move from here, Mine. Stay prone and keep the line of sight for admin abuse, either up or down. They have to commit one way or the other, and if they're too slow, you'll strike quick. The prone angle has to be moved away. What stairs are good for? You don't have to actually drop to the ground to go for the frag, but that's where Mari steps up instead. Mel is just caught out in the open, and well, Victoria has no choice as well but to step inside of gym window. And highway control just hasn't been the end-all be-all, it seems, here for admin abuse in that first half. It's a very struggling performance here on Clubhouse. Silly Slinkies just, if you take any half 5-1, really it doesn't matter the map most of the time in R6, but Clubhouse, I'd expect a 4-2. Still a defender most of the time, but a 5-1 when the only round admin abuse get is off of a huge play in a 2v1 scenario. That's not the best look for them. We may have a third map quicker than we would like. Either way, from the looks of things, Silly Slinkies do not like the fact they forfeited. They're coming out here with a vengeance, Marvin, and I'm here for it.
Dude, we talked a lot in the pre-show about how the gap in Women's Siege is sort of closing a little bit, but if we showed you this scoreline minus that map 1 forfeit, you would have never guessed it. You would think that Silly Slinkies are, in their primes like they were. I forgot what their team name was for Eris, but dude, they are putting up quite the performance there. Granted, they were on the defensive side on Clubhouse. The defensive side, obviously, I say this all the time, but the defensive side in Siege a little bit stronger. That being said, though, 5-1 is a beautiful first half outcome. And admin abuse, you have a lot of work to do, but you can at least take solace in the fact that you can set up the defenses. You can define the pace your way inside of these rounds. I'm interested to see how they're going to adjust, how much resolve they're going to show inside of this map.
We talk about beautiful. You need to see a beautiful execution defensively from admin abuse. We've said it. We'll say it as many times as possible. Near perfect. That's the answer here, because, oh my goodness, had Silly Slinkies played an unbelievably strong first start of these rounds, where, yes, multiple times, Mark, admin abuse were getting first bloods. They were arguably winning out in these engagements in the round, but Silly Slinkies' defense was too darn solid and would not waver. If admin abuse can replicate 50% of that and keep the same level of dominance they had in the early stages of these rounds, admin abuse can and will meet and match Silly Slinky's 5-round performance here up in the tally and catch up with the next 4 rounds, or really here or there at some point, catch up in general and maybe even surpass Silly Slinkies. That's a hard ask, especially when defensively there's not really much being given for your roamer of Kato up above on the first floor, and everyone else is down below and lying in wait and playing this one as passive as you can possibly ask for, while Silly Slinky do the right thing and drone things out and are now just mere meters away from catching out this player in the corner, and Mari gets it and it'll finally be cleared away. Can Kato get out of this dangerous scenario? The answer should be yes, but there is no escape back down to the basement here, Marvin. You have to move in towards stairs. A drone gotchas Kato here once again, and Silly Slinkies can now confirm it is a 5v4 down below on basement, but they want to ensure the execution of Kato, who has outstayed their welcome, I should say, on this first floor back towards Strip.
I'm a little worried about how much time Kato is wasting up here just by being up here. She hasn't even taken a gunfight as of yet, and a lot of the guns seem to be trained her way. They're waiting for her to leave the bathroom, and she's not even presenting the Silly Slinkies with that opportunity. Eventually, she's gonna have to swing out, right? Because you have to find this kill. Swing out she does, and she'll find one. It's Lauren going down. Now where are the trades? Goes for the pre-fire, but nothing doing. Kato will go down, but you did a beautiful job up there to waste like 2 minutes of time there for the Silly Slinkies. Now they've got to go.
3 versus 4. 30 seconds now ticking and remaining, and Silly Slinkies with the player disadvantage and arguably not the best positioning or operator choices for the final 3 that need to still be standing. You've lost Lauren, you've lost mine, you've lost both of your entry roles, and it's going to be a gun-up engagement for some very slow operators of Silly Slinkies to move down in towards this basement side, as Mari is just now breaching out Moto. Down goes Spleech. A quick drop from Goddess, and the Legion goo mine rinses the ankles and forces them asunder. It's Mari all by herself in a 1v3, able to cut down one, but time is running out, and though the diffuser goes down, this isn't Valorant, baby. It's R6. The plant means nothing. It's a round for admin abuse to hold on.
And if that is a tone setter for the rest of their defense, then we are in for a hell of the rest of map 2, Scott, because admin abuse played that perfectly. And Silly Slinkies, again, like we were talking a lot in the pre-show, I keep mentioning it about how the information game is going to play out. Obviously, maybe not as prominent here as it would have been on Nighthaven Labs, but the fact that they dealt or had so much trouble dealing with Kato upstairs, they were dealing with her for a solid 2 minutes, and then they shifted their focus down towards the basement. By then, admin abuse can sit comfortably knowing that they can just funnel you into these, just few different doorways. So, a beautiful job of wasting time, but maybe a little bit of concern there for the Silly Slinkies. But again, I mean, Scott, I want to spend as much time with you as possible. So I don't know who to root for in the sense of that, because like admin abuse, obviously, I love a little bit of an underdog story. Sending silly Slinkies down to the lower bracket would be insane for them, but I'm also trying to. Like, I don't know, man. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place here, Scott. I love
Marvin is battling the decision to root for a team that could have a huge comeback, and obviously has some favoritism. He's working for him, so I mean, there's something there for Marvin.
Yeah, they could fire me, right?
They could fire you. You can not return. I do not care, so it does not matter to me. Fire me, I dare you. Well, also, Saki wants to spend more time with me and you, the audience out there tuning in. I don't know. It is a hard question to ask. I love seeing a comeback story, and seeing admin abuse come back in this map would be unbelievably impressive. But silly Slinkies, they need the map to force a third. And it's probably pretty well deserved, considering that Labs would have been the first one, and they don't get to see it. And it's been unfortunate when I believe that was their map pick. They're going to have a lot of expectations heading out at Admuse instead. EMP will go out. That is Spleesh providing it. You will have the two-brow canisters slowing that down, and will make that jacuzzi breach a nigh impossibility. But that's why you've got the blowtorch, able to clear out the top side of that jacuzzi wall. Maybe force Victoria slightly away, or maybe even Cavi away, as the two-brow canisters continue to go out, and the majority of admin abuse here, Marvin, just say, I don't want to be involved, and I'm just going to take this. This is a losing battle against a bandit battery spammer and a two-brow canister wielder. I'll take my chances elsewhere.
It's a beautiful use of the two-brow to waste a little bit of, just a minute of the round there, just no pressure can come towards that jacuzzi side, so you force the silly Slinkies over towards that, smaller portion of the map. You're going to give this wall one more go, but there are still two brow canisters in wait. So Mari's gonna have to play this incredibly smart with her exothermic charge, and yeah, they have no intention of losing this wall whatsoever. The bandit trick doesn't go through, so you can find a little bit of solace there for silly Slinkies there. You were able to accomplish this job, but it did take a considerable amount of time. So I'm wondering how else is the pressure being created as Cavi actually goes down. I'm not sure where from, who was involved in that gunfight, but nonetheless, she's down but not out.
DBNO'd but not forgotten. That would be the most important thing here for admin abuse, as they want to hold on the majority of their numbers at the remainder of this round. But the position that Cavi's given up here, Marvin, is actually a really influential and a really big pivot point for them defensively. You'd argue it's one of the most pivotal points of pressure to hold back, or at least to hold back pressure, I guess I should say, to flip that around in my mind. The silly Slinky side, who are really wanting to step in towards these highway windows, more specifically the gym window as of the current moment, as you thought, hey, Nels, I can provide some assistance if I peek in through construction door instead of just the other side. But silly Slinkies are aware of your silly ideas. They catch you off through construction wall, they kick down Mel's, and though they do lose two players off on highway from a great swing from Victoria, eventually Cavi's death will be guaranteed, and silly Slinkies go above and beyond, removing Melly from the equation, now leaving just Victoria and Kato, who leaves Victoria alone. It's an over and done round for silly Slinkies, a devastating result, as admin abuse finally looked like they were getting their feet underneath them, and they've been swept out from under them just as quickly.
Match point here for the silly Slinkies to force a map 3, Scott. Where do you go if you are admin abuse? Because the only site that has really worked out for you so far, has been this gym and bedroom site. And that is going to be their final place of defense, or what could be their final place of defense here. They're going to try it once again. But Scott, they had the pieces there. If Cavi hadn't gone down, she was going to be able to hold inside of the bedroom there, and silly Slinkies would have had simply no place to go. But a huge clutch couple of kills there inside of the midpoint of that round really kind of secured their fate and put admin abuse on the back foot. So if you're admin abuse, you got to find a way to make yourself safe in these positions. Maybe, giving yourself... You know what? No, they can't. They only have the Womai magnets to really, give themselves any sort of stability in these extended positions. So for admin abuse, you just got to find a way to stay safe and really control the bomb site, because they lost control of A, and it all just kind of fell apart there. The gunfights, the trainability there from silly Slinkies was on point.
Honestly, silly Slinkies, they knew they had a very important frag right off the rip, taking down Cavi, and pretty much everything past that's just kind of a consolation victory, right? When you're building a house, is what I'll say, Obviously, in Minecraft, you don't have to worry about it. You don't need a pillar in the center of your structure. But when you're actually building a home, architecturally, you need some foundation. You need some support for the second floor, for the roof even. You have to have some sort of banister, have some sort of pillar somewhere. Whether you use your walls or not, it doesn't matter. All the walls here in R6 are typically breakable, and the main pillar of your defense is going to be Cabby stacked up behind that chair. Losing that then takes out pretty much the majority of your defensive structure off the board and really isolates those single players to very unlucky spots, like we saw Nels kind of get caught out trying to sit in that construction door, gets removed from the construction breach that was pretty wisely broken out for silly Slinkies. Thank you out there. I will, in fact, not leave Minecraft alone. Please release more updates. It's ridiculous. But admin abuse, they needed a better way to recover, and they lost the chance to do it a little bit too early, and silly Slinkies very smartly countered everything they needed to off the one big success point. Can they do it again, or will admin abuse find a better way to, I guess, evolve this defensive positioning? Because if they don't, it's already map 2 done, and it will be a tied series heading over into the third map, which isn't as impressive when we're only going to see 2 maps in general.
They just want to limit the amount of talking that me and you do, because we could have had 3 maps. And
could have.
You know, judging by the performance, maybe probably not, because silly Slinkies have been playing a beautiful game of Siege, at least so far, and Cavi's struggles continue as she gets taken down. So no annoying tuber canisters this time around. They're probably going to lose the wall a little bit more quickly here, and yes, they have. It's time for them to swing on through. Victoria, you've got to go. You've got to peek out, buy yourself a chance, and she does. It's a 3v3 as we hit the minute mark.
Bleach will have to take a very dangerous position to swing from. They get the kill where you need to on a Victoria. Now you have Mar even finding yet another one. It's just Mel's now remaining, and it's going to be quickly snuffed out. All life, all enemies in front of you off the board. And this is exactly what you want to ask for if you accidentally forfeit away map 1, Marvin. You got to make sure map 2, not even your map pick, I might add, is a very decisive victory. And taking a 5-1 split at halftime is about the best way you can set the tone and tempo. Giving up 1 round kind of teases the competition and say, hey, you have a chance, probably, somewhat, maybe. It's contending. But the round after round effect, the kind of mental disbarment that they played and the ability to cut off the same objective now twice, it's just beautiful execution. It's a team that is capable of doing so and has done it every single time we've seen them here in Project Harmony and in Project Eris, and I don't expect it to stop anytime soon.
I'm just wondering where the mental is going to be for admin abuse, right? Because you won the map 1, but it was off of a forfeit. And then you get absolutely slammed map 2. It's 7-2, and it wasn't really close outside of a couple of clutch rounds there for admin abuse. So where is your mental as we hop into, you know, as we prepare for map 3, right? How are you going to reset from this? Because obviously, what we said in the pregame about silly Slinkies, you know, the gap closing between those two, they're out to prove something here to the rest of the Siege universe. And I think with Clubhouse, they made a statement. They're here to stay. Admin abuse, you've got a lot of work to do going into that map.
Yeah, and map 3 is Oregon. It was not Border, as you could see in the top part of this game previously. That was incorrect. It's Oregon, which means we're going back to the tried and true. We're going back to the standard of all standards for R6, which means both of these teams, arguably Marvin, will have the exact same expectations on their shoulders. It should be in anyone's game, a fair game. When we see an overtime victory and a required overtime in the first place game on Bank previously, I gotta envision that Oregon's gonna be the exact same thing. Give us OT, give us every single round possible. Silly Slinkies, if you dominate the first half 5-1, I'm going to be angry with you and you'll make an enemy out of me. And Marvin already hates everybody equally except for me. He just loves me, and that's just fine with me, Marvin.
You're not.
As we now get ready to jump on over to map 3, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break before we do so stay tuned for more from Project Harmony. We'll be back with map 3 when it's ready to go. Welcome back, everybody. Map 3 is almost ready to go as we're heading on over to Oregon. Marvin, your expectations for this?
Man, silly Slinkies have looked so good. They have looked so good. And if you were just looking at the score lines, you would have been like, oh, well, they gave up an 0-7 on Nighthaven Labs, but that doesn't tell the full story, right? Let's recap what's been going on in the series just a little bit. If you have been missing it, if you are just joining us, the map vetoes go as follows. It was Border and Cafe being taken off the board. Labs was supposed to be our first map, but we actually had a forfeit there, and they gave the map over to admin abuse because they wanted to make a statement. They just wanted the series to be close, apparently, because Clubhouse certainly wasn't. Silly Slinkies take that 7-2, and then the whole slew of maps in the middle getting banned out. We're going to Oregon as our map 3, Scott.
Yeah, as you would expect, or maybe not so much. Why is it Oregon in a playoff side? Well, that's because most people don't play most maps here for R6. Let's be brutally honest here. There are just some maps that aren't very good. There just are some maps you don't really want to go towards, and everything else before it tends to fall into the status quo. Although I am sad that for possibly my last broadcast here for this season of Project Harmony, there's no Chalet. When Chalet has been so darn prevalent here for Project Harmony up to this point. But still, Slinkies get the first ban of this map. They'll take off Capital, which, to be fair, Admin Abuse did make use of the Capital for a little while there, and it was somewhat annoying for quite a little while, especially in the third round or the second round defense, technically speaking, of that basement side, where you saw the Capital attempt to entry in through secret previously on Clubhouse. So these Slinkies don't want to deal with that. They'll say bye-bye Capital, which also just makes sense for Oregon. As Dokkaebi follows suit as expected defensively, Marvin, what are your expectations?
Well, it's Oregon, right? So you have a lot of flexibility as to what you want to do here, right? If you want to take out maybe, a Fenrir is always going to be good. Just any information that you can take away from the defensive side is going to be just absolutely beautiful for you. As we see our first defensive ban, it's going to be Mira. So that active information, I'd like to call it, for Mira, you can play off of those windows very effectively, especially towards the basement, but there's flexibility to use her on that top floor side as well. So Mira being taken off the board, no surprises there. Love that ban. Who's the second defensive ban? It's going to be Azami. So again, talked about the nerf in the previous map, but no barricades to deal with, or at least no artificial barricades, I guess you would call them for itself.
The Kiba barricades are quite annoying, but they're feasibly easier, especially when we're starting to fall a little bit more back into an LMG meta. It feels like, Marvin, at least a little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a bit easier to deal with the Kiba barricades. A bit. But if you had to make the choice of having to use an LMG to deal with that, it's just saying, hey, I could bring whatever and not have to deal with them, you choose the latter. In and out. It's not a problem, but that leaves Fenrir, and that's where I'm scared about. Basement's not going to make that much sense for it, but every other objective, Fenrir is going to be a big nuisance. The Dreadnought Mines are so darn annoying, and you're going to have to think about every corner you swing into if you're on the attacking side. As Admin Abuse will start off strong for the first attacking round. They'll opt to change up what they're bringing to the table based on what they're able to find. The objective of choice for firstly Slinkies here will in fact be the basement site as they start to fortify their defensive positions up on the first floor, hatch after hatch reinforced, and even coincidentally enough, the more important area, bunker down in basement. We don't see a shield, I don't believe, currently stacked up over there, as there are no shields here for silly Slinkies, and nobody actively holding it, but they'll still leave one wall open for the availability, and they'll have to leave one reinforcement available as well to reinforcement if a rundown dumps come forward for Admin Abuse.
Very high risk, high reward play if they want to play off of this wall, because they have to be able to escape safely in order to, make that pick really work out for you, right? Because they have distance hard breach if you are the side of Admin Abuse, right? You can throw that Selma charge from pretty much anywhere, depending on how good Kato's arm is, but gonna see we're gonna see how that sort of works out for them, as it seems like Admin Abuse want to circumvent it at least in its entirety, right? Most of the focus coming in towards this top floor, these main stairs sort of routing here. So maybe it won't be a little bit of a, what am I saying, dude? I am losing my train of thought so bad right now. But a lot of focus being towards this main stairs here as I try to collect myself. I'm losing it, man. I'm losing it.
So, do you hear how fast I was talking in map 1? I felt like, or technically map 2. I think I was on something. I'll slow it down. Not actually. It was way more fun.
Always on something. We're just both on the high of being with each other.
That's what it is. That's what it is. You just get my dopamine running, Marvin. That's really what it is. Speaking of dopamine, feels real good to get a kill. And for the first round, the player to be given the dopamine of that frag will be Kato, followed up by Melly. Great distance with the LMG and great securance with zero recoil when you have the Finka boost alongside it, as mine easily should have been able to get the frag back in return, but unfortunately gives up a bit too much space, now leaving only Mari remaining, with Lauren's death costing them a very potential round, as Mari in a 1v4 drops it to a 1v3, but the pressure is on and there's no real way to know exactly where all three of these remaining players will be. Gunshots from Cavi will give you a clue, but the moment you stand up to swing it, Cavi, don't stop firing. And they'll manage to secure that final frag needed to make sure this attacking round for Admirals goes swimmingly in their favor.
Now that I've collected myself, admin abuse, a beautiful attacking round there. Like, it was supposed to be an easy frag to get the trade away inside of the freezer, but you gave up so many bodies there, and then the LMG making a huge difference there as well. And you can click mouse 1 for as long as I think it was Mel's there on that Finca, just letting it sing and finding a bunch of kills. It was actually Basket Case on the LMG, but she opened up a lot of space down that freezer pathing, and in a 4v1, you have all room in the world to just send it. And Silly Slinkies really had no answers, so they were so astute on that defensive side there on Clubhouse, but not a great start here for this map.
Not looking good. That doesn't mean it's over just yet. They're having a call. They're calling a pause. I don't even know what's happening half the time with these players. What was it said earlier? They're talking about taking a shot of Sriracha before the map.
Well, Mari does that every week. Like, she
really?
talks about, they talk about Sriracha pretty much every time I've been on a broadcast. They're like, casters, how do you feel about Sriracha? And
I'm not a Sriracha guy. Actually, I can't even state the last time I had Sriracha. I may have never had Sriracha in my life, honestly.
I think we've talked about this before, Scott. You can't handle anything that has a level of
salt. Too spicy for me. You guys can see my pale complexion on broadcast. What do you mean?
All right.
Desperately need to go to a tanning bed. That's why I bring really nice lighting so that it makes up for the pale nature.
See, that's where me and you differ, man. I love spicy food. As the early engagement comes out and Kato goes down, that's your hard breach. That's your only hard breach off the board, and none of the hatches have been dealt with. She's having a heart attack, so are we. Does admin abuse now have to funnel themselves down these steroids? Yeah.
Killer segue. You're stealing a page out of my book on that one. Marvin's getting quick with it.
I'm becoming, like, I turned 26 this month. I'm getting closer and closer to just being the number one source of dad.
I get called a dad all the time with my dad jokes, so that's fair. Getting there, too. Turning 25 this month, so we'll get there. Speaking of turning 25, it's turning into the afterlife for Cavi. They'll flip over in their bed as they'll be forced to sleep for the remainder of this round. It's Goddess now joining the two players of Admin Abuse off the board. Silly Slinky still have the player advantage. 4v5 is still very obtainable. And the Solus, well, they're mostly there for information. It was also there just to be a thorn in the side of Admin Abuse in the next minute and a half, really about the next 10 minutes only, as you would anticipate that they'd fall back to the objective with about 30 to 40 seconds remaining and kind of bide their time to be a little bit more effective of a defender at that point. Mari will prep up a Dreadnought Mine, but will be forced back by a nade, not able to really take any momentum off the back of that utility expenditure, as Lauren instead takes it into their hands, swings in through Link from that meeting room side, catches 2, catches 3. Everyone from Admin Abuse is off the board as Silly Slinkies take the second.
What the hell happened between round 1 and round 2? It was a complete flip around. It was a dominant round 1 from Admin Abuse, and then a dominant round 2 from Silly Slinkies. No one from Admin Abuse could get any sort of solid footing inside of the map, and when they did, it was easily traded away. They had so much trouble dealing with the the meeting room sort of presence there in the middle of that round there, and Admin Abuse just fell at every single point of the round. We talk about in Siege marking the tick boxes, right? Marking the check boxes. I can very confidently say that they checked maybe one inside of that last round, right? Nothing happened for them. They tried to, catch someone off guard with that main stairs push, but Spleech was there and ready, so just the difference between round 1 and round 2 was just a sight to behold there. Admin Abuse didn't even look like the same team.
So the basement goes. That's just how this map is. Tell me I'm wrong. One time you see it and it's like the craziest thing ever and the attackers just dominate. The next one, the defenders barely had to shift. R6 tends to be a fickle mistress in the first place, but it just gets worse when you introduce objectives like this on maps as closely contended like this. It's perfection. I love R6. You can't get any better anywhere else. Don't listen to Rocket League players. They're crazy. I have cast Rocket League. No.
No.
It is not going to happen. 30 seconds in, though, and admin abuse is still working to clear out some windows. Just make sure they can clear out some space. Round 2 obviously wasn't exactly what they were looking for, but you can sum up a lot of that round just to being Lauren getting a really good flank and a lot of setup for Mari on the fin rear to slow down admin abuse at the top of laundry stairs. That's no longer an option. You don't have that versatility in the first floor, a floor above you to be able to fall back in through a hatch and drop down below. You have to go flat in. You also need to clear out the first floor unless Slinkys just don't have anyone there, which drones will tell you nearly everything you need to know, and I think they've gotten that intel. They're pretty much ignoring the totality of that first floor. Are now the frag here from Kato that takes down mine. There is one player that will rotate. It's Lauren. Can she be the upsetter once again as she preps in through main hall and readies herself to maybe send herself through to the laundry stairs or watch from below? See if she can get the footprints of Kato or anyone else that try to swing forward. As there it is, Mari gets the frag instead. It's an SMG-11. Down goes Spleechy as well, and Lauren waiting, but I think they've all gone too far of line of sight, unless maybe Cavi. It's so darn close, but the floorboards are a bit too shy the other way.
She's a big fan of those sandbags, and she hasn't been sniffed out. An easy kill coming down there from Lauren, who continues to make an impact inside of these rounds. She has to make even more of an impact as she's now down to a 1v3. So, impact or not, like, you have to clutch this out. Bells goes down, but at least they have the Finka boost to pick her back up. It doesn't matter, though. They're watching those white stairs, and again, admin abuse can put it together. So I'm fully expecting next round, like we've been joking about, for them to completely not even be in the round.
Oh, it's honestly really impressive how unseen Lauren can go for so long in that round. But there was only so many players that are going to be in Armory Hall. There's only so many players that are going to be caught off guard with a very quick peek. It's not going to be the same thing we saw in round 2. Round 3 pans out very differently. Admin abuse obviously coming with the result they're asking for. Slinkys is be forced to go back up to the second. Who really wants to go to meeting room and kitchen? Who wants to go to kitchen and dining, which I still think is one of my favorite objectives in all R6. It's not my favorite, but it's one of them. You're just not going to see it. Slinkys want to avoid it at all chances. They'll either win or lose this one. They'll go right back down to the basement because we've seen just how good they can be there. They'll need to change up the strategy. Honestly, Lauren put more importance off on, I would argue, sitting down below inside playroom and breaching out the floorboards there. It's kind of hard pressed. I don't know. Lauren's in this really awkward spot where obviously the strategy they brought the round prior wasn't perfect. The speed at which you can do so isn't going to change because it's just only one way up on that side of the map to the second floor. Your impact may be more useful walking up white stairs in the final 30 seconds to actually hold off on sight.
Admin abuse in that last round did a beautiful job of getting that games wall open and creating the pressure all around there. They were able to get a lot of armory pressure as well, and they were able to deal with the player inside of, inside of that little ledge area, inside a trophy here, as well as towards the attic, I guess it was called. Man, I'm losing it here, but they were able to deal with those players pretty easily. Maybe it was a case of overextensions there coming in from Slinkys. I'm not exactly sure, but they want to hold on to this a little bit more securely as they expend a deployable shield here to try and hold on to trophy a little bit longer, but they're able to deal with it relatively easily. So Spleech going to be able to find maybe a little bit of a ratty sort of pick here as she looks intent to swing there, Scott.
Goddess just waiting for maybe a peek up from admin abuse on big window, but this looks like phantom pressure for the time being. Majority of what we're seeing from admin abuse seems to be the total wanting to lock down the total side of master bedroom and presumably the master closet as well in through games room. You will eventually see some sort of transition from admin abuse off towards the big window that side they created previously. If you're going to open it up, might as well try to make use of it as well. Spleech is in pretty much perfect line of sight for window if they try to swing back over towards games, as there's a little bit of a sliver there. So they lose 2 teammates in the process. Goddess and mine are no more. Headshot has to be there, but swinging at the same time as as Kato speaks an undeniable truth. The crosshair speed just can't be there quick enough, and Mari is trapped in a 1v5. And though Victoria likely can be picked back up, it's not going to matter. They'll get the flawless result too quick as Kato just holds true, hears the footsteps through the breach between bottom attic and kids room, and secures the victory for the side.
Did I caster curse the silly Slinkys? I think I did. Because I was like, okay, so judging by how Clubhouse has been going, at least so far, Silly Slinkies was going to take that round pretty easily. But no, it actually was the complete opposite of what I said. Admin Abuse putting together a flawless round there. Really, Silly Slinkies just got caught out. Goddess went down. They went for a couple of swings there to try and bring things back even. And unfortunately, nothing worked out. Admin Abuse had beautiful gun presence, and they just took space so easily there, especially as they moved into Trophy and eventually into the site. Silly Slinkies really couldn't hold on. We've seen Mari in that, 1vx situation time and time again. Maybe she could make a little bit more of an impact, just try and cover something, like try and cover one of these roads of entry, because right now it's been a little bit too easy for Admin Abuse. So when Silly Slinkies loses these, extended sort of control gunfights, they fall pretty quickly. Admin Abuse's executes have been pretty good so far.
They've looked pretty pristine. Obviously, the big round for Silly Slinkies from the flank, but that wasn't the execute, and that wasn't the entry from Admin Abuse either, right? I would argue that was a late-stage blunder purely based off of the Fenrir and just the difficulties you're going to have of contending against that. That was a much more of a loss based on perfect timing from Lauren. She won that round, which is not something you want to say for the only round win you have. Let's be honest here. But head back into the basement. I would argue bunker would be where I would try to put so much, I guess, anchorage right now for Silly Slinkies. But again, they don't have a shield. I don't like this. I don't like the lack of a shield here. Because yes, Admin Abuse can counter it. They can bring out a Fenrir, not a Fenrir, sorry. They can bring out a Rotero drone on Flores. They can have some destructive utility with nades and just toss it into the corner. And you have a lot of utility there. But it gives you the chance for a kill early, and it gives you the chance to fall back as well, which is obviously lacking for Silly Slinkies in this round. As Lauren, off in no man's land, it seems, not able to have the sneak attack they were asking for, and they got in round 2. They'll be dusted first, and that's a 4 versus 5 now that Admin Abuse can just revel in for the next minute and a half.
Well, my big concern about that, too, is that outside of that clutch round that we were talking about, really Silly Slinkies have done nothing. Goddess and Mine both on a 0 piece, at least for the moment. I'm expecting them to turn that around, but at least so far, Admin Abuse doing an incredible job at just shutting down these impact players here for Silly Slinkies. And then, Mari, we talk a lot about her clutch potential, but you don't want her to be in that position time and time again. So, Admin Abuse, it's looking good for them as they take down Rustler, or Spleech, Basket Case follows up with the second, but a beautiful 2-piece to bring things a little bit closer as we hit the minute mark.
Mari and Goddess, last 2 remaining. Fenrir, Dreadnought Mine, Cassius Cato, and even before it completely obfuscates the view, Mari stands up, says, I will be your maker, and takes them down. As a second falls victim, it's Cavi. 3 kills in the round for Mari, and a 4th still very well possible. As Melly swings in slow and steady up through in through Freezer. Is already feeling the pressure as a player back through laundry window. It's not gonna matter. Mari does not get their 4th. Goddess hides behind the laundry machine. And Melly still has a chance to hit this shot, but the LMG just sprays and prays, baby. And Melly secures the headshot towards Goddess. Huge round win, and a big one on the attack for Admin Abuse to close another before the halftime switch.
Just when I thought Silly Slinkies had a chance, Admin Abuse rips it away from them. That is beautiful, beautiful gunplay coming in there from Melly to give Admin Abuse their 4th round in a row here, I think it is. The Admin Abuse just have completely turned things around. I was wondering how they were going to go into this map 3 because let's call it how it is. They got destroyed on Clubhouse, but right now they're doing the destroying right now, Scott. Yeah. It's been beautiful to watch some of them so far. And Silly Slinkies, a lack of answers. They're coming down to this basement bomb site once again.
Highlight a lot in Valorant that 3 is the minimum number of rounds you really feel like you need heading into a second half. And the number is a whole lot harder to narrow down for R6. Obviously, there's only 6 rounds and a half, so if you say 2, it feels like too many. If you say 1, it feels like too little. But 2 really good rounds, even if the result isn't good for Silly Slinkies, 2 good rounds out of them would be where I argue they need for comfortability heading into the second half. It could still be a 1-5 split, and it's doable as long as they can get a second round that looked really good. And I've only seen one really good round, and I don't even think it was the round that they won here, Marvin. And that's super unfortunate to say. They've got to pan out this next defensive round as a near-perfect solution for admin abuse, because up to this point, too much of the success has been driven off single individuals, and not enough of it has been driven off of true denial and space control, because there's 3 levels of control here in R6. There's your attacking land that you've taken for claim, your defending land that you are holding and trying to deny space over, and then no man's land. And Lauren's entire job is to prowl no man's land and catch off attacker land. And this is not a good battle of risk here. The risk to the reward ratio has been very fruitless for Lauren, and she needs to start thinking a little bit more about playing passive for intel on this roam. And if she does that, I think this 6th round could fall to them to make this a 4-2 split.
Well, the reason why Lauren has been so effective on her flanks, right? You know, she's down here on the site, so, you know, she's playing as one of those anchors. But the reason why she has been so successful is because, you know, maybe a lack of droning, as Mari picks up the first kill. That's Victoria going down off the Thatcher. But the reason why, again, coming back to this, Lauren has been so successful on these flanks, and obviously there isn't a lot of opportunity for her, at least on this round. But it's come down to just being present in those last couple of moments, and that's exactly what they're looking for here. Goddess picks up a second, and admin abuse not winning the gunfights this time around, but this time it's Mel's turning things over here and giving admin abuse their first kill of the round. But that being said, everyone is falling. As long as Melly's up, though, you have a chance. She's sitting at 10-2. She's been going insane, but you can't ask that from her every single round, and they are split up right now. So if she lets her presence known, it comes down to you're probably going to have to kill 2 or 3 people just to clear out the space to work with. So a minute remains. They're split up. They need to either reconvene and try and take things down together as Mel's goes down. So that's off the board. It's a 1v4 here for Melly.
How much place can you gain back here, Melly? 2 players? No, 3 players quickly siphoning in. Willing to peek Melly, and Melly has a ridiculous shot towards Spleech. But you can see now the passivity from Silly Slinkies. They don't want to grow overzealous, too big for their britches. They're holding back, 1 off towards Pillar. Lucy has a ridiculously wide sightline. Mine will not be there on the initial swing, but can be there for the second. I think we'll take the hold in first. As the impacts get sung forward, Lauren still has 2, and notice how this round has changed entirely off of having an extra player down in the objective, willing to hold them back. The result is indicative of the change in playstyle and the change in pacing. Player count stays high for the defense, and the round result stays high. A 4-2 split in the Silly Slinky side, yes, maybe at a net negative, but they finally show at the last round of that half a solid performance. And now can use that to string themselves into contention on the attacking side, where Oregon is such a tumultuous affair in its basement they have to head right into.
You talked about the win condition there for that half for Silly Slinkies, right? I mean, not even a win condition, right? Just what makes it acceptable condition. And you talked about how in Siege, that number is kind of up in the air. But 4-2 is the general consensus number for a little bit of comfort. If you're going to have a losing half, you at least need to take 2 rounds to give yourself a sort of chance there. I mean, obviously, for different maps, that number kind of changes around because sometimes the defense is so strong that it could be 5-1 and you say, hey, you did your job. For Silly Slinkies, you certainly did so. As admin abuse now go on to their defensive side. So I lauded I applauded the drone work that comes out of Silly Slinkies. They seem to have their teamwork always together. They're going to have to show it here inside of this map 3, mind you. And Scott, there is a little bit of margin for error because obviously we do have a loser's bracket, but you don't want to find yourself with your backs against the wall. So I love the tension that I'm feeling between these 2 teams because we talked about, the split inside of Women's Siege, inside of NA, and it seems like the gap is closing here. I've been on the fence about, whether or not it's been closing, even through this matchup as a whole, but admin abuse putting up a great performance up against who we thought is, one of the top teams inside of Women's Siege.
The further we get into this map of Oregon, the more it just becomes more and more prevalent that one of these teams is going to have to drop down to the loser's side, and I don't want to see it. I hate seeing it. I love seeing 2 maps. That's something at least I'm happy for. But I hate seeing a team have to lose, especially when we're starting to reach make it or break it territory. The Dreadnought Mine does go off and catch 1 player. Goddess even saying nice shot. Both sides have traded blood early in this round. 60 seconds in and even more. What is Victoria doing? Can't collect. There's so many chances, so many obstacles. Mine and down goes Spleech, very low on HP, and Mari not far away. Mel's with the MP7 takes down Lauren, and Omari's still standing, rips another to the afterlife. It's Melly. What can you do in a 1v3? They have to swing you all in tandem, it feels like, but every player's already so low, Marvin. Nearly a single shot from this T5 SMG would take down 2 of the remaining 3 as the long drone angles held towards Pillar. Melly dropped to 60 HP. Time no longer a factor for the defense. It falls to the attacking's favor, and Mine doesn't need Father Time, steps up themselves and wins out this round.
They risked it for the biscuit inside of the elbow. And admin abuse just fell by the wayside. We've been yelling at these teams to bring a shield, bring something to help you out with the elbow hold. And that was a huge reason as to why we've been calling it for it this entire time. Silly Slinkies just punched through. You can tell by the lack of HP inside of that 1v3 that they had every intention to push on through and gain control of elbow, whether or not you like it. In admin abuse, they had what? They had maybe like a magnet over there. They had, like very limited utility to hold on to the elbow. And Scott, if it's going to be a position that we want, that you're going to want to hold because evidently they want to try the spaceman side again, something has to change over here towards this elbow side. Maybe use the Fen rear gadget, the Dreadnought Mines to, mask the vision a little bit. Do something to hold on to the elbow because Silly Slinkies just punched through like an absolute sledgehammer. No pun intended, because I know that's a prominent character.
Tee, you're so funny, Marvin. Tee. Pun intended, actually.
You should spend more time with me. Did I make you lose composure there? You okay?
Sorry, I'll walk back to my microphone. What?
What?
I got a very busy month in front of me, actually, Marvin, so I won't be able to apologize. No, that's true. Hit me up. Rawr. Anyways, we'll move past this. We'll move past this dumb meme for a little bit longer. Round 8 is underway in admin abuse. Giving up the previous round. Marvin is still trying to recover here. Giving up. Too bad Dap's not producing, because he would have put up like 15 stingers in the bottom left saying get a room. Like, I guarantee it. I just know Dap so well. And Project Harmony is his scapegoat for trolling around. Either way, we move on. We'll digress. Admin abuse have now been giving up some rounds to Silly Slinkies. They cannot allow that to continue. Kato really utilizing the dock stims after a ridiculous swing into an impact, into a nade, whatever the heck was going on. Mine now goes down, and Silly Slinkies are at a player disadvantage when only 60 seconds have elapsed.
It was just timing, honestly. Kato found the perfect moment to swing their impact EMP grenade in hand. Thanks, Jen. I mean, Jen is like, shout out to Jen, by the way, but like, they work a lot together, and he's quickly catching on to our.
He's figuring it out.
Bro.
He's figuring it out. He's beginning to believe.
But despite the early loss of body there, they're able to take control of church and meetings. So, unfortunately for them, that's all they can really say about that. As Bleach goes down as well, it's a 3v5 and really nothing gained from it. And again, they're going to have to funnel down into these, tight corners as they take down Basket Case so they can at least, find a little bit of solace in that. But still a lot of work to do. A minute remains, and Scott, they've got to find a way to push on through.
60 seconds. Still plenty of time to find a way through the defensive gaps. With Goddess already quite low on HP, and Silly Slinky still reeling, I would say, from the loss of lives that they've had. The 2 players taken off this round. They're going to have that player disadvantage, and they're going to need to quickly claim it back as admin abuse position themselves accordingly for the noise they're hearing. That's that rear stage where Silly Slinkies move with all three to place a player there and leave them to now move the two off towards blue bunker and step in from barrels. Will they continue here? Time will tell, but you can hear the Candelas, the last of them extending. Mari, the LMG comes out and Goddess with a rifle. That's a 3 versus 2 as Lauren dices up one more. It's just Mel's remaining. Mari may be low, but Lauren has every bit of HP remaining. As Silly Slinkies have control over the objective, a callway crawl. Down goes Mari, and 7 seconds are left. Will Lauren push for the kill? The sightlines are slim. 2 seconds remaining. You can't go for this. You have to plant. And now with this being committed, Mel's can do whatever the hell she wants. As Lauren hops off to avoid the death. Save the KD. I don't care. What a round from the defense. Play smart, play back, and keep them off their toes.
No overextension there, able to hold on to elbow as well, and they punish them for it. Mel's a beautiful clutch there, playing the time to an absolute T, and finds the crosser as well. If she didn't find the crosser, then Silly Slinkies probably have that round in the bag. They know exactly where she was, but because they dropped the diffuser in a very inopportune way, Lauren had no time to work with. She was damned if she did, damned if she didn't. And Admin Abuse able to find their 5th round. The pressure mounting here for Silly Slinkies as they're quickly running out of room for error. They have to pick one up here. They have to try and get closer to equalizing here, Scott. Otherwise, Admin Abuse, they're going to run away with this because they have looked solid.
Oof. Defense, defense, defense. If this was a college football game, you'd see a bunch of students in the stands holding up a picket sign that says defense. But this isn't that. The audience doesn't have the chance to do so. I'm sure there's emotes across Twitch that can.
Drop your finest picket fence.
Drop your finest picket fence in chat, because we need that defense. Silly Slinkies. I guess Cavi decided 3 and 6 was a good enough stat line to feel confident enough for an ego swing out. 3 and 7 now, though, man, does not bode as much confidence here, Marvin.
You're gonna learn today.
You're gonna learn today. 15 seconds, and a Silly Slinky's got themselves a first blood and continue the rampage. Not even 30 seconds of elapsed total in the round, and Melly joins them in the afterlife. Admin Abuse. A 2-round difference between these two teams isn't enough to feed Silly Slinkies early in these engagements. And now you've got to get the question, Marvin, do we keep peeking and hope we get kills back without dying, or do we fall back and play our game if it's even still possible back on the objective? And I think you have to. Sit in on site and play a whole lot more strongholded. Silly Slinkies are peeking every angle. They even have somebody up on Kids Room Rappel, making sure that nobody can come up White Stairs.
You have an argument for both. In my opinion, you have to find a way to reduce the amount of pressure that Silly Slinkies are going to be able to put onto you, because they have bodies for every single swing outlet. If you can find a way to isolate one player and make a 1v1 situation happen, you have to try and take the opportunity to do so. Unfortunately for Kato, she loses a 1v1, but it's okay, because Mel's starting to pick things back up here for Admin Abuse as the drone work continues to go on through. It's down to Mel's once again. The clutch winner last time around, but this time she'll be sniffed out incredibly quickly as Silly Slinkies take a dominant attacking round.
Yes. 4th round now for Silly Slinkies, and so much of that was just trickled in their favor thanks to Admin Abuse going out with 2 players. Melly is arguably the best player on the side of Admin Abuse. They are ridiculously good. Throw that in with Kato, who stands really strong on their own and is a great supplemental player. Same with Cavi, who, obviously Cavi's going to swing out so early. You're going to pay the price for that. Giving up these kills, that's what I'm trying to digress to here. Giving up these kills changes the entire round. Pacing of it, the positioning of it, especially when it's certain operators that go down as well. But I also feel like their operator choices, Marvin, were super indicative of the early swings. The goo mines you can lose. We saw just how good they were on Clubhouse, but arguably have a little bit less impact here on Oregon. There's not any hatches you necessarily have to drop towards. It's not like you're waiting for him to play right after dropping from a hatch. It doesn't matter. But that dock, you're playing that for the early peaks. You're playing that to get in the face of Silly Slinkies. And to do so, don't even get any damage afterwards, and give up a second kill. When you lose a player off screen, you stop playing the dock that way, and you start sitting a whole lot more back, and we just don't see that. As the Vigil is instead on the board for Melly. 11-6, wants to make that 16-6. But you have to get everybody off screen, and unfortunately, it looks like Silly Slinkers are mostly going in for main entrance, and they're going to avoid Big Tower like it's a very annoying disease.
What disease are you referring to, Scott?
I don't know. What's an annoying disease? Strep.
Tuberculosis.
That's also annoying, I'd say, yeah.
That is incredibly annoying.
Strep throat's also annoying. That is true. Do not spoil that for everybody who has not played. It's been like 6 years.
If you haven't played it by now, come on, man. We're waiting on GTA 6 at this point, Scott.
Really? Silly Slinkies round 10 win before GTA 6? Scott has diseases?
Well,
what is this false claim? I want Dapper back. He would never say that about me.
I didn't want to find this out about you on a broadcast.
Oh, my goodness. Ridiculous. I'm having lies made up about me. But speaking of lies, realize that this round is now progressing more and more in favor of Silly Slinkies as they start to claim and control off towards the master bedroom side and have officially gotten the hard breach off inside games room wall. And even, well, initially had a good peek off towards Melly, but she goes unseen. And mine instead gets the frag as Melly can swat up towards the armory hall and just pepper off some shots that way and make it so that Silly Slinkies cannot stand there, as I don't know why Victoria goes super greedy there, but peeks off Spleech and it goes the other way.
Well, she got sniffed out through that Rotero drone, so why not peek? Was her mentality there, and it could have worked out for her. Cavi takes down one, but it's okay because Lauren picks up Melly. And somebody just searching down, trying to get a flank going, maybe through those white stairs as we hit the minute mark. You're running close to the time allotted, and Ivy, Lauren picks up yet another one, and now you've got to turn your attention over towards these white stairs, and that's a hard fight to win up against the F2, but she'll take them down. Cavi, suddenly she's alive, 2v2 here, Scott, and she takes down another. Cavi's an absolute demon. I'm sorry, Nat, for ever putting any doubt in my mind of you as a player. Please don't fire me. Admin abuse. Another round on the board, and I believe, Scott, they're on match point. This would be an upset. A huge upset.
She doesn't even need to fire you. She can just ghost you and not put you on the schedule anymore. There's no need to fire.
Well,
she just won't be rehired. Remainder of the season. I don't think she'd hold a grudge against us, but my goodness, where was that the round prior on the run out, on the attempted peak? Look what happens when they're alive and well and able to brew up a little bit of a witch's cauldron of, I guess, I don't really have a word to go into this. I would say a witch's cauldron, a spell of disaster for the Silly Slinkies offense. When you are sitting in a nigh impossible spot, why are you behind white bookshelf? You know it's an angle that's free off towards that trophy door. You know it's an area that's super easy to get shot from the flank through big window, and you know it's there for white stairs. But admin abuse, do not care. Cavi does not care, because Silly Slinkies took too much time. They ran into another issue. There still was too much in the bank, too much allotted, and they could only have one single angle to go with, and as long as Cavi wins that one angle, that'll be all she wrote. And in fact was. 6-4 now, match in series point for admin abuse, who had a rough map 2 against Silly Slinkies and a forfeit map win, now make it their first played out map win to decide this game and decide the semis here in Project Harmony.
Melly wants to battle, dude.
Wants it.
She wants it a lot more than I did, because I'm a peak silver, I think it was, over the past like 4 seasons. Dude, I'm terrible at this. Obviously, admin abuse, maybe a little bit better than me, I don't know. They're competing at the highest tier of Women's Siege as we hit the 1 minute drain mark here, and it's just a little bit of drone work coming in from Silly Slinkies, maybe trying to determine whether or not, admin abuse is continuing to take the fight to them, but it seems like everyone is sort of relocated back towards the basement. A little bit of an engagement, a little bit of an early fight, some shots traded between Kato and Goddess, and it seems like they're intent on continuing this fight. Goddess takes a little bit of damage, but nothing more. But she's on the Jackal, so she can punish the positions being found here. That being said, Kato goes down.
All right, good one. Good stinger.
Yeah.
I read all of that. Absorbed the
Totally
knowledge.
Totally read the halves of words that we read there.
Yeah, you can actually tell there was 3 Y's and an O somewhere in there, but I'll have to ask why or what it was later. 90 seconds left, Marvin. That is time that Silly Slinkies have the advantage within. Father Time will even out the player count to a 5 versus 5. It's just a matter of making sure you don't fall victim to the 5th player on the board, as now the player count dwindles even further. Basket Case, aka Melee. Off goes Goddess. Mine has to reclaim that player advantage. A second to their name, dropping from rear stage. Pillar is under control, but the shots continue to ring forward. Melee inside a freezer and kind of trapped there. What can you do now? Mel is position known as well, off towards bunker. Long shot can be held. You know where they are, and you know where Melly's lying just the same. You've got to play this out of your mind, Mels. As Silly Slinkies have gone from a huge lead to throwing it back the other way to back under control. Thanks off to Mine and Lauren, securing the much needed kills and to deny the miracle of that round that could have been admin abuse coming back into it to win out this game, win out this series, and move on in the semis.
You have one more chance at closing this out if you are admin abuse, because you cannot let this get to overtime. You have looked so good on this map, especially compared to map 2. You cannot let this slip out of your grasp right here, because when it comes down to it, that experience is going to matter, especially when you hit those overtime rounds, right? You're going to expect that sort of clutch factor to come on through for people like, for Goddess, for example, or I know Spleached is taking Marmalade's place right now, but her as well. It's a beautiful performance coming out from a lot of the Silly Slinkies. Lauren's been popping off. Mari has found a couple of opportunities as well, but it's a little bit more balance coming in here from admin abuse. Obviously, we've been singing Melly's praises, but Kato, Cavi, and Mel's all putting up, some decent stat lines, and Victoria's made some impact plays as well. These teams are so evenly matched right now, and I'm loving it, considering the fact that, we talked about this a year ago, and Silly Slinkies probably was running away with it, let's be completely honest, but this match has been so close, and I'm loving every bit of it.
Might we'll go ahead and take some shots off towards the armory window. We are 1 round away, Marvin, from either the end of this game or a guarantee OT. This would be the worst possible place to drone if that window gets breached. At T2 tower control, there it is. Mine off the board. And that is a huge loss of life. That's your Finka boost. That is the LMG of choice for most attacking teams, Marvin.
Yeah.
Diced up on a silver platter. And nobody in 2024 really uses fine china anymore, but they were raiding at the ready on it. That's exactly the opposite of what Silly Slinkies need. And admin abuse can just say, yep, that's our early kill. We can fall back now, and the remainder of this round should just be a result that falls securely in our lap. If it wasn't for Cavi being caught off, forced to peek it, but now forced to lie the other direction on the floorboards, evening the player count again to a 4 versus 4.
And we expect the round to slow down once again. Just opening up as many opportunities as possible to get some pressure onto the site of admin abuse. Taking down the hatches, ensuring that nobody can play inside of E-Box, and making a little bit of a rotation, maybe a little bit more difficult here from Blue. A 4v4 situation as we hit the minute mark, Scott. But Silly Slinkies, they don't want to make a mistake. If you noticed, Spleach is already hurt, so getting the bomb down, getting the diffuser down, might be a little bit more complicated. Let's see how they're going to approach this round. I imagine it's going to start with one of these extended positions. So Victoria and Melly, those are your primary 2 people that you're kind of watching out for to make things happen. And make things happen they are, as Mari reduced to a sliver of HP. She's making a huge difference down here. His basket case towards the freezer, and Silly Slinkies, they're just trying to find a place to go, and they're getting met with bullets every step of the way.
That's a near impossibility now. Melly Ari steps down and will pay the price because of it. The Goddess makes up for the shortcomings of their teammates, securing a pickup for the side and taking a huge lick of damage in the process for a second. Does not want to give up space, though. Drop will be made by Screech. Not gonna matter, though. Victoria, down they go, and all they fall as a GG to Re in the semifinals of Project Harmony secures admin abuse straight through 7-5. Yes, they get a forfeit victory for map 1, but off a ride of a lifetime for map 3 and a huge mental battle that was map 2. They will come all the way through as Silly Slinkies are now dropping down in playoffs. I would say throw up the bracket if it's already been updated, but I highly doubt it. You'll see who they're facing off against in the loser of Game 2, and you'll see who is facing off against who in the winner of Game 2 heading into Game 3.
Dude, what a match. We missed out on a map event, mind you, Scott. We could have been here a lot. We could have been here a lot longer. And I would have loved every little second of it. And it would have been Night Having Labs too. We were talking about how much we were going to struggle with that map. But map 2, maybe, not a snoozer, right? It was a 7-2, but, a lot of close rounds there. But this map 3 was an absolute battle of titans. It was Muhammad Ali versus George Foreman. Did they ever go against each other? I don't know. I hope they did. I'm not a boxing historian.
I'm not a boxing historian either. I just know Mike Tyson bites ears and now is going to bite Jake Paul. That's all I know. So.
And apparently, something like that. There we go.
Updated.
Bracket.
Oh, it's not actually updated.
Not the scores. Not the scores. It is.
Bottom's not updated.
Right.
But the winner is updated on the fly right now, Jen. We're waiting. Thank you.
We'll wait in silence.
I'm not going to do that. That's awful. I'm kind of going to do it. We'll have to see. But yes, with the victory of admin abuse over Silly Slinkies, you can see they moved on. The loser, aka Silly Slinkies, which was a shocking loss for everybody out there, or I won't say everybody, for a lot of players and a lot of viewers out there, considering how good Silly Slinkies is. They'll be dropping down into the lowers and have their real and true last chance battle going up into next week. So I believe it's the winner's game that goes on this week for Game 3. Not the loser's game. Is it? Someone would confirm that with us?
No, it's the loser's game.
Is it the loser's game? So Game 3 is even more important than we imagined, Marvin, because it literally will tell us one of these teams is done. And we've already had to say goodbye to so many teams stepping into playoffs, the teams that didn't make it into playoffs, that aren't these top 4 rosters. We're going to have to say goodbye to yet another one here today. So unfortunate as that may be, Silly Slinkies, this could be their final day of R6 for Project Harmony Season 1, and that would just bring a tear to my eye. But also, it's either them or the other team, and you'll have to see who that one is as we jump on over to Game 2 after this break. Thank you very much for having us. My name's Infernosa, joined here by Marvin, a.k.a. Santos. The next game is going to come up quick, so stay in your seats. There's more Women's Siege to go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Project Harmony Day 1 of playoffs. I'm Crow, and I'm once again joined by Nomical, and we get to I think I get games 2 and 3. Are you with me for Game 3?
No, I think you're with Klimps for the next one.
I'm with who? Anyway, no, I'm just kidding. I love it. But we just saw Silly Slinkies in I guess we can technically call it a surprise upset. They did have to forfeit map 1, so they quote unquote didn't get a full 3-map series. But they dropped the map to admin abuse, which I was not expecting. I think that begs the question: after winning last season of Harmony, mine and Lauren and Goddess, are they mid now?
I mean, that question is still yet to be answered. I mean, they're not eliminated yet because I believe it's a double elimination bracket. But I mean, it's definitely surprising to see that happen, because last time we were on the stream together, I begged the question who was going to be able to stop them. And like you said, they looked vulnerable in that last game. But of course, taking a look at our game, it's going to be the number 1 versus the number 4 seed. It's going to be Girls on Fire versus the Thirst Trap. And Girls on Fire, they've had a fantastic regular season, going 6-1. They look really strong.
Yeah, first place, and then Thirst Trap just sneaking in. I believe in the last week, for almost the whole season, Meep held on to that 4th place spot. And I thought we were going to have 3 NA teams in playoffs, but they dropped out. They lost a couple important games, and that allowed Thirst Trap through. So we had an NA on NA game. Now we have EU versus EU. Thirst Trap I don't know if all of them are EU. I think it's majority EU, and then Girls on Fire, I'm pretty sure are all, most if not all, French, I think. So we'll be on EU servers. Hopefully there's not going to be any ping issues. As you can see, the rosters, Girls on Fire, judging by who's in their voice channel right now, is going to be Aechi, Yuliang, Sonny, Soso, and Swaggy. And for Thirst Trap, they don't actually have their full 5. So Jess and Kitty, I've been told by Sanjaya, their teammate, are at ALGS. So it's Sun today, Panda, Seriously, Ancient One, and Jane.
Yeah, not having that full starting 5, especially when going up against the Girls on Fire, is going to be a big hindrance because, like we mentioned, Girls on Fire have been absolutely dominant through their regular season, and having not your full starting roster is going to mean it's going to be even more of a David versus Goliath story. As we've got our team comparisons and our player comparisons as well for you, taking a look at Soso having a really good impact throughout this entire series and throughout this entire season as well, impacting the game in multiple ways. Whether it be just finding opening kills, whether it be just getting the plant down, having a great impact for her team.
Yeah, one of the highest rated players we have in the league so far for Thirst Trap. Sun has also been really solid. A member of our admin team, actually. Even though she's not on admin abuse, that's okay. She's 58 and 54, typically playing on that kind of flex role. Not a lot of plants, but that's okay. Her cost and her KPR are relatively high, especially, again, for her role. All around, Thirst Trap, it definitely didn't come out of the gate swinging as hard as they would have liked, but like we already mentioned, they snuck into 4th place away from, took it away from me. Last week's MVP looks like it was Ancient one of the players, one of the players who is subbing in for Jess and Kitty today.
Indeed, and I believe we've got our map bans ready to go here in just a moment. It's going to be a best of 3 series for this upper bracket semifinal matchup. I'm curious as to where we're going to be playing. Obviously, of course, we will see likely one of the standard maps that you see nowadays. A lot of teams prefer those Oregon maps, but we're going to start on Clubhouse. Not surprising there. It's a map that's been in the map for a long time. Everybody knows how to play it. Everybody loves it. It's a staple of Rainbow. And then we've got Chalet on deck for map number 2. And should we need it for our map 3, we're going to go to Border, which is a really aggressive map. And I'm really excited, and I hope we get to see that one.
Yeah, I'm glad we get a good representation of the different styles of play that happen on a lot of these maps. Clubhouse is your very, very default strat-centric map. Chalet, you've got a lot of utility play and a lot of shield play on the defense, but you can get incredibly crazy with Chalet. That's one of the reasons why I love it. And Border, I believe now, currently after the Chalet change, after the rework and stuff, I believe Border right now is the smallest map in the comp pool, and is like 80% destructible, which is why it tends to play so much more aggressively, than any of the other maps. That's why part of the reason I think why they took Coastline out, because they didn't want both Coastline and Border in the same pool where they kind of play both to that aggressive, less strat-centric game where you're just kind of playing off of info and your trades. But into Clubhouse we go. As we mentioned, everyone knows how to play this map. At least everyone should. It's the default. It's better than Oregon. And I will not hear the other side of the argument. Zoe being our first ban is, judging by the chat, I'm assuming is a target ban.
I mean, there's nothing else that it could be, honestly. You never see Zofia bans nowadays. And Zofia as a whole, just in general for the Rainbow esports meta, has just kind of fallen off a cliff. Just not as powerful as she used to be back when she had her withstand and just things like that. Fenrir off the board makes sense here for the first defensive ban. Of course, Fenrir, one of the strongest operators in the game right now, one of the most banned throughout our entire esports scene. And Mira as well, the final ban for these teams, makes sense for Clubhouse, particularly for that basement site. You see a lot of times Mira played in places like Church, whether it be Blue as well. Just really strong ban throughout this map.
Bandit instantly being played right off the rip. Because Thatcher is left up, Cade is going to find a lot less use. Teams will still play him, but he's not quite as powerful. That's why you see the Bandit get brought when Thatcher's still up, because he can evade those EMPs. On the attack, one of the two of the primary ways to deny the bandit trick, of course. There's Maverick, there's Capitao. Sometimes you can bring nades too, but typically Maverick and Capitao are a little bit more consistent, especially now that you don't have the Zoe to stun through the drone hole. You're going to probably have to take control of CCTV, or at the very least open the wall, have someone sit on the rappel, then go into metal balk, open the gym window in the doorway, and then you can get eyes on Asani, and there's not really much that she's going to be able to do. You could also have M place her panel on the from the attacker's POV, the right side panel, nade through the drone hole, and then the bandit hopefully won't be able to trick. That's the thing about the grenade through the drone hole thing. With Zoe, right, the concussion is proximity based. With the nade, sometimes nades in this game bounce a little weird, and they're not quite as consistent as we'd like in terms of rolling. So not taking the Capitao is a little bit interesting, or you know, or a Maverick.
Well, particularly as well, Sledge isn't really a staple operator in the meta right now. You typically see with how the changes have been recently, that Buck has been that more prevalent operator just because you have a lot more versatility with how you use that vertical destruction. I like this Osa pick here as we've got the gym site for the first round. You can use it to kind of help force control on highway, whether it be just the gym window, the bedroom window, or even over towards Jacuzzi as well. A lot of options with those OSHA shields. And as well, a staple of clubhouses, you need to bring a lot of that hard destruction. They're going to start by opening up the Jacuzzi wall and giving themselves at least some sort of phantom pressure. Whether or not they choose to actually work their way in there is something that will remain to be seen. C4 going to go out seriously, almost losing her life there, but thankfully is able to walk away and keep herself alive. Is going to lose one of those mentioned Osa shields, but still, burning out a C4 for an Osa shield rather than losing a player is a trait I think you'd like to have.
I'm surprised you didn't see Sani there. She'll take a bit of a beating down to below 50 HP. Also surprised that Sani is playing so hard over here in Cash, trying to defend Platwall while Jacuzzi was just open for free. Aechi also with an ill-timed rotate through the garage window. Luckily there's a refrag, but Pandak and Sun both keep their teams in the lead. Swaggy and Soso now dead. There goes the bandit, and very quickly we find ourselves in a 1 versus 4 for Yu Liang. 2 players low HP. This is more than doable, but the attackers have a lot of time. They're not going to feel too rushed. Yu Liang maybe pulls the trigger a little too early, gets one, looks for the second. 1 HP on Seriously, Deagle out, collects the kill. Now in a much more winnable 1v2, but Ancient One is getting the bomb down. It'll be completed, and her and Sun can back off, play their post-plant positions, and the clock now works against the Azami. Getting spotted from one direction, able to slip by at least the angle behind the mattress, but the Thermite is outside. And Yu Liang knows that is a losing fight. She's got to try and isolate Sun first, but she's got no info. The Thatcher lying in wait. Very patient, waiting to ambush. There's the shot. And Thirst Trap take round 1.
Good job there by Thirst Trap. Just not getting over-aggressive, especially after they lost those first 2 members over in construction side. They knew that they didn't want to overplay that. They just sat and waited and made Yu Liang come to them. And with that, they'll pick up their first round onto one of the more, I would say one of the stronger defender sites on this map right now. It's one of the more played, at least, if nothing else. But still, Thirst Trap. We mentioned before that Girls on Fire were kind of that top team. So it's good to see them start off strong with a good attack nonetheless. It's obviously harder to attack on Clubhouse. So having that lead and putting Girls on Fire on notice, if nothing else. Now, round number 2 here. We're going to rotate down to the basement. We've got that castle being brought out once again. So Girls on Fire obviously wanting to play a little bit safer here. Might see them go for a little bit of an extended roam up towards like top floor, whether it be in bar, whether it be up in a place like bedroom. You've got that Solus as well to help with that roam game. You could spot out a lot of information and kind of relay to your team where it is that the attack is going to be coming from.
Hopefully they don't put too many eggs in one basket like they did in the previous round. That was a great spot by Thirst Trap to discover the vulnerability on site because of the overcommitment to the other objective. We've got a bit of a roam going on for Girls on Fire now. None other than Sani, the Solus, is upstairs. Of course, if you're going to have anyone roam in this comp, it's going to be her. Solus is so powerful because she is so self-sufficient. I think not only do you have the power to deny info, but something that some people don't consider and likely is equally as important as denial itself is you know whether or not the attackers know you're there. And that's some of the most important information that a flanker could have is whether or not the attackers know. Because if you see that drone, you shoot it, you know that it's safer to fall back because someone's going to be, looking in your direction. But we'll see how Thirst Trap respond to this roam. They've brought a fuse, which is not something we typically see. Jane donning the operator, looking towards bar already. But we could see Thirst Trap, yet again, go for an adjustment, seeing how many players are on the roam, clear blue fast, and walk into sight.
I don't mind that fuse pick at all. It, like you said, is a lot easier to clear out anything, whether it be a player, whether it be utility like a Kiva barricade that could be in blue. Obviously not going to have much effect there because there wasn't really much dedicated for Girls on Fire to that spot. But having these castle barricades right now is actually going to be working against Girls on Fire because it means that Yuliang isn't going to be able to go for a flank and potentially put pressure on those stock players. And they're just in the site. They've got that Sins. They're getting the plant down. And they have no idea for the side of Girls on Fire. Fujaya's got the flank watch as well, so the push-up is going to be denied. They've got claymores as well. Now Girls on Fire in a 5 versus 5 post-plant. Sosa will find the opener, however, to make it a little bit more of an advantage for Girls on Fire, but trades come back and all favoring Thirst Trap. It's a flurry of kills, and Thirst Trap clean it up in the split second. What a first 2 rounds here for this attacking team.
Yeah, there's one theme on each side. Really good adjustments from Thirst Trap and overcommitment from Girls on Fire. As soon as those upstairs players saw that there were no drones on them, there was no utility coming from those walls, there was no sort of clear on the top floor, they should have immediately clicked in their minds, hold on a sec. We can hear them moving around the map. We know they're over towards blue side, but there's no drones upstairs. There's no utility up here. They've got to be rushing. And that's exactly what they did. Thirst Trap saw, there was really nothing that the Azami, the Solus, or the Castle could do to stop them. Once they stormed their way through blue and dirt, or no, not dirt, just through blue, with those Sens ROUs, there's no warden on the board. It's a free plant. And you talked about it, the angles that Thirst Trap were able to hold, because they really only needed to take like a 2v2 or a 3v2 on site. There were still so many people upstairs to catch those roamers on their way back to site. So really well done from Thirst Trap so far. Girls on Fire, the top team in the league, not winning either of their primary sites on Clubhouse is a bit surprising. If they go down 0-3 here, then I feel like something else has got to be wrong within the team.
Like you lose this round, like you said, this is kind of that break glass in case of emergency type of situation where Girls on Fire have to be scratching their heads as to what in the world is going on, because we mentioned they have kind of been that team, that kind of Goliath team that has been just dominating. And if they start down, I mean, they have to be worried. Maybe we see them call a timeout and talk about what they're doing wrong, because it just seems like they're not able to match up against Thirst Trap's aggression, especially in that last round. We mentioned part of that was due to the roam, but part of it was just the fact that they weren't really communicating to the fact that the roam clear was being bypassed and they were just hitting onto the site. We're going to head to the tertiary site now for Girls on Fire. It's going to be over towards the CCTV area. And we've got the Azami on the board, but no Wamai to support it. You do have the Jaeger, which is kind of a little bit of a lesser version of Wamai nowadays, just because Jaeger has been kind of nerfed to a shell of his former self. And well, it's going to mean that Raptors is going to be very safe. Panda is going to eat a lot of damage, so a sliver of HP remaining for the Sledge, as I believe it was a Capcan trap that actually did most of that damage.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't see any way for her to have taken an engagement.
Really cheeky, honestly.
Oh.
Good spot.
But yeah, like you were saying, there's really not much of a reason to pick Jaeger over Wamai anymore. I don't really know why. As another Capcan trap rings out, Ancient One down to 50 HP. The Breach also, I mean, it's open, but this is not a great hole for the attack to try and move through, at least not until Aetji just swings it from Garage instead of playing safe. So that's a good foothold for the attack to start this round. Now they probably know there was only one player in Garage. She's now gone. They can start to make their way in through the site off of these flashbangs from Seriously. The Nomad looks like she wants to move on through. Instead is just going to go ahead and air jab as Ancient One makes it a 2-woman lead with the kill on Swaggy. Drone spotting Yue Liang as well. They know she's here. The pre-fire works out for one. Seriously cut down, but now the rest of the team is making their way through the site. Sun with one, another now down. It's all up to the Capcan, and there's nothing she can do. Thirst Trap barrel their way into the site, win the trades, and take 3 in a row.
The alarms have to be going off now for the girls on fire side. They have to be panicking in their call, I'd have to think, because there's no way that they expected to come into this and go down 3-0 on the defensive side of Clubhouse, no matter what. And they haven't even... I mean, it's not even just the fact that they're just getting outplayed. They just don't even seem like they're kind of shooting back in these opening engagements. We see them go down that 5 versus 3, and really the only thing that hindered Thirst Trap in that round was those Capcan traps, because that was really the only thing that was doing damage to them and slowing them down. We saw Panda almost die to one inside a Logi, but other than that, that was the only thing that did damage to Panda. And it's just concerning, honestly. I'm really worried that Girls on Fire might have walked into this a little bit overconfident.
Let me look at the whose map is this? I do believe though this is Thirst Trap's map. Since Girls on Fire are starting on the defense, I assume Thirst Trap picked it.
That makes sense.
Now, you never want to lose a map dominantly, whether it's yours or your opponent's, but at the end of the day, I mean, what do professional teams always say? It's important that you win your map and you win the decider. What happens on your opponent's map doesn't matter as long as you can, you know, play your own map, really, or own maps, I guess technically with 2. So Girls on Fire losing map 1 is not going to be the end of the world because they have Chalet next, and we know they like to play a little bit more aggressively. Thirst Trap have played a lot of Clubhouse this season and have looked pretty good on it so far. The Fuse pick once again coming out from Jane on this basement attack. We've got Ram this time from Seriously as well, so it's looking like a full clear. Panda supporting on the IQ just to see if there's that Solus upstairs, which I think she's just seeing the default. The Solus is on the other side of the map. But Thirst Trap seem interested in fully pushing it. I just hope that they haven't had to do this before, so they might not be used to it. I just hope it doesn't cost too much time.
I love seeing some of these more non-standard operators being brought out by these ladies. You've got that Thunderbird, and you've got something like the Fuse. You don't really see a lot in comp nowadays, at least at the T1 level. So it's good to see it, and it's good to actually get a nice change of pace. But now we've got Thirst Trap working their way in and seeing if they can't clear out this kitchen spot. I'm not sure if that grenade actually got the Kaid charge. So they might have to dedicate a little bit more utility there. I believe it actually did, but they're going to dedicate some EMPs to making sure they get that hatch open nonetheless. Because it looks like Girls on Fire are very much indicating that they want to impact trick this and make sure that they can burn through as much of that hard breaching utility as possible.
There's the impact. Jane, I thought the play there for Jane was going to be to put down a Fuse charge first and then go for it, but it looks like they were just baiting out the impact to make way for the Thermite anyway. Probably would have been a little bit more efficient just to have Jane do it herself so you could save a Thermite for, like, Church Wall or something like that. One of the other hatches, maybe, but I don't know. Whatever. Last Fuse charge going to go out. There's some utility on the bomb site, but Seriously gets caught from above. I thought, weren't they going for the clear in the beginning of the round? I guess maybe abandoned it or never knew the Solus was there in the first place, just went for like an initial drone and then stopped. But either way, that is a huge pick for Sawney, and the follow-up from Aechi, a third for Swaggy, make that the 4th in the span of about 20 seconds. The plan has completely fallen apart thanks to roam play from Sawney and a dirt hold from Swaggy through the hatch. Yu Liang won an angle, getting aggressive on Ancient One. And finally, Girls on Fire are on the board.
You mentioned it earlier on about how that Solus can be kind of self-sustaining about whether or not they know you're going for a flank or whether or not you know if they know that you're going for a flank. And that's kind of that same thing that we saw just then. You saw in the early round that Jane was up above the Logi hatch, potentially going for that full top-down clear, but ended up bypassing it. And the Solus last round knew of that, so she knew that she could work her way back into Logi without being hindered and actually go for that backstab that we saw where she got that opening pick and really forced Thirst Trap to kind of scramble, and then it just fell apart in really just a moment's notice because they didn't have the control, they didn't have the ability to go for that refrag, and then they just fed picks to a shotgun, which honestly, that's never going to go very well.
There's French being typed in our Twitch chat.
I don't speak French, so.
Isn't that like les filles? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's girls. Ale is like go, I think. Right? That's like go.
Don't make me pull up Google
Go
Translate.
women or go girl. Oh, yeah, maybe like go girls. Vous pouvez. I don't know what that means.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oh, Nikki. I don't know what that means either. Ale was as far as I get. Kind of want to
Still
look
better
it
than
up.
I would have done.
We gotta make sure. We gotta make sure they're not saying bad words in French. I mean, I doubt it. I'm just curious. Vous pouvez le faire. Okay. It's just not. You can do it. Oh, yeah. Okay, go girls. You can do it. That makes sense. We did it. We solved the
We love
puzzle.
We love the support. Julian might be going for a run out here. She was teasing it for a second. She's got that solace, so she'll know if there's people around her. But nothing comes of it just yet. Seriously trying to take an engagement onto Cash. Just seeing if she can't get a little bit of a pre-fire. Not going to find anything there either. So these teams teasing engagements, but still pretty full health. So-So's eating a little bit of damage from something, but not really going to hinder her in the long run. As Thirst Trappers started to open up these castle barricades, they've got that sledge once again, but instead are dedicating most of their breach charge utility to actually opening up highway. Here's the run out from Ayeti, and she will get one. There's the opening pick for Girls on Fire. The run out works, nets the Ash, who had used most of her utility, but still, you do not want to be losing that main entry operator early on.
Is that their first opening pick? Or no, their second opening pick. I think now they have. That's the first time they've gotten 2 in a row, and Aechi is going to make it 2. Panda goes down on the hatch. Nice shot. Maybe about to line up a third onto Jane. Sun gets 1 kill back for her team. Make it 2. Pushing in through the breach. The castle's here for the trade. So nabs it. And we're back to a standstill. Aechi does end up killing Jane, who we saw creeping towards the hatch. That's 3 kills for the Jaeger playing in Logia. It's all down to Ancient One, who is still outside the breach. Castle looking for it, finds the head. A buddy ace between Castle and Jaeger, and a second round for Girls on Fire.
Well, it seems like they've definitely woken up now. They have now found 2 rounds in a row, looking to make it that perfect site rotation and off the first half. So much better showing from them, and it seems like they've kind of brought out the aggression that we see from teams a lot nowadays. They're just getting more in the face of Thirst Trap, jumping out of windows, just taking fights on more exposed positions, and making sure that Thirst Trap have an absolute miserable time trying to get in the building, trying to make an establishment for themselves to actually spearhead their attack. And I love to see that. I love to see a lot of times where these teams will actually be really aggressive and just show that confidence that they have in themselves, honestly.
Nice to see Girls on Fire waking up. We never want to see just a one-sided stomp. We'd like to have a game on our hands. See if they can end up recovering the half and making it 3-3. Honestly, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Clubhouse is, I feel, it has kind of that weird dynamic where it'll be super defender-sided and then slowly goes back to being even, and then the new update comes out and it's back to super defender-sided and then it goes slowly back to being more even. Tuberow's in play. This is going to be difficult for Thirst Trap to deal with because, obviously it's not an electronic gadget. Thatcher does not counter him. There's really no counter to him other than, I don't know, waiting it out, shooting it, destroying it. If they have Panda set up on the server window, they could deny the Zotos with her nades. They'd have to burn first. But otherwise, I mean, the Tuberou tripled up with Mute, Bandit, and Cade. This is going to be really hard to get rid of. Here's the hard breach coming out. What?
I think there's...
Where was the freeze? Where was you, Yuliang? I'm in disbelief. You had one job.
You had one job, woman, and you didn't do it. And now that Tuberou pick's kind of useless, and you would have much rather, honestly, had the Azami in this position, just because the Azami would have made it a lot easier to continue to hold Rafters after that breach got open. But Sanjaya's found 2 picks to start off the round. Not sure exactly where those were from. It looks like it might have been out on Highway. But But still, now Thirst Trap heavily in the woman advantage, excuse me, as I mean, you've got a couple C4 still available, 4 girls on fire to deny a plant later on in the round, but still, it's not going to go very well for them if they continue to forego this control, because they've lost control of Garage. It's going to make it a lot harder to play inside of Lounge.
Yeah, Soso's kind of stuck here. Actually, she's playing hollow on the TCSG too. That's kind of odd. Barricade at her back falls away. An attacker now pressuring her from Wolf as the rest try to work on this upstairs. Sun shooting the cam. Does she know that Cade is still down there? Does the attack know they have a 4v2 on the bomb site? Drones are coming in. They're confirming it. Sun does not check the corner. Soso's position left unknown, but seriously keeps her team in a 2-woman lead. Wei Liang now trying to come up red, catches seriously from under the table, looks for the head of the sledge, isn't fast enough to pull the trigger, and Soso is still downstairs in Russia's Ancient One. The coverage from Cash is not sufficient. Wei Liang with a masterful headshot. The C4 kills the planter, but it's just too late. Jay now has the advantage in the 1v1. Just needs to wait out the clock against the TCSG of Soso, but the barrel gives away the Cade looking the wrong way, and Thirst Trap ends in a 4-2 half.
I would have liked to see that two-brow rotate down below a little bit earlier on. We saw her playing at the top of red stairs for most of that round, and while she was able to find 2 kills to bring it back from that 2 versus 4, I feel like she might have overstayed her welcome, especially because the Cade, who was the operator that was downstairs, didn't have the C4 anymore after she burned it early on. It would have been interesting to see if they had swapped positions, if they had had the opportunity there to stop that plant a little bit earlier on and make it so they had that more advantageous position, because once that plant went down, Thirst Trap had the time working for them, and it was Girls on Fire who had to push up, but to take those fights, and ultimately that's what ended up costing them. And we're going to go for the side swap now, and Thirst Trap are looking really good heading into this second half. They've gotten those 4 attacks, which is a fantastic first half from them. Now they are just looking to see if they can't do what Girls on Fire could not and have success on their defenses and secure themselves a pretty dominant map 1. And like you mentioned, it wouldn't be too surprising because it is their map pick, but still, I mean, it's Clubhouse. You would think most Clubhouse games are going to be at least semi-close because most teams know generally how to play it.
Yeah. Thirst Trap just looked really good on those attacks. Again, the adjustments they were making looked really good. Now, Girls on Fire are bringing the Deimos. Now, we've seen Deimos come out. You know, he's had his time to shine in pro play. He's really good when there's a roam. I mean, he's pretty decent in every situation. The hard thing about Deimos is it's kind of like Jackal, right? You have to have some other form of supplementary info because he can be baited, right? Just because you know where one person is doesn't mean you have info on everyone. You've got to have someone droning with you. There's got to be some sort of support, because if you just go in by yourself with your scan, you can get trapped by the defense very, very easily, especially when you're attacking on site. Again, very, very, very good for like catching a solo rover, but beyond that, it can be not the most useful gadget. There's Solus downstairs.
Not going to be able to find much with that, at least not at the moment. I don't think we're going to see the Deimos just walk in and take a fight on blue without support, at least early on. Because, well, they don't really have to yet. They've still got plenty of time to work with, and because of the fact that Thirst Trap have given up all of this top floor control for free, it means the Girls on Fire can work their way in early, get this control, start working the vertical, and get that opening pick. And I mentioned the Solus just a moment ago, being tracked by the Deimos. Well, they were able to find her out nonetheless and finish her off. So now man advantage for Girls on Fire, just about half the round to go, and they're already starting to translate it down to the bottom floor.
Another mark from Wei Liang onto the Malusi, who's just tucked way in the back of Armory, so not really too much that the Deimos is going to be able to do about that. Now, the Solus was killed, interestingly enough, still playing on side. I don't know if she tried to rotate back upstairs or got caught in a rotate. The EMP gonna miss. Second one also misses.
Ooh.
And the Moto hatch is locked down. Not what you want to see, especially with an IQ on the board. They could have very easily just had Sawney rotate over for a second. Now the Deimos is dead with still, I believe, at least one scan left in the pocket, so you don't have that info anymore. Jane's feet almost get caught out by the Grim looking through those floor holes. Cade instead survives with 1 HP, and she's safe again to just play in this corner of Moto in a power position because the hatch is no longer openable after wasting those EMPs. Soso taking a little bit of damage from what I assume is electricity. Dirt has also not been open, so Ancient One's power position is relatively safe. The attack from Girls on Fire is a little one-dimensional. Jane with an easy kill onto Swaggy. 2 players drop right in front of Ancient One. Sun kills one of them. The other's still stuck in the back as Sawney tries to push in through the back site. Gets one, finished by Panda. Soso is alone with no case in hand against 3 players with only 10 seconds left to go. Ancient One will put her out of her misery. And it's another round for Thirst Trap.
They're starting to run away with this, honestly. 3-round lead, they have looked like the far better team on this. But one thing worth noting about that round, I talked about the Azami earlier on when we were on CCTV and Cash about how strong she is on Raptors. Arsenal, another spot on this map where Azami is particularly strong, and even Blue as well as an extension. You saw those Kiva barricades placed in Blue, and it made it almost impossible, and if nothing else, just really difficult for Girls on Fire to take up that space. We saw them find a kill, but immediately refragged because of the fact that they had all those safe spots to play in, and it just made it almost impossible for Girls on Fire to have a successful attack, especially when they rotated for that kitchen take. They weren't able to get the Moto hatch open, like you mentioned, even with that IQ. Just meant that all angles of attack for Girls on Fire were going to be severely hindered in some form or fashion.
Like I said, it was a little bit one-dimensional with the exception of Sawney pushing from the back site, but by the time she had gone in for the kill, it was a little bit too late. Now we see Jim come out, the Bandit still in play, supported by the Castle, who's got one on the window, probably going to place one on the door as well for added coverage. There is that sledge from Aichi to easily deal with said Castle barricades. Jaeger ADSs also to support the door, so that it can't be easily taken down by like a nade or an ash charge or something like that. The EMPs could deny any of those ADSs from outside. If Girls on Fire read into that, you can just EMP actually right next to the wall and it'll catch the ADSs, or you could do it on the roof. I don't know if it goes down to the floor all the way anymore. I think it does. I think you can put
it goes like one
roof.
floor.
Yeah, I think you can put an EMP on the roof and deny the anti-projectile stuff. All right.
Oh, there's the wall opened up. Actually, wait, hang on a second. There's the bandit trick. And so only one side of the wall is going to get opened up for now. And look at that. Jane staying in that spot and is going to be able to get both of the Selma charges there. And not going to lose her life because of it. She's able to escape and burn out most of the hard breaching utility available for Girls on Fire. Only one Selma charge available now for the remainder of these walls. And while it's going to force Jane back now, as she can't really stay there with the wall already being open, still, that's going to make it really hard for Girls on Fire whenever they decide to potentially rotate over towards construction and cash side. Sawney will get the opening pick onto Panda, however, so despite the fact that they are going to be a little bit limited on their avenues, they've got that opening pick to work with.
Yeah, at least they got the kill. At least they have the wall open as well. It did cost all of their hard breach, though, so like if one of those defenders had an extra reinforcement to lock down bathroom, then there's no way that the attack is going to be able to get through there. But it looks like Soso has just vaulted her way through and is about to be in the middle of the bomb site. Seriously, coming up from main stairs, gets one, Ancient One refrags, and I believe that drops the case outside. So Soso's position in the bomb site not going to mean anything unless they recover that case or unless Thirst Trap starts to panic. Aichi with yet another kill. 4 versus 2 now, make it a 4v1 for Ancient One. Still on the main stairs, finally coming up now. Knows that the case is outside, downs the sledge, looks for the other, down goes the ace. 1 versus 2 for the Castle. With the ACOG on the UMP, it's a fearsome weapon. One of those attackers just tucked behind the bomb chassis. Yue Liang looking for that case, hopping through. Does the Castle hear it? Another vault through the breach, but Ancient One decides to fall back instead. So much noise being made by Yue Liang, but she finally is able to grab the case. Aichi also has been revived, and Sawney will finally kill the Castle. A little too passive there from Ancient One. Needed to make an aggressive move, but allowed Girls on Fire to kind of gather their bearings, get the case, get the res, and Girls on Fire now have 3 points.
Well, they draw a little bit closer, so we might see this turn closer than it initially might. I'm not gonna lie, I missed the end of that round a little bit. My feed was lagging. So, I mean, I saw some of that 1v4 attempt, but I didn't get to see like every little detail. So honestly, I don't have a lot for you.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
All
the bomb.
good. 2 kills she
think I'm
got.
still
They're
lagging.
great. Well, unlag.
Love it.
On the cash we go. Bandit once again being played by Jane. This time Girls on Fire have Maverick. There's really nothing the Bandit's going to be able to do as long as Swaggy is a decent Maverick. I got 2 ways you can play it. Either make holes at the floor to dissuade the Bandit from tricking and then breach it normally, or you can go for the whole trick. They are... Ooh, they had a buck for a sec. It looked like they were thinking about it.
Bomb and defuse it.
Unless now they just have, like... They could have Jackal or Gridlock open the wall, I guess, with one of their secondary shotguns, or just have Ash breaching charge it. I'm assuming the plan is still to fully map trick.
Well, they've got that Jackal. We talked about it earlier on when they brought out the Deimos as to how the Jackal is kind of that operator that can get baited because you don't necessarily know who might be around the operator that you're pinging with that Inox scanner. They're going to get that main CCTV wall open, mostly thanks to the efforts of the Maverick, forcing any bandit tricking attempts away. Just not going to be able to do that with those feet holes there, and with the Jackal, or actually I believe with the Ace, just sitting there and waiting to watch your every move. And despite that fact, Thirst Trap have fallen back and given a lot of this control over to Girls on Fire. They've worked their way in. They've taken control of the bedroom side as well. So about a minute in, and plenty of options available still for this attacking side.
Yeah, I thought the main reason I thought they were going to map trick too is so they could maybe save more of that hard breach for like a con split or a garage push. But they ended up just using the map to make the bandit leave and then use 2 ace charges. Now the trouble here is, how do you breach this? They have 4 impacts. The ace charge very susceptible to those, especially specifically over this wall with how low the ceiling is. Unless you put the ace charge like on the floor, pretty much, it's going to get destroyed by an impact. Interesting that Thirst Trap don't have the top of the wall set up though, so maybe that's not the play. They do still have the bandit, but again, you could just mav it again and then send the ace through.
Maybe they might just be realizing that with the recent impact grenade changes, it's not going to be really as viable of an option. I haven't really had the chance to test out how effective the impact grenades are nowadays, especially with those roof tricks, but we've got engagements coming in as Jane's trying to take some shots out onto the platform breach. Not going to find a kill just yet, but it's going to do a little bit of damage to So-So, who's going to retake this position and see if she can't find an engagement on Raptors. Spots out the Azami and finds that kill. No more Kiva barricades available to the side of Thirst Trap, but I believe most of them had already been thrown out at this point in the round, so despite that fact, I believe Girls on Fire will have the opportunity to take the garage space now, as most of the players from Thirst Trap are sitting inside of Cash. They've got their covers, but they don't have a lot of room to work with and work around, but Sanjaya will find a response onto Swaggy. Speaking of which, Sanjaya has actually retaken garage from down below and might have the opportunity, if she can get full control back, which she will as she finds So-So to fully retake and deny construction clear. Sawny's going to go in to see if she can't find that shutdown, and she will trade it back to a 2 versus 2, but the final 2 kills for Thirst Trap go their way, and they put themselves on match point.
Excellent work by Thirst Trap. Girls on Fire had a really good start with that kill in a garage, but allowing Sun to come back and retake, getting 2 kills. If she goes 1 for 1, whatever. Getting 2 kills is absolutely huge and takes away a major foothold for that attack. And from there, just less angles for Girls on Fire to watch while they had the man advantage. So it's easy round. Really easy cleanup. Now leading 6-3. One more round is all they need to put this map in the books. Actually, now that I say, right, like, we were talking about, or at least you were talking about in the chat, like, right, being used to calling all the players he, because we're used to, like, T3 and stuff. You know how people will refer to the human race as, like, as man, right? Would it still be technically, like, man advantage in, like, the Because we're using the general sense. Or would it have to be woman advantage?
I think just for consistency's sake, you would say woman in this situation. But I mean, I guess it just depends on who you're talking to up to interpretation. But I'm not really an English professor, so I wouldn't really know there. I think just, honestly, back to your point, the general term is man advantage, but that's just generally because I've never really heard it in any other forms. Might just be kind of like, you know, habit.
That's true. I don't know where else I've heard man advantage other than, like, esports. All right. That's some early work for the Roamers. Seriously, with 1 kill and a down onto Swaggy. That's the Iana, too. That's a lot of info that's no longer available to Girls on Fire. You lose the Gone 6 as well. Swaggy's low HP. And the Soul is still running amok upstairs. That is an impact frag from Seriously. That changes the entire course of the round because now Girls on Fire are aware of that Solus, are going to be forced to push her. And they might lose more bodies off of it. At the very least, are going to lose time, but there is another kill for Seriously. Onto the Jackal that was actively tracking her, no less. Ayechi is dead, and it looks like Seriously might get away and drop Oil Pit.
Or, I mean, Seriously might be feeling herself at the moment. She might see if she can't take another engagement onto what little bit remains of Swaggy. If they have an idea that she's here, there's a crossfire as well, and it won't be Seriously. It'll actually be Sanjaya to find that kill. But nonetheless, the impact is felt as now Girls on Fire only have 2 players remaining to see if they can't salvage this round and salvage this game. Otherwise, Thirst Trap just going to run away with map number 1 and honestly shock us all.
That would be a huge lead for Thirst Trap. Statement win on their map pick against the best team that we've had so far in Season 2. Are they playoff chokers? That remains to be seen. Sawney and Soso. Last 2 players against 5. The hatch not even opened yet. Soso looking like she'll finally go ahead and finish it off. There's impacts from Sun. Are they set up by Kitchen Hatch? That's what it sounds like. More Hivana X-Tyros have to go out. Another impact. No more hard breach from Soso, but I believe they were able to go off. That was that second explosion we just heard. Yes, the hatch is in fact open, but I mean, how much of an advantage is that really? You got Sun covering from the back and the player inside dirt. Sawney now taking the fight over towards Church will do a little bit of damage, but not nearly enough to kill Seriously. And now is forced to back off. It looks like the last 2 attackers are just going to go for a Hail Mary hatch drop, reaching above Sun, trying to get this Malusi out. Sun is taking the fight through the floor, finally loses it to Sawney, the pea shooter of that MP5, not working out in her favor. 18 seconds left. Flashbangs come through. Seriously's got the angle, though, finishes off Sawney. It's all down to Soso, and she's not getting anywhere. A monster round from Seriously. 4 kills for the Solus to lock out Clubhouse 7-3.
Impact frags indeed. Seriously had a little bit of a quiet game, at least through those first 3 rounds, but when the game is on the line, when they need one final boost to push it over the hump, Thirst Trap get it, and they get that 7-3 victory on the very first map. Like we said, shock at least me. I don't know if you're shocked by that, because you said that they're a really good Clubhouse team, but still, nonetheless, beating the number 1 seed, at least taking a map off of them, is still nothing to be shocked by, or something to be very proud of. You can hang your hat on that, but we've got another map in this series, at least. We've got Chalet up next, and honestly, I mean, with kind of how Chalet plays, I wouldn't be surprised if Thirst Trap continue to have this kind of dominant performance.
It could be. Chalet is another map where it's all about your adjustments to how the defense is set up. Not exactly the same as Clubhouse, but kind of a similar philosophy at the very least. So things are looking really good for Thirst Trap, but we're going to go to a quick break, give the players some time to recuperate before we go to map 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back. We're getting ready to get into map 2. If you missed map 1, you missed a Thirst Trap masterclass. 7-3, really good adjustments, taking a 4-2 attacking split. And now Girls on Fire get the benefit of their map pick. We're about to go on to Chalet. Probably, I would say my favorite map in the pool.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. My favorite one is
You're wrong.
Nighthaven at the moment. Oh, okay.
No, Labs is based. I like
Yeah.
Labs too.
It's just a special treat for me whenever I get to cast Nighthaven. So, it's one of my favorite ones to cast. It's a new map. It's a lot of times where we see kind of those new plays, a lot of experiments coming out. It's just enjoyable to cast, honestly. But back to Cholet, that is our map for this next round. It's a map that has only been played one time by these two teams combined. It was actually Thirst Trap who have been the only team to play it, which is curiously enough because Girls on Fire were the one that picked it. They haven't shown it just yet, which means they might have been hiding it just for this very occasion. And back to Thirst Trap, the only time that they played it, they lost it 7-4 to Wildcard Queens. So that might not bode very well for them. But the good news is they do have that momentum.
Yeah, this could be a throwaway map for Thirst Trap if they're not used to it. They could be turning their eyes over towards Border, but Chalet is still going to be important to, like you said, at least keep up that momentum, because if you're going to lose this map, you don't want to lose it in super dominant fashion. You at least want to keep it close, keep your confidence up that, hey, you know what, we lost it, but it was their map pick. We took 4 or 5 rounds off of them, whatever. As soon as the players are ready, we're going to head in. I wonder if we're going to see. So we saw a Zoe ban from Girls on Fire first, and judging by the chat, it looked like a target ban. Zoe's really good on Clubhouse for denying bandit tricks. You got the concussion through the drone hole, like on Jacuzzi side. You can impact from below on like Cash side, whatever. I don't know if she's going to be worth the ban on Chalet though. I don't really know. I don't think so.
Probably not. And honestly, the Zoe ban kind of wasn't really as impactful as it could have been, just because we saw the attacking sides run Maverick most of the time, which kind of works in the same fashion of helping open walls that you were talking about with the concussions that the Zofia does. But if I had to guess what sort of like unorthodox ban we would see, it might be something like a Flores or a Brava ban. If I had to guess, maybe a Ram, maybe.
I think. Yeah, Flores is pretty common because of how shield-centric Chalet is. Brava, you hack, blue, solar, fireplace, and then that's all your flanks covered. You don't have to use flank drones anymore. Brava's actually, I'm surprised how good Brava has gotten. Because I remember when she first came out, people were kind of like, I don't know if Brava's really going to be useful. Because, how many times you're going to be able to get into the site to hack stuff while they're all watching. And then people were like, wait a minute, we can hack defaults. And now she's good. Apparently one of the players has disappeared. Poof. Off the face of the earth.
Magic.
So we're waiting for her to get back in the lobby. It's taken a while. So we're gonna go to break. We baited you. April Fools. We're gonna go to a quick break, and as soon as she's back in, we're gonna start. We're not even gonna give her a chance to leave. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. We're back. She's back. I don't know who it was. Actually, Jen, who was it? Who were we waiting on? So we can let everyone know. It was what? Sawney? Sawney. It was Sawney. Boo. You can all blame her for the delay. But she's back. That's the important thing. Dokkaebi ban, huge. She's really annoying, especially on Chalet. It's not a small map, but it's smaller than a lot of the ones out there. So Dokkaebi is even more annoying than she usually is. Plus, with all those default cameras, all those really good default cams, getting hacked would be no bueno for the defense. We'll see if Girls on Fire go for another Zoe ban, and they do. Even though I don't think that's going to be terribly impactful. I wasn't on Clubhouse. I don't think it really is going to be here on Chalet either.
Well, I was wrong. I thought we might see like the Brava ban, like I talked about, and they just said we hate Zofia. Apparently, we've got something against that operator today. No more solos available for this map. I like that ban. We saw solos be very strong on Clubhouse, particularly on the roam game, especially in that last round where we saw the 4K to end it off with the spawn peak. And particularly on Chalet with all of the destructible flooring that you have to worry about and all the open spaces and all the chokeholds as well. It just makes sense to make it a little bit easier for the attack to actually go for a roam clear. So no more Solus and no more Fenrir as well. That one makes sense too.
Boo, Fenrir, boo. At least Solus, there's counterplay with solos. Like, she can be fun to play against just because she's so like diverse. But at least she doesn't just take away your sight. We hate Fenrir. Boo. We hate Omen and Siege. Anyway, Bar Gaming is our first site. Pretty standard comp from the defense. Bring Castle Ozami. You know, your typical don't go here operators. Wamai to back up. He's going to be playing upstairs most likely with the mute down on site. Frost, you got those under the windows like in Coat Check, and probably there's a lot of places you can put it. Coat Check is a typical one. Not a lot of people do it under the games window just because people are going to expect that, and I think you can upside down rappel and get it like from the side. A lot of people do it.
I think there's like a small angle,
valve.
yeah.
Yeah. See, there's the one there on Sandwich. How many she's placed? She's got one left. I guess you could do like Ivy window if you want. Most people do like Office Balk. Like a window to Jane's left. She's still got one. I need to know where this goes.
This is like the most important factor of the round. Like, we cannot go to the
it's
end
the
of
Code Check one. So where was the first one? Did she put a games window?
She might have, honestly. Maybe library? Oh, she put one on the library window, I think.
Yeah, there's one Sandwich. And then there's the one Coat Check. I don't know where
there is one games, actually.
Oh, there it is. Okay, it is Ivy.
Oh, okay. She's just throwing us for a loop.
Know. She is. I didn't even see her go over there. That was fast. Oh, IHG's about to get swung from piano. Oh, never mind. That's her teammate. Dude, I was so scared for her for a sec. All good.
Well, they got that Nomad as well, so they don't have to worry about getting flanked. At least they shouldn't have to worry about getting flanked, at least for most of the round. They've got the Ash Chargers going in to see if they can't clear out the shield on the top of the blue stairs position, and it'll be Sanjaya to find the opening pick onto Yuling, so Girls on Fire attack not starting off too strong. It's going to get worse as the Wamai is going to find a second kill just playing up at this library area near the top of the blue stairs. Might have a third one lined up if she swings onto the office, which she's teasing the shots, teasing the fight, but it's going to eat a little bit of damage because she doesn't have the right angle. Swaggy just playing really far back, seeing if she can't use this ACOG to her position, but the bad news is for her, she's got at least one operator fighting back with that ACOG, so not going to have much of an advantageous spot there. She's got her support, but still, they need to find an answer sooner. They're going to run out of time and potentially stall.
Yeah, minute 20 left, down 2 bodies. Now coming under even more fire. Ancient One makes matters worse. It's down to Swaggy and Soso. There's one for the Nomad. Follow-up perhaps from the Ace. The shield is still there. Can't land the headshot onto Frost just yet. In fact, Soso attempts to re-engage and will be the one to lose her life. First round looking great for Thirst Trap so far. Swaggy kind of left baiting here. Fishing for kills. Seriously wants it. Not able to land enough shots just yet. This round was really down to the early picks. Thirst Trap got aggressive at the right time. Took down IHG and Yue Liang, especially killing the Flores. That was really going to be the main way that they were able to deal with the shield on top blue. And from there, the dominoes kind of fell over. C4 attempt from below from Jane. That's pretty funny. That's going to miss. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we are just kind of waiting on Swaggy to die here. If she had more time, you know, it might be a doable 1v4. She gets the down on seriously, but there's only 10 seconds left. It is literally impossible for her to get this clutch. Panda kills her from the prone angle into the wall. And it's another opening win for Thirst Trap.
I mean, it's not too surprising that they get that round there because Bar is one of the stronger sites on this map, especially because, you know, they're starting out on the defense. So you'd expect them to jump out to an early lead here. The big question is going to be, once we get to that second half, can Girls on Fire really wake up and start to put together some defenses and send us to that third map? But still a long way to go from that. We're going to head upstairs to the top floor for the second round. And we've got the presence of the Frost once again. No Wamai this time, but we've got the Jaeger, so still some sort of utility denial. And I honestly don't mind that because Girls on Fire likely are going to be bringing out some sort of throwable utility, whether it be something like the Grim, which they had in the last round. You can use it for the Ash as well. I mean, the Girls on Fire, with what it is that Thirst Trap is bringing out, they've got a lot of this, you know, bulletproof utility, whether it be like Well, not necessarily the Malusi Banshees anymore, but still, the Banshees are a pain to deal with. You've got those cameras. They need a lot of utility to deal with all that stuff.
I love utility. Yippee!
So you love 2020 then?
No, not that much utility.
Oh, well, you got to be specific. We need details.
SSG did win invite though. That was cool.
Attackers' objective is to
That was a great invite.
Did you go to that one?
No,
Oh.
I actually haven't been to an. I've only been to majors. I haven't been to an invite yet. It's Montreal's too. I'm not going to Montreal, Canada in February. Are you kidding me? Hell nah. Hell nah. You see that video?
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm planning on going to the one in November. Hopefully it's
Yeah,
not as
I
cold
mean-
as February.
Same thing. It's November in Montreal. I ain't doing that. 1-for-1 though. Swaggy dead. Sun gets refragged. Another for Yu Liang, who we still don't know if her name is just Moon in Chinese, because she told me it was Yu Liang, but like the only like explanation I could think of for this name is Moon in Chinese, which would be Yue Liang. Which is why I say it like that sometimes. I'm gonna have to get on her. Be like, are you Chinese? Is your name Chinese? Because otherwise, I don't know. Yu Liang is. Why would you spell it Y-U-E? Why would you not just do Y-U? Right?
Yeah. I mean,
I think
that's-
I'm onto something. I'm unraveling the mystery as we speak.
all right, Sherlock. Well, you know her better than I do. And apparently
you don't.
they.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Apparently, Yu Liang just knows where Ancient One is, and he finds that wall bang there to make the man advantage even better for Girls on Fire. Out there strapped heavily on the back foot, seeing if they can't find an answer back, but they've lost control of their bedroom site, and that's going to allow Sonny to work her way in and get this plant down. And Girls on Fire have the perfect coverages from all angles. They've even got a backstab coming up the library stairs. So there's going to be pressure on these final two remaining third strap players from all different sides. And now Panda's lit to low HP. Will find a kill, however, so it's a little bit more manageable. And how about a second for Panda? But she's lost her support now as Seriously's down. And there's the Jackal on the flank to find the final kill. It'll be Girls on Fire to find their response on the top floor.
Much better round from Girls on Fire than the previous one. This time, oh my god, I'm doing it. Yu Liang is stepping up huge with the 3 kills in Solar, and from there, I mean, the angles that Girls on Fire had were simply too much to overcome. Not only did they have 2 people pushing in through bedroom, but you had mentioned the backstab, and they even had a player repelled on the double window. So even if the split push from the Jackal hadn't worked, there was still almost no way that those defenders were going to get past the window player, at least not before the plant went down. Because after the plant, Soso ended up dying. I don't know how the hell that happened. I mean, if she played passive, there was no winning that round for the defense. Now we go down to basement. The other thing I like about Chalet, all 4 sites are viable. People play all of them. Countered my name.
attackers have
What
located
the hell? I'm thinking of, can we have the observer ask? Can you guys can you ask Yu Liang if her name is Moon in Chinese? So we can finally put this to bed. So I can say Yu Liang and feel right. There's nothing more important in life than being right. Remember that, kids.
attackers' objective is to defuse the bomb.
I can agree with that. It always feels good when you're, successful. You do
Exactly.
something right. Always a nice little moral boost.
My fiance loves that attitude. She doesn't. Just kidding.
Okay. Hang on. What was that Valkyrie camera from Ancient One? I haven't seen that
That
one
was kind of
before.
crazy. I haven't seen that either.
What does that even see? Because didn't she place it behind like a desk?
Yeah. Just in trophy, I guess. This is a crazy angle too, through the floor, through the hatch. If someone just sprints by though, there's no way Sun is killing them. Like this has to be an ADS slow walk through for Sun to be able to get this kill.
You're never wrong. Just run it. There's some life advice for you. You're never wrong.
Real.
Is Crow never wrong, or am I never wrong? Probably Crow.
I'm never wrong. I've never been wrong in my entire life.
Well, Girls on Fire, they've got the main snowmobile breach open, so they've at least got some angles into the site, and they've really made it a lot harder for, well, honestly, we've pretty much made it impossible to play anywhere inside of the B site. And look at this, Thirst Trap have taken space, and actually Girls on Fire pushed their way in. Sony just walked down blue and found a kill there. Not going to be able to find any more, however, as Jane's there for the response, and now Thirst Trap with a man advantage. They've retaken this blue space as well as Panda's worked her way back downstairs. But I believe these might actually be the only 2 players actually on the site at the moment. There might be one more. As Girls on Fire, they're just sitting outside. They have no control. They have no space. And so they're just kind of seeing if somebody from Thirst Trap walks into their crosshairs.
And if they try to vault through this wall, it's going to be a loud sound cue because, one, you have the sound from the vault, which is already pretty loud, but they're going to go, ah, because of the electricity. And so the instant they make their way through that wall, all of Thirst Trap are going to be aware of it. You got Soso, again, trying to push in from the back. Split pushing with the Hibana. But Thirst Trap have the man advantage. They can sit 2 bodies on each entryway, but it looks like the adjustment now from Girls on Fire is to go down main stairs. Yue Liang gets the opening kill onto the site that they were looking for, but Jane very quickly deals with Soso, and there goes your back take. Now, the rest of Thirst Trap can refocus all their efforts towards keeping the south side of this attack at bay. There's a Banshee right next to Yu Liang. As soon as she steps on through, again, more info is going to be called out. They can hear the barbed wire getting broken. There goes the Banshee. Shots come through, and Jane with the headshot. All down to Swaggy. She can't even kill one. Panda dusts her, and it's yet another round for the defense.
Is it just me, or do Girls on Fire just kind of feel like a team of 5 solos at the moment? I mean, we saw that one player just work her way down blue, but there was no support anywhere else on the map to kind of, provide a distraction or anything like that. I mean, sure, she walked away and had found 1 kill, but as soon as she gave up where she was at, she was pretty much dead instantly. And because Girls on Fire had no other map control, they were all just sitting outside a snowmobile. They couldn't respond or do anything about it. So Girls on Fire, they seem to be getting a little bit narrow-sighted on just kind of hitting the site itself, at least in that round particularly. I wonder if kind of the main adaptation they need or should make is just focusing more on a direct top-down clear, especially for that site.
Well, yeah. You don't have to do top-down, but it was weird that they were like...
They just sat outside snowmobile for most of the round.
They did. We need to see commitment from Girls on Fire. Like we did in round 1, right? The commitment was solar. Send Yu Liang up. Kill everyone. There you go. Commitment. Let's see what they do here. On bar, again, it's going to have to be a full top down. Oh, the drone. I believe sees seriously, or just saw seriously go into kitchen. Thirst Trap should be aware of it. They know there's at least 1 roamer below kitchen now. We don't have the frost pick coming back either, which is, I feel a little bit odd considering how well the shield play worked out last time. I don't really know why you wouldn't do it again. But despite the drone in carpet watching seriously walk into kitchen, she still ends up getting the opening pick onto Yu Liang, not even taking any damage, which makes you think that she took the Ash by surprise. Not what you want to see. Especially because I swear to God, maybe I'm tripping and maybe that drone was in trophy, but I swear to God it was under that desk.
I think it was in. I actually do think it was in trophy. I don't really know. I only saw it for a split second, so I didn't get a good look at it. But nonetheless, losing that Ash early is not ideal, especially when you've got the Azami, you've got that castle to worry about. There's so much utility that you need to have available to you to actually deal with that defensive utility, and now really the only thing they've got is a couple grenades. I mean, sure, you can use the sledgehammer, but with where you place the key barricades, the only thing that the sledge has is going to be the said grenades, so that sledgehammer not going to be quite as effective. But Swaggy is going to find a kill back. I believe that was the player on top mezzanine who just kind of peeked a little bit unnecessarily, so not going to have that available anymore, and somebody's going to have to rotate to retake that space. The good news is they do have Jane down below to help cover for the vault in.
Sun with a nice headshot onto Aechi, picking off the sledge. So if Girls on Fire end up taking this full top floor. There's not a whole lot more they can do with it thanks to the loss of all their soft breach. Swaggy finds herself in the middle of library and in the middle of a crossfire. Down she goes. So and Sonny, now the last two remaining. Sonny with a pick on a Seriously, killing the Oryx. That's been pest since the getting the opening pick onto that Ash, but still these last two attackers not really making too much headway. One of them is still outside the building as well. Jane does miss a C4, so that's some utility now that they don't have to deal with. And Sun is looking the complete wrong way, exposing herself to a bad angle. Luckily, Ancient One has a response, making this a 1 versus 2. Sonny also does not have the case in hand. It's dropped somewhere. It looks like it's still upstairs. She's only got 30 seconds left, so she needs to make a decision soon. Is she going to go for the objective or just go for the kills? She's got the case now. Cameras are no longer up, so the defense doesn't have too much info on her at the very least. Well, now they do. Knowing that she's probably going to be coming from lobby side. Doesn't have breaching charges and can't make her way through. She thought she did, but just ends up whipping a nade at it instead. And because she only has one way to go, Jane's already watching it. Down goes Sonny, and that's 3 in a row for Thirst Trap. I lied. 3-1.
Wow. I can't believe you're lying to our fans like that.
I did.
They expect us to provide them with only factual and accurate information. Apologize.
I did.
This is unacceptable.
I lie all the time, actually. See, that's my excuse for you know how I said I've never been wrong in my life ever? It's because I just lie. See? I'm not wrong if I'm lying on purpose.
So you're just a professional gaslighter?
Yes. That's why I belong in Harmony. I gaslight and I gatekeep. And sometimes I've been known to girl boss. Fun fact.
There's Trap. They...
What the hell? It is hot in my room right now. I won't lie. You know what we got one of those, you know those sick ass Dyson fans like that are just the oval?
Yeah.
We got one. It's so cool. I love it. Unfortunately though, it's not an air conditioner, so it can only help so much.
Yeah. That's why I wear shorts when I cast.
You're wearing pants? I'm just kidding. I'm also. I just wear shorts and a t-shirt typically.
Oh, are you lying to me again? I can't trust you anymore. You've betrayed my trust. I can't tell what you're saying is true or not.
You just have to trust me.
But how can I? You've already betrayed this relationship.
See, that's why you'll never be sure if I'm telling the truth or not, even when telling the truth would benefit you. You'll never know. You'll never be confident enough. Sonny with the drop on the Sun after an astounding performance map 1. She even went into the production chat and added me and said, how'd I do? And I said, my goat. But now she's -1. No longer my goat, unfortunately.
Who's your goat now? Pick a new goat.
My current goat?
Jane.
It's gotta be Jane. She's 4-1.
I thought she just died there, and I thought I cast her curse at her. But
I know, that would have been really funny.
I not finds that kill. No more no more Ying available now, as that's gonna fall for Girls on Fire. About a minute into this round, and we're already seeing a lot of action come in. And in this round, Thirst Trap are just gonna give up the top 4, and really just because they have to. They have only control of their site available. They don't have mezzanine control anymore. And Jane's really the only one stopping this push from Girls on Fire. Panda's gonna have to go quick and see if she can't find a little bit of a flank, but actually it looks like this area is gonna be clear, so she's gonna work her way back up and see if she can't support Jane. I mean, they've lost a lot of this control. They've been forced all the way back over towards Solarium, so if Girls on Fire can just realize this and push in, they might be able to just take some space for free and just use these crossfires to secure the plant.
Looks like they've even got one going towards the solar area of the map, looking for yet another split push here for Girls on Fire. Jane and Panda still have these ACOGs. They can play around the long angles. Panda's also 5-2. She is also my goat. Up comes that attacker. Looks like she's all the way up the staircase, and down she goes to Jane. Aechi dead, but it's enough of a distraction to get the plant down. It was sufficient enough. The IQ not taking any shots there from the Cade. It's all down to Panda, able to find one, backs off to reload. He's gonna go for the res too, it looks like. She's gonna pick up her teammate to make this a 2 versus 2. At the very least, the Cade, I guess you could use her as a meat shield. Low HP with the TCSG is not a fun weapon or fun situation to be in. She's still got a C4. They could kill Swaggy from behind this half wall if they've got the info, but time is running so low. 12 seconds remaining. Jane slips right by the ace. They don't know that she's there, and now the round is unwinnable. Sawney gets a kill. Panda will pad her stats. But Girls on Fire recover and get a second round.
Well, if Girls on Fire had not won that round, I would have started to get really worried for their chances in this game. But for Thirst Trap there in that post-plant scenario, it was a good thought, honestly. Picking up that Cade and making it a little bit easier for you to actually push in, having that equal man count was a good idea, especially when they decided to go for the flank. The only bad news is they didn't have time to traverse all the way across the map, get the kills on the flank, and then get the diffuser, especially once the Cade had to play it really slow because he or she had very little HP to work with. You had to play it really passively and see if you couldn't get lucky with that kill. And honestly, I mean, just they didn't have enough time. That's really the big story of it. And another big story is just the fact that Girls on Fire finally woke up in the entry department. I mean, we saw Yuliang work her way in the last round, find those 2 opening picks, and really created that situation for Thirst Trap where they just had to go for some sort of unorthodox play to see if they couldn't pull that back. They got close, but fortunately, the way Siege works, the time just wasn't on their side.
Maybe it will be here in this round.
10 seconds left.
Maybe.
We'll see. My GOAT status has switched officially to Panda. She's 7-2.
Aha.
Excellent
Up on
work,
the bandwagon.
Panda.qn. What is Q? What do you think QN stands for?
Quiet Nation? I don't know. Something Nation,
Where
probably.
did you get that?
I don't know. I just thought of it randomly. You threw me on the spot. I just had to find a word that started with Q and a word that started with N.
Yes, they can. Don't let this guy lie to you. Everyone can be a GOAT.
I'm a caster, so anybody who just has the guts to play this game is a GOAT to me. Because, you know, they're the reason I get to do this, so
Yeah,
you're my
I
goats.
can be the GOAT when I whiff. That's the thing you do. And then when you whiff, instead of getting tilted, you go, wait, I'm the GOAT, and then you don't get tilted.
That's a good idea. Maybe I should try that in my rank stack with Tweety.
Yeah, because it's funny, so you don't tilt. Kiva barrier being hammered at by the Ash of Sawney. This is a dastardly angle from Seriously through that table as she continues to line Kivas onto the wall. So much hard breach though onto Wine. Everything is going to get open, including red as well. So Girls on Fire have done a great job in giving themselves several avenues into the site in about a minute 10. Just by far the fastest round we've seen from them thus far between both maps.
Oh, definitely, by far the fastest. But the only bad news is, despite the fact they've had this speed, they haven't been able to find an opening kill yet. So while they have those avenues into the side open, they are going to be on the man disadvantage now as Panda swings out, finds one, almost gets a second there, but cannot quite finish off what remains of the Ash. He's got the pings of the ace, but loses the fight. Oh no, Swaggy equalizes the and now has the opportunity to work her way in and get this plant down. And she's going to do just that. Now safe behind the pillar position, seriously working her way in. Is going to try and swing, but doesn't have the coverage, doesn't have the HP, will get the down, and maybe a second. Blinded, will get that second kill and secure a 2-man advantage for Thirst Trap. Now they can go for this defuse, and they know where Ayeti is because of that. Lucy Banshee will find 1 kill ever, so now down to a 2 versus 2, and the hatch coverage above is good. The hatch drop, the coverage is even better for the defense. Sanjaya is going to be able to stick this, and indeed she will. It'll be Thirst Trap to clutch it out in the post plant, doing what they could not do in the previous round, and securing themselves that 4-2 half.
Ayechi not with her team when that plant was going down. There was not enough coverage like right next to the planter, I guess. The Azami of Seriously stepping up huge there, getting 2 picks, the man on the breach, as the woman on the breach, and the planter. And I mean, sure, we saw Aechi get a couple of kills there on the main stairs, but she was just way too far away. Once Hibana died on the hatch, it was over. No chance for Aechi to get there. She just needs to be a little bit closer to the team. Yes, there is value in hitting the back, especially in a chaotic situation like that. But it's also incredibly risky because if your team loses the gunfights like that, then you're on an island and you're way too far away to do anything. Really. So, unfortunate for Girls on Fire. Despite the plant, they still lose. Thirst Trap now up 4-2, just like on Clubhouse. Are we about to see a repeat?
I mean, we talked about it in the beginning when we were first brought on air. Girls on Fire had kind of been that dominant team, and Thirst Trap playing with people who aren't usually on their main five. I honestly am really surprised by how Thirst Trap did look. I wouldn't be surprised now. I mean, they've shocked me already. What's to say I'm not going to be surprised by them taking this 2-0? I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be. That was just a mumble jumble. I don't know. Make sense of that what you can. Yeah.
I'm a fan of this Monty. Monty is so funny now with the shield changes. You just sprint at people, weird. Knock them over, and then ADS them. It's annoying as hell to play against, but it's really funny to watch, and it's really funny to play. I like new Monty. So we'll see how Ancient One does with it. We've got the Candela's already being charged up. Smokes from Ancient One. Is the Monty is going to be the one to swing in and try and get this plant down. Here comes all the utility, all the Candelas and the smokes. Ancient One is in the bomb site, tucked in the corner. Turtle planting with the C4. Catches enough of her to get the down. Panda and Sun and Seriously have all bitten the dust. It's just down to Jane. I respect the attempt, I really do. I saw the vision, but that C4 completely shut the round down.
I mean, do we call that a sign of disrespect from Thirst Trap? Because it seemed like they just completely ignored everything that Girls on Fire had set up. They just wanted to rush and get that round over with, get themselves that 5-3 lead once again. And I mean, they weren't ready for everything that Girls on Fire had prepped for that. They weren't ready for the Banshees. They weren't ready for the C4. I feel like if you were going to do that, you would have needed something like a glass to potentially see that Cade swinging to throw out that C4, and that could have potentially been the saving grace for that round. So maybe Thirst Trap just not covering all of their different avenues there when it came to that rush. I mean, they had the right idea, just kind of fell apart, and then just ended up steamrolling. And now, Girls on Fire, they're right back in this game, just one round away from being all tied up.
There's Trap with a 3-round sweep. Just watch.
I caster curse. I do that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like my thing. I say something.
Are you a witch doctor?
If you ask Enteritus, he'll probably say yes.
Interesting.
Personally, I would say no. I would just say I'm unlucky. But
you're a normal doctor.
Never know. Sure, we'll go with that.
All right. You take a look at the pain in my hip.
Here, have some ibuprofen.
That doesn't help. I think it's sciatica.
I don't even think I have a PhD in Siege.
What kind of crackpot are you? I hate this guy. Get him out of here. That's unfortunate. Oh, never mind. It was almost super unfortunate. Oh, wow. Seriously, would love to have that one back. So survives. About, what do you say that is? Maybe 35 HP?
Yeah, something like that. Not quite on the blinking red status yet, so. Probably 30 to 40, 35. Oh! Okay. Nice shot there by Yuliong to finish off Sanjaya, who was the one to do the damage there on the rappel, and not gonna have that Maverick available any longer. Nice shot there. And, I mean, there's Trap. Not looking good in this round just yet.
The freeze is coming out as well from Yuliang, is what we remember. That was supposed to happen last map, and it didn't.
Yeah,
Now
that was
Thermite
unfortunate.
on red wall, and it's muted. We're seriously. Thatcher? Hello?
Send out the bat signal. We need
Thatcher?
you.
Thatcher?
There we go.
Oh, there she is. Yay! Wall open. Here we go. Front wall is... Wine wall is still being freezed, but that'll die down eventually. What an EMP. It's crazy. Just whipped it at the cave. Oh! Wow. Dude, Jane just got deleted. Everyone is getting deleted. Sonny with 2 kills now. Ancient One is the last one left. She's been tucked in this corner the whole round. Able to line up 2 at the very least. Taking the head off Aichi and downing Yuliang. Maybe looking for the finisher here before the tuber out can retreat down into blue, but Sonny is looking for the fight. Ancient One is holding the angle. The pre-fire will deal a little bit of damage, but Ancient One whips around to kill Soso. Yuliang, in the meantime, has been rezzed. We're back to a 1 versus 3. There's only 20 seconds remaining. Flashbang goes out to try and isolate the fights, but doesn't take the right angle against Yuliang. She gets the slim pixel as the thermite leans the wrong way. And Girls on Fire have tied the score 4-4.
Not only that, but it's forced out a timeout here from Thirst Trap, as those first 2 attacks, well, to put it bluntly, they were kind of lackluster from Thirst Trap. That rush, honestly, it was a good idea, but it wasn't very well planned. That second round, they just didn't really have anything going for them, especially when they lost that Maverick before they could get the snowmobile wall open. And once they didn't have any success with the snowmobile wall, they just kind of had to pivot towards the backside, which, I mean, it started out okay. They got the walls open, but they didn't really win their gunfights. Of course, we saw it was like 5 versus 1 at one point. And when it gets in that situation, as you start to lose bodies, it just gets harder and harder to actually pressure the site. As you lose your angles, you lose the body count. And now I wonder what Thirst Trap are talking about here. Maybe they're thinking about bringing a little bit more breaching utility. I mean, they brought plenty of hard breach in that last round, so that really wasn't the problem. Maybe more roam clear assistance? What do you think?
I guess on bar, it's not really like the roam. It's just the offsite hold. Like the utility that's upstairs in like library and in top blue and stuff like that. Like I wouldn't consider, like there's a difference between a roam and an offsite hold.
Right.
I do like the Capital. Right, so that means they're going to be taking in from library. You can get into the corner of the window, burn out whoever's playing in the corner. If there's no one in the corner, then you can burn out whoever's playing like on the head holes or by the door, blah, blah, blah. So I like the Capital pick coming out from Jane. The Lion from Sun to try and lock down these players on Girls on Fire. We know the Frenchies love to be aggressive. So the Lion is going to try and help mitigate that. I love the read into the Doc, too, because Doc is typically the one that plays in that corner, right? Just keeps stimming himself over and over and over again up against the fire. So we'll see if Swaggy can emulate. Who was it? Oh, who was that clip where he timed it? Was it Spirits, I think it was? I think it was Zach. He timed all 3 Docs like perfectly to outlast 2 different Capital fires and still be in that corner. Never mind, Swaggy's in the basement.
Well, you got baited.
Nice.
And
Sonny gets
apparently,
what?
Okay. So apparently we're just feeding picks to Sonny now. And with that, Thirst Trap lose their first 2 bodies. They lose pretty much all of their destructive utility. They don't really have anything available for them to help clear out something like the shield. I mean, maybe they've got, oh, I guess they've got the grenades, but that's really going to be all that they've got now. They do still have their hard reach, so it's not quite over yet, but it's not going to be very easy now. Definitely going to be a lot harder, but I was going to say, there's a quote. I don't know if you've watched The Hunger Games, but it's Plutarch who says moves and counter moves. And I love using that quote when I see something like that Doc up against the Capital. Now, Sonny will finally get finished off, or at least down. So they're going to have the opportunity to finish her off. And they're going to use some of their utility to see if they can't secure that. But Soso might think about going for the refrag, or at least trying to challenge onto that space.
Finally finished off by Sun. Bit of a wasted C4 by Yuliang, but Aichi still has 1. Something we didn't even talk about. We were talking about a lot about like the offsite hold. I guess it did this round turn into more of a roam from Sonny. We didn't talk about the Mira. Goodbye, Jane. We didn't talk about the Mira. Even if Thirst Trap are able to take top floor and Girls on Fire give it all up, you still got to deal with the Mira down on the bomb site, which is without someone to destroy it, almost impossible. And wow, Sun just getting wide swung by Aechi with the SMG-11. What a shot. Ancient One now fighting against the Doc, can't land the shots. Swaggy rocking P90 ACOG, by the way, that's based. MP5 overrated. All right, well, that's not going to help my point. Swaggy ends up dying. 1 versus 3, 3 more kills for Ancient One. Spots one by Ivy, lands the headshot on Soso. 1v2 now. Like we already mentioned, all Yu Young and Aechi really have to do is just play the mirrors. Not going to be a whole lot that Ancient One is going to be able to do about it, especially without any info. She does seem to have an inkling that Aechi is in dining, though, and gets a freebie. 1 versus 1. It's all up to Yu Young now, and she's able to pre-fire Ancient One's head. That round got way too close for comfort. What an attempt by Ancient One, but in the end, Girls on Fire now with their first lead since round 1 of last map? No, it was 3-0. They have, I think this is their first lead ever so far.
I think that's right. I think that's what my notes / brain agree with you on. But my question is, was there a default cam up there for Girls on Fire and Fireplace, or it's some sort of information like
no,
a bulletproof?
She shot it. I think she just
just a great read. Just a great read, I guess. I mean,
it's May 4th. Maybe she felt a disturbance.
That's true. The force is strong with her, maybe.
I think she gets more powerful at night.
I mean, it is late over there in EU because both these teams
like
are
10 p.m.
I think it's like 9 or 10. I think like it's 9 in like Britain, and it's like 10
France.
as you get like deeper into France.
Yeah, it's 10. Time in England. 9. Yeah, I know. I think Thirst Trap have a couple of British players. Girls on Fire, I'm pretty sure, are 100% French. And one of them's going to have to play another BO3 after this. Can you believe that?
That's rough. That's a late night. You're going to get into the late night theatrics? I don't know. I forgot the word for it. But definitely going to need some caffeine if they're going to play a whole nother best of 3, especially if this goes to a third map, which, based on how Girls on Fire's defenses have been looking so far, it seems like that might be entirely likely unless Thirst Trap just magically wake up. And we talked about it after Thirst Trap took that after Girls on Fire took the first defense, that Thirst Trap would just run the table and win 7-3 again in a clone of the first map. We could not have been more wrong.
Did you say clone?
Duplicate, sorry.
Reference?
Oh, I guess I did make up May the 4th reference. I didn't even think about it.
Oh. Wow! What a wallbang from Soso. Holy crap. That was actually kind of impressive. I think it was the Jaeger of Aechi on blue was able to call that out for her. By the way, great read. Getting pings now, sees the Jaeger's foot, but can't land enough shots. Luckily, Panda is there for the backup. Down goes Aechi. Attacking side for Thirst Trap so far has not been kind to them. They're still down a body. Have not had a man advantage in many of these rounds so far. Soso getting aggressive yet again on that main wall. Minute 30 left now, but Panda able to equalize.
Yeah, Girls on Fire have gotten all 4 of their opening picks on their defensive half, and it's really been one of those main reasons that they've been able to have so much success on their defense. Now, we do have the Flores still available for Thirst Trap, so they are going to be able to deal with some utility and make it a little bit easier for them to get into the site. Another good spot there is they will get rid of one of the Valkyrie cameras as well. H1 going to get this main wall open, so they've got plenty of avenues to get actually towards that half wall position and actually potentially get a plant down. But the question is are they going to be able to force Girls on Fire back? That was one of the things that we saw in the first half. was when Girls on Fire attacked this top floor, they were able to force Thirst Trap back towards Solarium and give themselves breathing room to get their plan down. Thirst Trap don't have that at the moment, so got a lot of work ahead of them to do in the final 40 seconds. And look at this, Yuliong down below on the corner of your screen is in the perfect position with a C4 to potentially deny a plant if it comes in. So as well will have the option to do that if she decides to rotate. But for the moment, she's going to be holding that most forward position. Swaggy will find a kill after the swing from Piano, and now it's back to a man advantage for Girls on Fire. A long range swing from the Vector nets another one, and it's all up to Jane in the 1 versus 3, who gets one on the way out, but it's Yuliong to clean up that final kill. And look at this, now it's Girls on Fire who sit on match point.
One more round until we force a map 3 between these two teams, and it'll be on border. Girls on Fire seem to have woken up. The crossfires in the latter half of that round, and that 3v3 were just mean. Seems like everywhere Thirst Trap tried to push in through, there was at least 2 people staring at it. We saw the first death in Piano, crossfire from the Bandit and the Wamai. The Mira then held in a long angle in onto the office breach to help protect her Bandit. Simply nothing that Thirst Trap could do.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Are you saying that Girls on Fire might be a Sith? Or might be members of the Sith? I don't really know. Yeah, it doesn't really work because there's only supposed to be 2 Sith. I don't know. I was going to make a point, but then I botched it. I digress.
It's okay.
Back to the basement now for Girls on Fire. We've got the alibi. We've got a little bit more of a, I would say, aggressive lineup here from Girls on Fire. They've got Yazami with the Kiva barricades to potentially hold more forward positions and kind of get up in the face of Thirst Trap if they decide to. Well, no matter where they decide to push from, they'll have that option because you can place those Kiva barricades in a multitude of positions. You've got the alibi for a little bit of a decoy as well. And you've got the Two-Brow, who we saw last time we were here, was taking fights outside Snowmobile on a player repelled through a Maverick hole. So, plenty of options available here for Girls on Fire. But one thing that we didn't see the last time we came here from Thirst Trap was an emphasis being put on the vertical game. And that's something that they've adapted to. They've brought out the ramp to potentially work the fireplace position and make it a lot harder for Girls on Fire to actually sit on the site.
Oh, wait, RJ, one of our players, was asked in chat, I just felt like I should respond, if they had $2,000, could they survive in New York City for 3 nights? If you had 2,000 USD, yes, you could. You could find probably a pretty decent, not necessarily upscale, but like a decent hotel for maybe like 300 a night-ish. 3 nights, that's 900, and you're definitely going to spend less than $1,100 on food for 3 nights, so you could do it. Anyway.
Yeah, but New York is definitely not cheap.
Yeah, I know. I love it, though. I love New York. Where are you from?
Atlanta. So, I was.
Damn. Southerner. Wow,
Oh,
seriously just got clapped.
If it makes you feel better, my family has origins from Indiana. I was born in Indiana.
Even worse. I live in Indiana. This place is a hellhole. This place is awful. I'm from the east. I'm from Connecticut, like right over the border. So I was about an hour away from the city, from New York City. So I would just go all the time. It was awesome. I love New York. Wow! Another one? Jeez.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one. Yuliong. 14 kills. How about that?
Oh. Ooh. Nice shot from Jane. Unfortunately, she's now 1 HP. And Ancient One right now terrified of the prospect of having to challenge Yuliong in a gunfight. The wall is also still closed because of the disruptors. The mutes. Where did Yuliong go? Oh, she's prone. She's holding the table angle.
That's just unfair.
And here comes Ancient One. She's dead. And there's the other. Buddy.
Map
Look
3.
at that. Map 3. It is 7-4 scoreline, I believe it was. Yes, 7-4 for Girls on Fire. They have recovered. They have woken up. They look like a completely different team than we saw in both Map 1 and even from like the first couple rounds of Map 2. So we go to border. Border's fun. Well, I guess it depends on how you play Border. Border can be boring sometimes, but I hope it's going to be fun.
Well, it's
wait.
got the word board in it. I mean,
That's true.
who knows? Like you said, it just depends. But we got a break for you. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes for the epic conclusion to this third and final map between these two teams. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. And we're here to bring you the conclusion to this thrilling series between Thirst Trap and Girls on Fire. We're tied 1-1, each team taking their respective map pick, and now we go into the decider. Border.
Border, indeed. I'm excited for this map. I mean, I'm a little bit worried for Thirst Trap, but at the same time, I'm still excited because the fact that this is kind of a map that you can get pretty aggressive on. You get up in the face of the attackers when you're on defense, and as the attacker, you kind of just go for those really aggressive rush plants that we see sometimes. But the reason I said I'm worried for Thirst Trap is because on Chalet, they lost, I believe it was 5 rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken, because they got a 4-2 half, and then they didn't win a single attack. So it's going to be concerning for them, and we need to see them rebound to start off this map.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about, though, they still got 4 rounds. You know, it wasn't like a super dominant affair. So they hopefully are not, not chalked. Their opponents won their own map pick, whatever. But, it is important to talk, you talked about the momentum. After map 1, that momentum has completely shifted over. So while, Thirst Trap might not have negative momentum, we certainly have a lot towards Girls on Fire after that 5 round in a row comeback. Now we go on to Border. Girls on Fire starting on the attacking side yet again. Do they ban Zoe 3 times in a row? Do they go for the three-peat?
If I was a betting man, I would say no. But then again, at this point, who knows? It's Border. There's a lot more freedom available for the bans, at least on this map. I mean, you could kind of see a lot of different things. There could be a Monty come out. You'll see that Dokkaebi, like you talked about on the last map. As the maps get smaller and smaller, the Dokkaebi becomes more and more effective because you can get those calls a lot easier, and you can actually play off of them a lot easier and just use that intel more to your advantage.
And Dokkaebi has been a consistent ban for Thirst Trap so far. And now, the moment of truth. There it is. Zofia gone. Money. I wouldn't have. I would have bet on it.
Do we see a Solus here? Or are we thinking probably Fenrir again?
I don't think, I think as an attacking team, you can't leave Solus up on Border. There we go.
This one could be fun. Honestly, there's a lot of freedom, like I mentioned, with these bans. And I'm curious what it's going to be. Okay. Thirst Trap, they've decided, after how the last map went when they were on attack, and how effective the Tuber was against them, particularly when it just came to taking gunfights, they don't want to deal with that again. So they won't have to now. They've banned him out. But it means that they've got to deal with Fenrir. And that's scary. Quite honest.
Yeah, boo, Fenrir. We hate Fenrir.
Boo.
Boo. And Malusi, and Legion, and Goyo. Dude, and so, this is just the denial comp, the entry denial comp. You got the traps from Legion and Fenrir. You got the Malusi Banshees to slow people down as they enter, the goo mines to slow people down as they enter, the gas canisters to completely deny an entire side of a room. Girls on Fire, as if this seems to me like a pretty passive lineup. Like this is a waste as much time as we can without getting too aggressive kind of lineup. And then once Thirst Trap are kind of, you force their hand to go for the push, that's when all that utility comes into play. But Girls on Fire, interestingly enough, have a glass and an Osa. So this glass, typically when we see glass on this site, it's because there's going to be a rush. There's no blitz or Ying or anything else that would indicate.
I think they thought it was the top floor.
Yeah, maybe.
Because they switched last second.
I don't know.
I mean, they still got the glass, though, so that's something. Who knows? I mean, the glass is... I mean, it's going to be effective, but it's not going to be quite as effective as it could have potentially been on the top floor site, just because, I mean, it's a lot harder to actually use the smoke grenades effectively, especially when you only have one set available to you, because you don't have the thermite or the jackal running any. And with how open that bottom floor area is, especially when it comes to like the main lobby and like 45 area over by workshop, it's just not going to be quite as easy to use the glass as it would have been potentially if you were attacking the top floor. Now, speaking of working in horizontally, they're going to bypass the top floor clear altogether for the moment, at least Girls on Fire. They're going to work their way in over towards customs and just see if they can't just work this horizontal patrol towards the site.
This is I don't even know what she's looking at. Wow! She got a kill there? Dude, if I was Jane, I would be pissed. Wow. I mean, she gets refragged, yeah, but still, losing your smoke like that is not the best. Trading the Maverick for the Fenrir, again, this is, honestly, the trades for Girls on Fire here are pretty good. Fenrir now has lost control of those traps. You no longer have the smoke canisters, but Aechi's dead, or Panda's dead after killing Aechi. So, I mean, Jackal for Legion, again, there's a whole minute left in the game. More of those so many more of those goo mines would have been produced if Panda was still alive, but they don't know Sun is still lurking on the hatch. It's down to Goyo and Malusi against Sony, 2 ACOG defenders against the 556. Sony still has all her utility. Info being wailed out by that Banshee. Sony looks to cut across the corner, but seriously has relocated into the lobby. First round goes to the defense.
I don't necessarily like that they just bypassed the top floor as a whole, because we saw that when they did bypass it, it allowed Thirst Trap to just jump down hatches and potentially go for the backstab, like we saw from the Legion inside of Workshop, who eventually did get traded out, but still was able to find that pick and just controlled the focus for Girls on Fire there for a moment, forced them to kind of scramble a little bit when that kill came out. And one thing you mentioned that is, I guess, worth talking about at least for a second, you mentioned the Legion died early, so there weren't as many goo mines on the board. It's just worth noting that with that recent change, I believe the recharge time is a little bit longer and the damage isn't quite as much when you first walk into them. So not quite as strong as Legion used to be, but still really good gun, and a lot of these teams like to bring them out. But for the second round, we're going to go back to where we expected, or at least Girls on Fire expected us to go in round number 1 when they brought out that OSA, and they'll bring it again, so they might be going for that Archives plant here, potentially, if they want to go for that quick rush.
Definitely a potential. We got a similar lineup coming out from Thirst Trap with the Goyo and the Fenrir and the Azami, more kind of entry denial stuff going on, but the Doc coming challenge those long angles with the ACOG, which I guess you could say is kind of a form of entry denial, covering the like the long angles and fighting them to prevent the attackers from taking space. Girls on Fire though, yeah, still rocking the glass. I just don't really understand. Like, okay, the whole point I'm getting at is glass. You can't just have a glass. You can't just throw a glass into a strat, right? It's not like an Iana or a Jackal or an Ash, right? You're not just like, oh, we got another space to fill. Oh, let's take an Ash. You do not say that about Glaz. Glaz is like, like on the defense, like Clash or like Mira. You have to have a specific thing that you're going for with said Glaz. And I don't know, right now, I'm just not seeing the vision for Girls on Fire. Because typically he'll be paired with like a Kappa Tau or a Ying or especially on this bomb site, right, a Monty to go for that Archives plant. But they're not really bringing anything to help support. Seriously, he's going to end up getting the first pick on Daichi. There goes your Jackal. Sun gets lit up to 1 HP, but there's no refrag just yet. Seriously also taking some damage, but of course she is Doc, so it's not really going to matter in the grand scheme of things. At the very least, I mean, I guess the Girls on Fire have taken a little bit of control on the other side of the map, but everyone's back to full HP. Uh-oh.
Oh, they missed.
She missed.
That's the last one.
She's not back at full HP.
Well, they will finish off what little bit remained of Sanjaya now. There's no more Goyo on the board. Not a huge loss in terms of utility, mostly just wanting to keep that gun up. And they've got those Maverick holes, and you could see that, I believe, Swaggy is just sitting there playing, but they have no idea about the fact that Panda is just prone here on the floor. They might have some drones starting to come in, however, which may mean that it's going to work. And no, Panda just takes the swing, takes the fight, but can't get any more than that as Swaggy, with her last breath, finishes off what little bit remains. But they're seriously on the backstab on the top of East Stairs, and that's 2 kills for Seriously, a third total in the round. But Soso's worked her way in, and now it's a 1 versus 1. 556 working against this MP5. Both of them have ACOGs available so they could take the long-range fights, but Soso has the pings, has the information, but Seriously is ready for it. Lights up the Osa to just under half of her original HP, and now the rotate's going to come in. They still have the pings, and look at this. Seriously's got the diffuser, so Soso's got to come to her. And the swing, the pre-fire, not quite able to find the kill yet, but the pings are still coming in. They're just waiting, teasing. Seriously just knows that Soso has to come to her, just waiting still, but there's the swing, being patient and finding that kill on the top of these stairs, and it's Thirst Trap to win their second round here on Border.
Excellent work from the dock. I was trying to remember who was playing it. Seriously. That's who it was. Really, really well timed flank on Catwalk. I can't believe they didn't hear her coming. I guess there was no other drone watching that. The Thermite getting caught on cams, and the Glaz simply could not react in time. Either way, it was a decent start for both teams with the trades going back and forth, but it just goes to show one little play like that, one slip, one hole in the attacker's coverage can derail an entire round just like that. So really well done to Seriously. Now we go to I believe we're going to Vent Workshop. Tertiary site, it looks like, for Thirst Trap. Staying away from customs, as most teams tend to do. That site has really fallen out of favor. No more Glaz either for Girls on Fire, it looks like. Instead, they'll bring a slew of Soft Breach. Buck, Sledge, and Ram all coming out with the Fuse to boot.
I mean, there was a time where, what was it, Bathroom was the least favorite site before the rework came in and they added those extra soft walls?
Bathroom sucked.
Yeah, it was like, once you lost control of Bathroom, it was like impossible to get back in. That site just was unplayable for a while. It was kind of like R on Clubhouse, where you just never saw anybody play it, and if they did, you were like, these guys are throwing. But not sure what that Valkyrie camera was supposed to be. That would have been pretty easy to spot out for Girls on Fire if they decided to go up there. We've seen this Goyo, however, from Sanjaya for every single round now. I mean, it hasn't had much impact just yet because they haven't really had the need for area denial. At least I haven't seen them use it too much just yet. But still, the idea is good because, especially in the rounds where they were pairing it with the smoke, it just makes it a lot harder for Girls on Fire in the late round. I mean, the idea is there. It's just, like I said, they haven't really had much effect on it. I want to see if this round might be the change.
Still can't believe Legion lost his impacts.
It's been like a staple for ages. I was stunned.
It's gonna be weird to get used to. Seeing him with the observation blockers. What's his other guy? Is this still a cam?
Yeah, still PP.
Yeah.
Hang on. What even really is the point of the observation blockers? I mean, other than, like, sure, you block a doorway like you see there, but, like, I never see them really used effectively.
That's because they're not great. Like, they can be decent sometimes, but generally having your own info is typically a little bit better. Panda was able to get the wallbang kill, but then gets traded out. Sun, very aggressive, looking to catch the buck as Soso ascends the staircase, but comes worse for wear. Seriously, and Jane both tack on for a kill apiece, protecting their Goyo. Now 4 versus 2. Soso and Swaggy up against, honestly, more like 2.25 players. Sun and Seriously are incredibly lit up. This round, very winnable as Sun goes down. So does Jane. That was one of those full health defenders. And Ancient One has also been dealt with. Soso gets downed by a Legion Mine, though. It's Seriously against 2. Soso getting rezzed. Still a whole minute to play with for this attack. All this utility as well. All of those skeleton key shots. The 4 cluster charges from Swaggy starting to come through. Seriously, thinking she's got to go for a play. Catches the fuse. We're in a 1 versus 1. We're playing paintball. One bullet will take out either of these players. It's whoever can pull the trigger first.
This is such a tense moment because this could be the round that propels Thirst Trap to a severe lead that would make it almost unwinnable. The plant's going to go down, however, from Soso, and they have no idea about it. Seriously, going for some wild sprays through the wall, and there's those Goyo canisters now are going to start to work against the defense as that doorway is going to be unwalkable through, that's a fun word for you, through most of the entire duration of this post plant. So now, seriously has almost no way back into the site without getting unnoticed. But no, through the wall! The spray will find the kill, and now seriously just has to wait for the duration of the Goyo to expire. It will go away, and now she will have the diffuser for free. Thirst Trap start off border flawlessly.
Wow.
8-0, by the way. Just want to note that. Seriously.
Incredible heads-up play by the Azami. Serious, this is her map right now. Thirst Trap with 3 in a row, and seriously putting the team on her back in the previous 2 rounds, too. Incredible performance so far. Girls on Fire looking really good throughout the beginning of that round. And then everything kind of started to fall apart at once, but then they recovered because so many of those players were so low HP. And the thing that really worked in girls, that I thought was going to really work in Girls on Fire's favor, is that despite so many players on the defense being 1 HP, they were able to kill the full health players. That is the best case scenario. But honestly, I think hitting the brakes there for Girls on Fire was a mistake. You see a lot of times teams will kind of overheat and end up losing the round because of over-aggression, because they're not taking their time. There are situations where that will be to your detriment. When you're in a 1 versus 2 like that, and you don't really have any info on the Azami, and you have no capability to get any of that info, you can't be moving around on the top floor looking to try and set up. You got to stay stagnant and wait for that info. Otherwise, you just have to keep pressing on the gas and hope you can get the trade. Because in doing that, in hitting the brakes, you gave time for the Azami to recuperate. I mean, she was like almost stuck by the front door behind that Kiva. I don't think she could go up metal unless she like rotated all the way around or just broke the Kiva. So yeah, giving her time to breathe there, I think, was a big mistake for Girls on Fire. Now Thirst Trap lead 3-0, and we're going back to bathroom.
Going back to bathroom indeed. And well, it's pretty much the exact same lineup we saw the last time we were here, and why change it if it isn't broken? It has worked flawlessly for them so far. Really, that big staple has been that Fenrir. We haven't really seen too much impact, but just the threat of it being there is something that Girls on Fire are definitely having to worry about, especially when they go for these pushes. But look at this, Sanjaya getting lit up through the wall. They must have had some sort of drone information on her there. She's going to have to fall back and potentially play a little bit less aggressive now on this top floor. And with that, it's going to make it a little bit easier for Girls on Fire to take control up here, because it means that at least one of the players is going to have to be a little bit more passively. And despite that, I mean, they've got their players all spread out, and that's not going to work for them because they've lost the first 2 picks now in a 5 versus 3. And not only that, they are still very spread out.
Girls on Fire, though, just staying still. Working in their favor as Thirst Trap give them a couple kills. Seriously suffers her first death, now 9-1. No longer GOAT status, unfortunately. I'm just kidding.
Panda was the GOAT.
Not right now. It's switched. It's seriously now. She's 9-1. She is by far the GOAT right now. Jane with the C4 will put her team back into the lead. That was a good read. I don't even know if she had info there. I think that was just a toss. A really well-timed one. Luckily, Yu Yang, again, still has a lot of utility. Go ahead and destroy most of the ceiling on this bomb site. We still got a lot of info from Swaggy, too, with those with the bees. But Swaggy has not brought hard breach charges. She has claymores on Grim. So they're not going to be able to open those hatches. Jane and Yu Yang trade some blows, looking for another kill. Yu Yang finally spots her. Jane tries to make a mad dash, and it does not work. Now down to a 2v2. Still a decent bit of time for Girls on Fire to play with, and Yu Yang with a 3rd kill now. It's all down to Ancient One, and they know where she is. She was just droned out, and she has not moved. There's some mines on both her entrances. She's relatively safe, but look at this. The Bee's going to be calling out her position. She's stuck in them. They could wallbang her easily, but Swaggy just runs right past and eats a headshot, but over the bomb chassis, Yuliang lands it. 4 kills for the Ram, stepping up huge to give Girls on Fire their first point.
Could this be the turning point for Girls on Fire now that they've actually pushed an attack over the hump? They got really close in the last round, but unfortunately fell just short to that 1 versus 2 clutch. Now they actually secured their first round. They've got themselves a little bit of momentum. They've relieved some of the pressure, and they've given themselves some breathing room now in these final 2 rounds. And honestly, that was a really nice attack, mostly due to the fact that they brought that Ram. Like you mentioned, not just having impact on the scoreboard in terms of kills, but having impact in terms of the vertical destruction as well. Because they brought the boogie drones for the destruction, it meant that the site was so hard to play, and it was very unsafe. With that, they were able to use that to force pressure and force them off site. They were able to work the angles in their favor, find those picks, and secure that round.
Thirst Trap, though, I'm sure not shaken up by that loss at all. Sometimes, and this is something that a lot of newer comp players, I think, struggle to understand. Sometimes someone just pops off, and there's nothing you can really do about it. In a perfect,
best laid plans.
Yeah, in a perfect world, you know, you play the crossfires better, you play the info better, you play the utility better, blah blah blah, whatever. The world's not perfect. You know, like you said, best laid plans. Who is it that said no battle plan survives first contact with the enemy? Sometimes someone in the lobby just happens to be better for that 1 round. So hopefully Thirst Trap don't get too down on themselves for throwing that advantage. It's a new round. Focus up. They can still take a 5-1 half. And honestly, if they keep playing like they had in the first few rounds, they can take a 5-1. I think we are in prime 5-1 territory right now.
I could see it, honestly. That last round, despite the fact that it went to Girls on Fire, was still close. And it honestly was so close because Thirst Trap just over-aggressed in a 5 versus 3 and fed picks back to Girls on Fire. Now this time it will start off better for Girls on Fire, as Sanjaya will fall to Yuliang in the first pick. And no more Y on the board, just a minute in. That's going to be a big detriment to the defensive side because you're not able to have all those magnets available to stop the plethora of utility that Girls on Fire have brought, whether it be the 4 grenades, you've got some flashes as well, and even those ash charges, plenty available for Girls on Fire that you're going to have a lot easier of a time actually using when it comes down to the later portion of the round. Seriously trying to take an engagement on the Osa outside. Going to get a little bit of damage for it, but not going to find any kills. But the grenade, as the hatch drop comes in, is going to find a second in the round for Yuliang. And now Thirst Trap severely on the back foot. An impact grenade goes out. They're seriously with her first kill of the round. So now they're bringing it back just a little bit. Potentially has a second one on 90, but will get lit to just 1 HP. Not doing any damage back to, I believe that's Yuliang, but here comes Ancient One for the backstab potential.
Yuliang is a dangerous player right now. Do not want to let her get hot. Especially with Thirst Trap, you know, having 2 subs. They were by far and away not the favorites to win this. You cannot be letting this player, get hot along with Soso. Those 2 can completely take over the game if you let them, but Aichi gets taken down on the floor, 3 versus 3. Yuliang seems to be aware of Ancient One, attempting to climb up the stairs. Fenrir not pushing up too far just yet. Yuliang knows if she pushes up a little too much, someone could swing from metal, seriously finishing off Swaggy as Aichi got rezzed. Here's Yuliang shooting the Banshee, swinging onto Ancient One, and it's a third for the IQ. A follow-up from Jane. Is the IQ going to expect a second? No, she doesn't. From below, the Mute gets the kill. Seriously has to hold on to this long angle, but she's just 1 HP, and now so is Jane. This is going to be so tough to hold. Not playing the Doc this time on the Malusi. Jane will let the Ash slip by. The Nomad prone on the floor, but gets caught with the flashbang in her hands. The Ash with the flip around onto Seriously. It's a 1 versus 1 with 6 seconds left. But Sawney has to plant. Jane on 3 armor is going to be so loud, but the time has bled dry. Easy cleanup for Jane, and Thirst Trap recover.
Wow. I mean, shout out to Seriously. She may be the real go. You might be right. What is it? Like 12-1 now? After that triple kill? I think she had 9 at the start of the round. Then I had that triple kill. So yeah, 12-1. Through 5
2,
rounds.
she died.
12-2.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Unfortunate. She's ruining her KD. What is she doing?
Oh, ruining it.
The stats, guys. The stats are all that matters.
Yeah.
Not the wins.
6 KD instead of a 12.
Unfortunate.
Ooh, you suck.
But, I mean, it's kind of the opposite story of the previous round on Bathroom, where it was Girls on Fire who found themselves severely on the back foot and then had to fight back in order to win the round. That round, it was Thirst Trap who fell very far behind because of Yuliong's efforts, but were able to fight back mostly because of a goated performance from Seriously. So it's kind of just been the story of these few players who are just having these astronomical performances. And I mean, while it's great to see single players popping off, and it might just be because of the fact that their teammates are enabling them, for some of these other players, we need to see them step it up a little bit and provide a little bit more in terms of just like what they're contributing to the round. Also, worth noting, our producer is calling you out for apparently making everybody a goat.
And?
At that point, if everybody's a goat, is it really that special? I mean, I know I said earlier,
Not everybody's a
goats
goat.
to me.
Only some people.
Well, you're giving it out like it's Halloween candy.
Yeah, but Ancient One hasn't been a goat yet.
That's true.
See?
She might have the chance to earn that in this round. We'll see.
I don't think she's passing Seriously. I think Seriously is going to be the GOAT for the rest of this map. Wow. Sonny almost catches someone on a rotate aggressively down East Stairs. Very quick. Yuliong supporting, too, from Catwalk. We got a nice horizontal extension right now for Thirst Trap. Again, plenty of intel and entry denial with the Legion, the Fenrir, the Mute. Finally bringing some info for themselves on the Valk, which I think was sorely needed, and I think that's only going to serve to make their defenses even better. I am a little bit surprised, though, that there is not a soul upstairs for the defense. Girls on Fire have all of this for free.
Well, and with that, it means that the Buck of Soso can go right to work on destroying the flooring above this site. Like we saw last time when they brought the ram. It's going to be a lot harder to actually deal with that. There's a fuse kill from Jane. The Swaggy finds the opener for this round, not even having to take an engagement, not having to sacrifice much utility, and they're just going to walk right into the site. They're going to drop through the hatch, and Swaggy's going to get this plant down. They've got the coverage because they've had the Buck in position, and it's going to be a post plant now as the bodies are falling for Thirst Trap. They will find one back, though, but Sanjaya's on low HP, so this is not a good spot for them to be in. Seriously still alive, however, and provide some impact. And the Grimbees are going to start to work in, but there we go. Thirst Trap find 2 kills right back and secure themselves the man advantage, and the time still ticking away. Swaggy will find another one back. Ancient One's trying to retake. They know there's a player up here. Yuliong will swing, but lose the fight, but now it's a 1 versus 1. It's all up to Swaggy, who got the plant down and has secured the site, has to play defense for the final 15 seconds. Ancient One has no idea where this fuse is at, so she's just going to have to drop in. But this time is ticking away. Just 1 or 2 seconds left to get on the diffuser, and we're past the point of no return. Swaggy just stays alive and secures the second attack for Girls on Fire. And there you go. Find the kill at the end.
A good attempt from Ancient One. Her position upstairs is going to be the most important, having to kill the player who would have had control of that hatch, staring right down straight at the diffuser. But unfortunately, her teammates could not stay alive while she was doing that, especially Seriously getting picked off by the fuse, who was still tucked on top of that case. And Thirst Trap, I really thought they could have taken a 5-1 half there, but they'll end up falling down to 4-2. It's not the end of the world. Still a good defensive half as they move on to the attack. Jackal and Lion both coming out as they attempt to attack onto Bathroom. Very different philosophy from Girls on Fire. Well, I guess not different philosophy. Similar philosophy, not exactly the same. They've got Capcan and Legion for entry denial, but now it's not... How do I say this? It's not so much vision based, I guess you could say, with like the Valkyrie and the Mute and stuff like that. It's more just hard damaging traps with the Frost and the Capcan.
I mean, we saw Girls on Fire do that on the last map, where they really like to bring out the Frost. Was the I believe on Clubhouse too? They really like playing that Capcan in places like Logi. I believe we saw them on a multitude of occasions. That was like what 2 hours ago, so not the freshest of memory, but if I remember correctly. Now, worth noting, last map, Thirst Trap really struggled on their attack. So now that they've swapped sides, we need to see them respond and actually put together some attacking round wins, because they had this exact same scenario on Chalet. They had the lead, they were looking good, and then they just kind of fell apart. They couldn't push their attacks over. And I mean, it's interesting because we saw Girls on Fire a lot of times on their attacking half bring out like an Osa or like just a lot of vertical operators as well. We saw them bring the Ram and the Buck a couple times. Here for Thirst Trap, it's a lot more information based, a lot more information denial based as well. You've got the Brava, you've got the IQ, and you've got that Lion for a nice little trio.
I'm kind of sad they swapped off Jackal. The Lion Jackal combo is so funny to watch sometimes. Just watching roamers freak out because I don't know what to do against it. It's not to be. Speaking of roamers, Sonny wandering around office looking for anyone. Panda, the first one in through Armory, followed up very closely by Seriously. In comes Sun as well, and all their eyes are turned towards Yu Liang and Sonny. Capcan and the Oryx. Is that a C4? Yeah, C4 from my edgy. It just missed. It tickled Panda. That was about it.
Little paper cut there, but nothing more. Or I guess it'd be a shrapnel cut, because I guess with the explosion of the C4. Little shrapnel cut, little graze across the cheek or something like that, but nothing too severe. But Aichi will find the first one, taking down Panda. That Lion will not be having any effect on this round as it's the first one off the board. Aichi's still trying to get aggressive, however, still trying to see if she can't take a fight through these holes in the floor. And just trying to pre-fire. She wants this other kill, but Jaya will come back and take one back onto Sonny, and now we're back to a 4 versus 4. Girls on Fire, they're trying to re-aggress, they're trying to retake some of this space, and this is an interesting idea considering the fact that they've got this vertical working against them with only Swaggy upstairs to try and put pressure on these attackers. It's not necessarily going to work out too well for them, especially as these hatches start to get opened up.
Yeah, thanks to the thermites of Ancient One. Again, surprised that we don't have anyone else bringing, like, hard breach charges, but I guess there's only really 2 hatches that you need to open, and they weren't planning on going from Vent Workshop side anyway. But the time is running low, only 30 seconds left, and we're still in a 4v4, and Workshop are just now starting to set up for their execute with those hatches open. Swaggy now ascending the metal staircase as Seriously gives her team a man advantage and drops out of the way the Brava. Wow, the timing is crazy. Swaggy ends up getting punished for it as well, and Yu Liang cannot connect on the Seriously. What an odd end to the round there, but still, Thirst Trap now up 5-2.
I think we can just chalk that one up to unlucky for Girls on Fire, because at least with the Legion there on the flank, that was just unlucky timing, because she swung right as the player dropped through the hatch and ended up getting picked off by a coverage player over, and I believe it was Fountain. But I mean, other than that, Thirst Trap did a really great job of holding on to their vertical space. They did a really good job of making sure they had full control above. And while they did get flanked there, they had the perfect coverage for it because the Legion gave herself away. They still had bodies up there to actually find that kill. And now they find themselves in the same spot we found them in map number 1. They've won their attack. They've got themselves that 3-round lead, and now they find themselves in a perfect spot to potentially propel themselves to that series win and send Girls on Fire to the lower bracket.
That's actually crazy that it might be Girls on Fire versus Silly Slinkies in the lower bracket immediately. That is so odd.
I thought Silly Slinkies would win the whole thing.
Me too.
That was what I said when we casted together last time.
I did too. And they lost. They lost to the admin abuse too. They lost to Nat and Trippy Mel's and Vic. I still can't believe Vic. I think it's Vic. Vic's Uplay is hung AF or something. Something dumb like that. It's pretty funny.
Well, Round number 8 now, and Girls on Fire. They might want to get aggressive here. They've got MP5, they've got Aichi trying to see if she can't take an aggressive fight or two. You've got Yuliang playing on that dock to potentially heal anybody up who takes a little bit of damage or gets a little bit unlucky on a fight. Still, the aggression potential is there. There's Trap bringing out a very similar attacking lineup to what we saw from them last round. The only thing different is they're bringing the Ashe instead of the Lion. Obviously, they thought they might have been a little bit too overkill with their information game. Instead, wanting to bring a little bit of soft destruction for them, just so they have a little bit more options available to them throughout this round. And, well, they're starting to fall back towards the side a little bit, at least Girls on Fire. They're giving up this space really early on, and it's up to Thirst Trap now to see if they can't drone it out and take control.
Hopefully Thirst Trap have a good flank drone network set up, as Yuliang is our first casualty. That is a terrible player to lose first. Seriously, though, wow, dusted by Aichi all the way down the hallway, and here's the flank from Sawney. Good for one, looking for another, but the prone peak lights are up to 1 HP, and she's able to get away. Huge play for Girls on Fire there, taking down Seriously, who has been the raid boss for Thirst Trap so far, and now Sun trying to escape the building gets caught. Ancient One is our last player standing in a 1 versus 3. She almost won a 1 versus 4 earlier on this map already. Can she finally do it here with 3 kills to go? 1 in the pocket. Thermite charge in pocket as well that she could use to open up this archives wall and give her a really long angle and a safe avenue in to try and attempt the plant, but the Legion gets the better of her, not expecting So-So on the door. Girls on Fire keep Thirst Trap at bay and off of match point for at least another round.
Draw a little bit closer, but they decide that they still need to take a timeout. And we are actually missing a player, so we're going to have to take a pause no matter what to get her back in. And, well, if they can continue to replicate that success, we might have a game on our hands. Despite the fact they lost the dock early on, they were still able to have that aggression. They were able to find those kills when they needed to. And, I mean, hopefully, for their sake, they bring it back, because, I mean, it would be an absolute shame, like we talked about, to see the 2 top teams battle for elimination in the round 1, and one of them have no chance of making it. I mean, that would be the shocker of the event, I would have to think.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy the way the playoffs have worked out. I mean, first, it was already crazy that Meep didn't make it in general after holding that 4th place spot for so long. We've had a couple shockers concerning like shakeups in the standings and already in our playoff bracket. But hopefully we get Yuliang back here soon. Again, as the top performer for Girls on Fire so far, we do not want to try and close this map out without her here. I don't know what the ETA is on her. We might
6 million years. They're going to keep us waiting here for the entire.
We might go to break, maybe. We're going to go to break.
We're going to break. Okay.
As soon as she's back, we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, we'll be back when she's back. And we're back. And Yuliang's back. So we get to go right back into the game. 5-3 is where we resume in favor of Thirst Trap. But, I mean, we already talked about on Chalet. They had a great start and then could not win a single attacking round. And now with Girls on Fire taking one back, is this where Thirst Traps start to stumble?
It could be, but they've looked like the team that's been in pretty much control for the entirety of this map. I mean, I love this lineup that they're bringing out too if they actually stick with it. They've got plenty of vertical options. They'll have some hard destruction available to them as well. They've covered all of their facets here. They've covered every single thing that they need to have a successful attack without having a dedicated hard breach, which is really good to see when you can actually get away with that, because it leaves your options a lot more fluid. The only bad news is for them is if they bring out any flash utility or any real utility when they go to hit the site, they're going to have to deal with a lot. They've got that Warden, they've got the Fenrir, and, well, if they're not checking themselves very carefully, they might just fall victim to an alibi too.
That'd be pretty funny. I feel like I haven't seen
that yet.
I haven't seen a kill off an alibi mark in a while.
Remember when people used to just like set up as alibi clones and pretend to be the real one?
Pretend to be one? Yeah, that was always funny. Are we like you could do this thing where if you knew how to position yourself right, you could like bait them into shooting the clone, and then they're like, "Oh, it's a clone," and then you stand in it and kill them. But 2 kills come out for Girls on Fire already. One for Yu Liang and Sonny with the run out for the other. Yu Liang now dealing a little bit of damage to Seriously, but is able to back off. Jane coming in for the chase. Here's the IQ. Seriously, finally able to deal with Yu Liang. Still, the damage is done. 0 is dead. You lost one of your 2 soft breachers, but more importantly, your only set of nades. And Jane is down to 1 HP. Girls on Fire are playing incredibly confidently right now, and Thirst Trap are getting caught out.
Yeah, definitely not a great spot for Thirst Trap. But the good news is they still do have a decent amount of time to work with, just under half the round to go. And another good spot for them is they don't necessarily have to worry about getting baited by a C4. Actually, no, they will, because the C4 is pre-placed, I believe, over near the archives hatch. So, gonna have to be careful there, but they do still have a couple EMPs to potentially get rid of that for a little bit. And they do also have some buck the buck to potentially do some vertical destruction as well. Oh, and I even missed the most important one. They got the IQ too, so gonna be able to negate that. So, while they have lost some HP, they're starting to lose their time too, and said they were in an okay spot, but that's certainly starting to tick away now as this time starts to dwindle.
Yeah, 40 seconds left is not a whole lot of time when you haven't made too much headway. Thirst Trap again still have that 1 HP player on Jane, so she's going to have to be incredibly careful about the gunfights she takes. Sonny all the way back in bathroom. I don't know if Seriously knows about her. Here comes the IQ. Wow, what a shot on the So-So, but Swaggy with the refrag, making sure Seriously can't get too hot in this round. Girls on Fire looking to crawl to between 1 round. As Jane somehow able to kill Swaggy, and Ancient One is planting behind the filing cabinet. Another kill for Jane on the cover, looking for the 3rd, but ING dusts her. Finishes off what little was left of the Thatcher. It's all down to Ancient One, tucked around the corner, prone, and gets spotted! I believe through the crack in the filing cabinet.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Or she was bugged through the wall? I'm pretty sure there's a crack. There is a crack in the filing cabinet. I do know that. Proning there was not the play. I don't really know why you would have done that and not just hopped out the window while the doc was in the process of killing your teammate. But I digress. She went prone and it costed her.
We might look back at that round as we get later and later into this map and be like, that could have been the round that Thirst Trap regret not winning the most, because now back within 1 round of being tied up and guaranteeing us at least 12 rounds of overtime, of regulation, which that would be quite a way to end out this 3rd map of the 2nd game of the day. And we're going to go back to Tellers for round number 10. We've got the Frost available for Girls on Fire to potentially be a little bit of a surprise. And one thing that Girls on Fire have liked to bring out is going to be these extra health operators, whether it be the Thunderbird in this round, or whether it be the Doc in previous ones. They want to make sure they have that extra little bit of HP, that extra little bit of juice available to make sure that they can continue to be aggressive and continue to make sure that they will always have the advantage in these gunfights.
It's tough for Thirst Trap too, because the rounds that they've been losing have not been like super dominant by any means. It always seems like they have a chance. You're just not able to convert or close out. Something always goes wrong. See how they fare on bathroom. Thunderbird coming out again from Iachi. I don't know why I don't really know why we're playing Thunderbird, because she kind of sucks, but here she is.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at the win deltas recently, they were all pretty close. I mean, there were sure a few outliers, but I think that's the most balanced I've seen those in a long time.
Yippee! The win deltas.
Because that's what matters.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. But nonetheless, IQ be a big impact on this round. A lot of cameras available, a lot of utility available to be spotted out by Seriously, who has 17 kills. Do we have a kill record? I mean, surely Seriously's got to be close to breaking that for Project Harmony.
It is.
Hey, maybe our producer will tell us.
Maybe
at
he
some
knows
point.
or Dapper knows.
I mean, it can't be too crazy. I mean, this is only, what, the second season?
Wow,
And
how did
there's
Young
Ancient One.
lose that? I
mean,
thought she was going to
sure.
kill Panda for sure. I mean, Panda's not the one that killed her, but I thought she was at least going to go 1-for-1 there.
I mean, no matter what, Yuliang swung there onto 3 players. So, like, if she did get 1 kill, she was surely going to die right afterwards.
I'm pretty sure the kill record is like 19. I don't think we have we had 20 bomb yet? Oh! Seriously, destroyed by Sonny there. Now, luckily, she is just down. She could be rezzed. But Ayachi finishes Sun. I don't even know where that kill was. Oh, right there on that office window. That's tragic. Through the floor. What a shot from Soso. Panda's hammer ends up being her downfall. Seriously trying to catch a retreating roamer, but is only left eating dust. Also popping up, desperately trying to kill Sonny, because all he can do is waste time. Act 2. And losing fights where maybe they shouldn't. Sun not aware that the floor was open beneath that window, but that's pretty default, especially on this site. And then and then Panda dying through the floor because she's peeking right after using her sledgehammer. That is a Sledge 101 no-no. And now it looks like the attack is just going to have to drop right through the hatch. Ancient One behind the soft wall. Seriously with a coverage kill, but in from the back. Aechi gets one. Ancient One looking for the refrag, but can't land it. And there's only 4 seconds left. No time for Seriously to make anything happen. Aechi with a huge round. I believe 4 kills for her on the Thunderbird of all operators. And Girls on Fire have tied this game up.
Never talk badly about my goat Thunderbird again. Never.
She could have done it
Thunderbird,
with
4
that
kills in the... I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
I don't want to hear your reasoning right now, okay? But what we do want to talk about, however, is the fact that Thirst Trap, it's starting to slip away for them a little bit here. They started out with that 5-2, but now they've seen their lead evaporate. And we've been told that the kill record is 17, so the kill record's been tied now.
No, beating 19.
Oh, Seriously broke it. Okay.
Wahoo!
Congratulations, Seriously. New kill record holder for Project Harmony. But she's going to need to do a little bit more to see if she can't push her team over the hump. As these next 2 rounds are the most crucial that we've had in this series yet.
Yeah, the good thing about a kill record is, woo, you're nasty. You have the kill record. The bad thing about a kill record is that means the map is going on for longer than it should be. Really.
Or it just means that you're kind of having a solo. But I mean, nobody on Thirst Trap's doing bad. But like, you know, you could be doing better.
I mean, Panda's 4 and 10. That's not great.
Okay, but at least it's not like 1 kill.
It's minus 6 is. I say that's a poor performance, especially from someone who is lights out. Was it map 1 or map 2 or both? Maybe even Panda's pretty consistent for Thirst Trap.
And also, while we're talking about Panda, it's worth noting that Seriously broke Panda's kill record, which was 17.
Ugh.
So, a little bit of friendly fire there when it comes to records for the teams.
Oh,
And there's the 20 bomb for Seriously. Woohoo!
and again, look at who it's on. It's on Yuliang. But the rest of her team has started to wake up, though. Yuliang is no longer the win condition for Girls on Fire. Aechi and Soso have really stepped up in this second half. We even see Swaggy getting on the board a little more often. Thermite charge, though, gonna force Swaggy off and seriously kills her through the barricade as Swaggy attempted to retreat. Really bad mispositioning there for the mute. That's a C4 now off the board. That's your only player who is actually in back armory. Panda now with her 5th kill to make it a 5-on-2, and Thirst Trap are hungry for match point. Zoni denies the initial plant attempt, but that's the only C4 that they had remaining, and it's now used. Thirst Trap can go for a reattempt now. They've allowed the defense to start to relocate. Sun ends up team killing. Seriously, that's awful. The IQ is now dead. Plant is attempting to go down, but what a kill from Panda on the coverage, but lets ING slip by. Luckily, Jane is still there for added coverage. And Thirst Trap do not let it slip away, despite some stalling out after the initial plant attempt and the team kill from Sun. They still put themselves on map and match point.
Upset alert. Upset alert. Attention. Attention. Thirst Trap. 1 round away now from securing probably the biggest upset of the entire season. I don't even know if it's the biggest upset of the entire Project Harmony, but this has to be a huge one. Thirst Trap. Gonna call a timeout. They want to make sure they can secure this final round. They do not want to go to overtime, because if they do, Girls on Fire will get the defense, and they have proven they are very formidable when it comes to these defensive sides. Of course, Thirst Trap have secured their 2 attacks, which is the same amount that Girls on Fire got when they were on the attack. They're going to need to get that 3rd one. Otherwise, Girls on Fire, like I mentioned, heavily in the advantage. The question is, what's the site going to be? That's going to be a big force here when it comes down to it. It's going to be that Ventilation Workshop site, which probably bodes well for Thirst Trap because it is that tertiary site and not going to be one that Girls on Fire will be comfortable on, or as comfortable, I should say.
You got to feel for Girls on Fire, too. What must be going on through their heads, especially if they lose this round, losing to a team where only one person is going positive at 21-7. I mean, that is an absurd scoreline for all of your other teammates to be negative. Which also begs the question, at any point, seriously could fall off or be the opening death at any point. What do Thirst Trap do if that happens? They just lose?
That seems to be what happens. I mean, I don't think Seriously's been the opening death in this half yet, but when they lose the opening pick, they struggle.
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting. Be curious. Here's something we haven't seen yet. Pulse. Swaggy. Been bringing out that Pulse for the first time. The most crucial time of this matchup. Which, I mean, could be good, it could be bad. It's not someone that you've been playing much, which means you might not be used to having it.
Wow!
And, okay, never mind. The Pulse will not be impactful in this round. Swaggy dies first. Seriously gets her 22nd kill, having a monster performance. And this might just be the end for Girls on Fire.
That is not the kill you wanted to lose first, especially with the roam upstairs. You were going to sit Pulse down on the bomb site to assist these roamers and just scan through the floor, but losing your Pulse instantly, that's more C4 potential too that you no longer have. Thirst Trap with an excellent start. Seriously, though, eats a lot of damage, down to 1 HP, thanks to, I believe, Yu Liang after the wall was opened by the hard breach charge. Yu Liang still fighting against this, gets lit up herself. Sun also taking some damage, but no movement from either side. They cannot break through just yet. Seriously. Now opening the barricade. Has another sightline onto the doorway of Small. The attackers still at a standstill. Girls on Fire know they just have to waste time. They don't have to necessarily get any kills as long as they keep these attackers here.
Half of the round to go now, and Seriously will get down. That's huge as Sonny wins that fight, taking the angle through the Small office. She will go for the finish, rather. Will finish off what remained of the IQ on the down there, and now Girls on Fire in a decent spot. They still only have a little bit of HP remaining on Yu Liang, and Panda might be in a position here to shut that down. Here comes the fight, and there we go. 2 picks go the way of Girls on Fire. Now Thirst Trap in a huge advantage. It's up to Sonny and Soso, who are playing so far apart from each other, to try and clutch this out. Thirst Trap have so much information available to them. They have so many drones as well. 6 remaining with just under a minute to go. They have plenty of time. They can slow down, make sure they have all their angles covered. Get these final 2 kills. Sawney, however, will find a gap and find a kill back. So now it's a little bit more manageable. 4 girls on fire, but the drone will spot where Soso's playing in this really exposed position inside of ventilation. And it means that they might have the easy read to shut her down, but nothing's come of it just yet. She's actually the only player on site, so they now know that Workshop is free. Thirst Trap can just walk in and plant here if they choose to, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Ancient One will walk in, start getting this bomb down, but the retake's going to start to come in as the second player from Thirst Trap walks in. There's 1 kill for Soso. Not going to be able to find the second quite over, but now it's a post plant. Here's the swing. There's 1 back for Panda, and Panda gets them both! Thirst Trap win it out against Girls on Fire, 2-1 fashion. They send them down to the lower bracket. What a round. What a game. What a victory for Thirst Trap.
What a series. The upset win for Thirst Trap. It would have been an upset even if they had their full 5. And I'm frozen. I'm so shocked that my camera is frozen on vMix. I'm not going to refresh. I'm just going to leave it like that. So not only did we have an upset win, that would have been an upset had they not had 2 substitute players and the kill record being broken by Seriously. And I saw in chat too, Apricot saying that the previous season kill record was 20 by Hines. So this is the kill record for both this season and last season. Huge performance for Seriously. We also had great to see Panda away. As soon as we called Panda out too, we were like, man, Panda's 4-10. What is she doing? And then she steps up huge in those latter 2 rounds. Really, really well done. Thirst Trap, congratulations. You guys move on. They're going to face, dude, Thirst Trap versus Admin Abusers is our upper bracket final. That's crazy.
Hey, one of them's guaranteed a spot in the grand final, which we sat here, 3 hours ago? 5 hours ago, whenever we started? Hey! Oh, that face was funny. Bring that back.
No, we're good.
I hope somebody got a screenshot of that.
I'm sure they did. It's so hot in my room.
That would be like a stand thing to do.
Probably. But now we get a good look at our bracket. 2-1 Thirst Trap, Admin Abuse, and Thirst Trap up in the upper bracket final, leaving Silly Slinkies and Girls on Fire to play next, which really sucks for Girls on Fire because it's currently 11:30 p.m. over there for them. So hopefully they're not too tired because they're going to need all the energy they can muster up against Lauren and Mine and Goddess and you know what we thought was the second best team in the whole league, right? Silly Slinkies in 2, and now one of them will be eliminated. But thank you guys for watching. Again, I'm Crow.
Yes, you're right.
That's Nomical.
Hi. Wait. Am I back?
And we're...
Nope, wrong way. There we go.
Yeah. I don't know. Cameras are always weird. I don't know why it's mirrored. Or not mirrored.
I don't know.
Flipped.
It's some sort of mirror thing.
Yeah. Well, if it was mirrored,
I don't know.
It wouldn't be opposite. It would be facing the... Whatever. Anyway, thank you all for watching. We got one more series after this, and I think it's going to be Klimps and Adam. My fiance is sick.
I think so.
And I think she got me sick. So I'm gonna get the hell out of here and not mess up the last game. So thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit.
Hey guys, I've come to you with greatly disappointing news that I did not have to want to bring today. As you can see, I got all dressed up. I was very excited to cast. We will not be bringing you the lower bracket final tonight because one of the teams completely forgot that it was happening and decided that they had better things to do. And I want to express that not only are we as disappointed probably as you are, but I am extremely disappointed in all these people because that is a bad excuse. And I think that in fairness of competitive integrity, they should have been here for this game. But life gets in the way and things happen, so maybe I'm just speaking out of my ass. But on behalf of me and Mason, and I'm sure everybody else, we are deeply sorry that we can't bring you this game. I really was excited. I was looking forward to it, but life happens. Stuff gets in the way, and that's kind of just how it is. So, looking at our bracket, looking at what we're going to have going forward with this 2-0 in the losers bracket, obviously some changes. You'll see that Girls on Fire will move on to the lower bracket finals, while Admin Abuse and Thirst Trap, they will be on the upper bracket. And obviously, winner of both of those finals will go on to the Grands. So, yeah, sorry for my sour mood. I actually did want to cast with the beautiful Mason Klimt's best, but Mason, any remarks on this? Any remarks on this bracket?
Truthfully sad, unfortunately. But those will be the 3 teams moving on for the final 2 weeks here as we close out Project Harmony Season 2. Admin Abuse and Thirst Trap to start us off next week on Saturday, same time that we started today, I believe. And they'll be starting off with the best of 3, and then the lower bracket final following just after. And then, I believe it's the week after, we'll wrap everything up with the grand final Project Harmony Season 2. Like Adam said, we're both sad that we couldn't bring this match. I thought it was actually going to be a pretty good game between these two teams. It would have been interesting to see how it would have played out with Girls on Fire, just having been a part of a long best of 3. But maybe it's kind of a blessing in disguise for them because it was like almost midnight. So they would have probably been
that is true.
Absolutely exhausted. And may have impacted their performance in some way or another. So, unfortunately, that is all for us here at the Project Harmony broadcast day. Again, tune in next week. Congrats to the 3 teams that made it. We'll see you all on Saturday.